Good morning and welcome back to the New England Regionals of Division I Men's College Tournament here in sunny South Portland at Wainwright Field Complex. I am Mike Callahan, your host for the morning, along with Maxime Rumiel, our esteemed videographer. Today's first match, the 9 o'clock game, is UMass Amherst Zoo Disc versus Northeastern. So we had a lot of exciting ultimate yesterday. Lots of athleticism, big plays, big hucks, and a lot of wind. And the wind seems to be going a little bit softer this morning, so we'll see if that affects play at all, or if these two teams will just manage it regardless. Yesterday you saw the disc certainly affect the little floaty passes, these little cheeky offhanded throws, but the good throwers, the ones with lots of rotation on the disc, weren't as affected. So we shall see for today's games. We've got a game now and then a couple other games, first place game and the game to go after that. So we hope you'll stay with us here in South Portland. It's in the mid 60s right now, as you can see, very sunny. As I mentioned, a little wind. Our beautiful fields lined specifically for Ultimate, and Maine Ultimate hosting this event does a very good job of promoting Ultimate, and we have a number of tournaments upcoming as well that we'll be telling you about. So Amherst, UMass is left of your screen in the white jerseys. To the right, the Northeastern team in the black jerseys, and UMass getting ready to pull. Left to right on your screen. And we are live. UMass with a pull. Nice pull, length of the field. Northeastern takes it, towards the back of the end zone. Excellent pull. Apparently it bounced out of the end zone. So takes it to the front of the cone. We've got a zone to start out, unsurprising with the wind. Northeastern using three handlers primarily, fighting against the wind. The three-person cup of the zone, although that mid-mid, as we call it, is very tight to the cup. So they're really challenging the Northeastern throwers to throw it over their heads. Good way to start, good way to get the legs moving. The wing makes a beautiful catch, far side of the field. Northeastern moves it back towards the middle of the field. Near side, excellent catch, high throw. Northeastern's really in a rhythm now, middle of the field. But that cup gets set. It's not what you want in the zone. You want as an off, and it's a quick turnover. Amherst looking capitalized, and UMass just out of reach of the diving UMass player. Northeastern picks it up, puts it in play, zips it across, middle of the field. Again, cutting through that cup are the Northeastern cutters, doing a fine job. Again, unfortunately, they're allowing that cup to get set, which is not what you want. You want that cup to always be moving, because when they're moving, they get out of position. And a nice spot up the middle to the popper. Back to a handler. Wide open, near the front of the end zone. And we have a score for Northeastern. Northeastern breaks the seal and is up 1-0 over Amherst. And we are joined now by Phineas Samuelson.
Hello.
He will also be doing the game with me today. Finn, how are you this morning?
I'm well, Mike. How about yourself? It's a glorious day for Ultimate.
Oh my goodness! And what's unusual from my perspective is we've done a number of these games together, a number of these tournaments over time. Is that for once there's no frost on the ground when we're coming out to do this tournament.
You know that is true, Mike, and it's a welcome turn.
Yes. Normally we do the lobster pot in the fall, which we'll be doing again. Maine Ultimate will be hosting again, 70 plus. I think we had 86 teams last year at this glorious Wainwright South Portland complex. And it's in the fall, so if you are a college team interested in that tournament, start thinking about it now. Get your finances together now. Get your bids ready now. It's a fantastic tournament, but it's in October, so it's usually frosty in the mornings.
Usually pretty crisp, but no, it's been getting more and more organized each and every year, and it's one of the premier Ultimate events in the Northeast.
Absolutely. So Northeastern pulls. We've got. They come out in a matchup. Man, looks like they've got UMass is running a horizontal stack offense, and we've got Northeastern in a person defense. Oh, spots him wide open, deep into the end zone. Oh, just off his hands.
So I understand that maybe they didn't get that last throw at the end, but the way that UMass is able to take the person defense that Northeastern's giving them, really good look here early on.
Yeah, that's going to sail out. That's the problem with an inside-out forehand on the near sideline. The wind's just going to push that out of bounds.
Yeah, just need a little more blade on it. Maybe need to have it come back into the field of play.
Absolutely.
But I like the aggression early.
Yeah, they're really and the throws are open.
Yeah.
So UMass will take the disc at the front cone, near sideline. Oh, floaty disc to the middle of the field, hospital pass, and UMass comes down with it. Again in that horizontal stack. Far side of the field. Far sideline. Very good. Oh, again, wonderful job staying with the disc. Still forcing it up that far sideline. Oh, and just throwing it out of bounds.
Yeah, and that's part of the risk you run when keeping everything in your same third of the field, is that you just run out of real estate, and as we saw there with UMass, they ran out of space to throw it into. So Northeastern will take over here on their own end zone.
Yeah, you're right, Finn. You know, you keep it on that sideline because that's open. Oh, we've got another big throw to the middle of the end zone. That's going to be caught by Northeastern for another score. They're now up 2-0.
Yeah, no, that was the excellent look there. Excellent there by Northeastern. Also aided a little bit the wind which had been whipping through this corridor here at the Wainwright Field Sports Complex, died down a little bit, allowed them to put that pass up, and hung up beautifully there for Northeastern.
That was gorgeous. So we've seen a couple different offenses. What do you think of the host stack?
I think it's I think because we've seen so much zone over the past couple days, I think it's the right call for offenses. You know, you're starting to get, you're on your last day of the tournament. You know, people may be a little more tired. You know, you don't want to have those long sprints in or out. You know, so you set up in a more horizontal offense. I think it's the right look.
Yeah, so a horizontal stack, for those unfamiliar, where you have 3 primary handlers and you've got 4 people kind of across the field in the middle of the field, ideally running in kind of ovals in teams. But it's also great because when his team throws a zone on you, you're already in a zone offense for it. And Northeastern pulling now right to left into the wind. UMass takes over. And they come out in sort of a soft...
It's kind of similar to what we saw yesterday to Tufts. So Tufts was opting to run a zone most of the day, but they were, instead of running a 3-person cup, they almost had a 4-person wall.
Yeah, it looks like they've got just trying to pinch into the middle to take the middle throws away and leave those sideline cuts. Near sideline, UMass. Oh, big swing around. Oh, just timed his jump.
Yeah, I think 32 there for Northeastern. Got big eyes and just went too early.
Yeah, he did. That was a beautiful. If you're on defense, that's what you dream of.
Yeah. Really good job here by UMass to be patient though, taking what the defense is giving them.
Oh, and a hand block.
And Northeastern rewarded there.
Moves it back to the middle of the field. Now far side. Staying along that far sideline. Oh, got a little happy. Got a little excited. UMass takes back over, far sideline, about their own 8.
It looks like they're doing a sort of hybrid cup.
Yeah, this is like, it's either a 2-4-1 or kind of a relaxed cup, where they're not really trying to get the D necessarily. They're just trying to take away some space, make the throws a little trickier in the wind. Oh, beautiful job by number 1, Johnny on the spot. Northeastern now, moving it back, still near side of the field. They're still running, they've got sort of an iso vert stack in the end zone. Oh, break force throw. And we have another score by Northeastern to make it 3-0 Northeastern.
A really good job there by Northeastern. You got the huge hand block. You have all that adrenaline going. You turn it over right back after that. But nice job settling down and getting the break.
You know what I'm seeing? I mean, this UMass team is doing a good job moving the disc. But when they'll show patience, and then a mistake occurs, and Northeastern's just capitalizing on that mistake.
Yeah, it's gonna be a long day for UMass if they're gonna play that really solid fundamental disc and then just have 1 or 2 mistakes, because Northeastern, as we've seen here in the early going, they're not going to miss.
No, they're very solid right now. We have a timeout on the field called by UMass, and we will take this opportunity to tell you about the lobster pot, which will be, Finn and I talked about it a little bit earlier. This year it's October 21st, 22nd, right here in South Portland, hosted by Maine Ultimate. Maine Ultimate is just a fantastic organization for promoting and growing the sport of ultimate for all ages, not just the youth, so that's nice. It's 2 days. Again, I think we had 80-something teams last year. Just fantastic environment. Lots of enthusiasm. Tourney food. We'll have trainers just as we do today. We will have discounted hotels, food trucks, players lounge where you can view the live stream, trash talk us as we are calling the games, merch tent. Go to mainultimate.org for more information. In fact, we've got a number of tournaments this summer. Maine Ultimate is hosting and expanding their tournament repertoire. So we got a lot of good stuff happening. So go to mainultimate.org if you're interested, especially if you're going to be in New England and particularly in Maine.
No, and the lineups that have coming through this summer are fantastic, and I'm really excited about the direction which Maine Ultimate is going. That's you have teams from all over coming here to South Portland to play some college ultimate.
Well, Maine Ultimate is not very old, right? What were we, 10 or 15 this year? Last year rather, and it was formed by a bunch of players in the Portland Ultimate community, which, in my opinion, is a fantastic community, very friendly. Everyone's just great community.
Looks like we're ready for play here.
And Northeastern pulls, wow, nice pull, but that's going to go out of bounds.
Just a little too much air underneath it.
Just a little outside, in the words of Bob Uecker. So UMass will take it up, right side of the screen, to the going left. They'll take it at what's known as the brick, which is 20 yards from the end zone line, because it landed out of bounds. Had it landed inbounds and rolled out, he would have had to take it at the spot if it was in the field of play, or if it was through the end zone to the front of the end zone. Looks like they're coming out in person this time, Finn.
I think that appears to be the case. When they set up, it looked like they were sticking with that hybrid zone, but no, it looks like they've gone person here.
And we have a call, our first call of the game. Yesterday, we had observers. Today, we have none. Oh, break force throw, but just got under it a little bit. Northeastern takes over. Far sideline, midfield. Had a man streaking deep, but didn't see him. Oh, he's got a man open. Can't find him. Has to holster. Oh, and just miscommunication there.
Yeah, no, he had a couple streaking players if he'd gone a couple seconds earlier, but again, Northeastern acquitting themselves well. They're forcing UMass to go the length of the field if they want to hold serve here.
Yeah, and that's going to be huge because they need to get something going. They've gotten something going, but they need a score. So that UMass takes over, far sideline at the front cone. Oh, and that's going to be a turnover. So Northeastern will take over at about the 20-25, far sideline.
Yeah, this is
the middle.
Yeah, I know it's early on in the game, but I feel like this is a huge
layout attempt by 24 for Northeastern, just out of his reach.
Yeah, so I feel like this is a huge possession for UMass if they're going to rein Northeastern in. Well, if it works, it works.
That's right. Luck is the residue of design, I guess. Oh, beautiful little floaty throw. UMass far sideline now. Boy, those Northeastern defenders are really aggressive.
I know they're really making UMass work for.
Oh, blade throw, beautiful catch. UMass is on the board, now trailing 3-1.
Yeah, I understand blades are few and far between, but when you have those swirling winds, it's a good throw. I like the look from UMass.
Yeah, that hard angled disc really cuts the wind. So that was a nice job, and it wasn't it wasn't a huge huck, but it was a mid-range, or short deep throw that was effective. Boy, what do you think of that aggressiveness from the Northeastern defense?
I like it. No, I think it's good. They went away from their zone look that pass point, but when you have those multiple turnovers, it can be hard to say, okay, this is my position. I'm gonna run back. Sometimes you have people who are handlers all the way down the field. So good on them for going into that person offense. UMass I think acquitted themselves well.
Yeah, and I think what Northeastern is really trying to do is play really aggressive on those handlers and say, great, if you can get the throw off, we'll let your cutters try and throw, because they don't, I don't know how familiar these teams are with each other. And Northeastern takes over in their own end zone. Oh, and we have a massive collision in the middle of the field. Play is stopped for the players to reset. And Northeastern puts it in play. Far side, ooh. So they're playing some sort of, Amherst seems to be playing a sort of Bubba Cup person where they're really trying not to get beat deep.
Yeah, it seems like they're giving Northeastern a lot of cushion, saying, look, if you want, if you want that underneath throw, we'll give it to you all day.
Yeah, but I don't know if I agree with that. I mean, going into the win, they should be playing the unders and forcing them to throw it over their heads.
Yeah, you would think. It seems like they've started to clamp down now.
Yeah. Oh, blind defense by number 21 from UMass.
We love an unintentional hand block.
Or 97, sorry. 21 is his shorts number, 97 is his jersey number. Yeah. UMass near side, on the sideline. Again, running a horizontal stack. Oh, throw is behind. Northeastern takes over, looking deep, looking, not looking. Moves to the far side of the field. Northeastern, had a player streaking. Abandoned the under to help out on the deep, and the under catches it.
That's
call.
I think it looked like it was unintentional contact.
Yep. Disc is up. And we have a play in the end zone, and number 11 for Northeastern catches it to make it 4-1 Northeastern.
Yeah, that's such a play to defend against, and when you get offenses operating at such a high level as we have here, that play is easy money.
Yeah, UMass is really going to have to figure something out here on defense. There seems to be a lot of confusion. Maybe when they have the wind in their favor, play a couple people under and a couple people over the top, or one person over the top. They got to mix something up, because right now there's a little bit of confusion on the field, and it's not working for them.
So what I have liked from UMass's defense is they do a pretty good job making sure to shift over and make sure that swing pass isn't there.
Yeah.
So I wonder if they're going to sit down at halftime and say, hey, look, okay, so up to maybe stall 5, stall 6, stall 7, you take away that swing, but then you'll have you helping the defense say, hey, no strike, and have that really hard forcing one way, just swing up and make sure that straightaway throw isn't there.
And they haven't been hucking deep a tremendous amount. I mean, they've had opportunities. Both teams have had opportunities, but they've only scored on one of them. So maybe don't have to worry about a straight up mark to take away the huck. Maybe just force and then take away that swing. Northeastern pulling left to right on the screen in the dark. UMass receiving in the white jerseys, and that's gonna high float, and it's not gonna stay in bounds, and that's in the other fields. All right. No, don't go across. There's a big swamp there. Don't. Oh, he's got a bridge. He has a bridge. Sweet. Or he's walking on water. Look, I'm not going to say it's not a miracle. In fact, I'm going to call it a miracle.
It is the Lord's Day, so.
Wow. So in an event of this, the offense takes over in usually the middle of the field and where the disc crossed out of bounds. So here it's right around midfield. UMass with the disc. Got a couple players streaking deep, but they're covered. Far side of the field. Oh, layout bid. Oh, yep. We have a foul call. Foul or injury? I think he's calling a foul. The offensive person thought the defender laid out through him.
Yeah, I think he's trying to argue that potentially the Northeastern player bid through him in order to get the disc.
And in ultimate, there are no officials, so the calls are made on the field, and the disputes are discussed, hopefully calmly, between the two parties, and then they will come to a decision.
True, and we have seen more the prevalence of observers in over the past couple of years. There are no observers here today.
Nope. And observers don't make calls. What they can do is settle. They make calls inbounds, out of bounds, in the end zone, out. But they will help. If the players ask for observer opinion, they will give their sort of final verdict, as we saw in a couple games yesterday. So UMass back with the disc. The foul was not contested. Oh, can't break that force. Oh, deep throw to the end zone and just out of bounds and out of reach of the UMass player.
Just needed a little more outside in curve.
Yep. That disc just, especially with this wind, well, yeah. So Northeastern takes over. We have a pick called and kind of.
Yeah. It appeared as if there was a little bit of a. It appeared as one of the Northeastern players slipped and inadvertently put his leg out.
Yeah, that's so. For those unfamiliar, a pick is like a pick in basketball, where you run your defender through another person, and that in ultimate picks are illegal and very, very naughty. Amherst picks up near sideline. And now still on the sideline, UMass with the disc. Swings it to the middle of the field. Far side of the field now. Very good movement from UMass. But again, those cutters are having trouble getting open much.
There seems to be a bit of stagnation in between. In that second and third cuts from Amherst.
Yeah, they'll get the swing and maybe a continuation, and then it stops. As Northeastern defense, had the cut. Oh, that was a sweet throw, but it was right into the Northeastern defender. Smart move by the UMass defender, taking the person cutting deep instead of picking up the disc. And we have a deep throw. Arcing back to the middle of the field. That should be caught for a touchdown. And Northeastern goes up 5-1. What'd you think of that, Fran?
I thought that was a fantastic throw. Really good job there by number 16 for Northeastern. Just taking it and running deep, making sure to stretch the defense all the way the length of the field.
And the thrower just, put it up to space and let his partner run onto it. That was nice high, slightly outside in forehand.
True, and I think the beautiful part of the pass is he put just enough air under it so it would hang up and allow the offensive player to just run onto the disc for an easy score.
Yeah, an air bounce there would have sucked. running down, a little gust of wind, and all of a sudden, oh, that's going to carry out of bounds. So Northeastern will be pulling right to left across your screen. UMass in the white, getting ready to receive. Zoo disc, as they are called. Any idea for any guess for the origins of zoo disc? Does Amherst have a zoo?
I was going to guess because UMass Amherst is one of the first programs. So I'm wondering if there was a zoo. Do they call? Is there a building on campus that's called the zoo?
Yeah. Maybe that's something we can find out at half. So Northeastern now up 5-1, pulling, and that's going to land just by the sideline, caught by UMass player. And they come out in the zone again. Northeastern does a sort of zone. Trying to pressure the disc. Oh, deep throw, beautiful spot. Oh, but just over the head of 74. A little bit of misread by the UMass offensive player. Northeastern takes over on their own end line.
Yeah, look, but they had the movement there.
They had it too.
Yeah, so it'll be incumbent on Amherst to turn the disc over here.
Unforced error.
Which Northeastern gifts them.
UMass seeking to take advantage of that. Oh, had the man open.
We see another hand block from Northeastern.
All right, so that's 2 hand blocks. Maybe we should keep track of that. UMass taking over on their end zone. Oh, and a little bit of a floaty disc. Seeing a little bit of slipping on the cuts today. I wonder if the field is slick.
Now we have had rain over here the past couple days. You know, we've been graced with gorgeous weather yesterday and today, but you have to wonder if maybe those rain-soaked fields factor into some of the cuts here.
Near side of the field, UMass trying to be patient. Not a lot of action out of the cutters. Oh, and tried to float one up the sideline, and with that wind, you really can't make that throw. So now Northeastern will take over near sideline, about their own 15. Lots of underneath cuts. Have a deep cut. Oh, and UMass gets to the disc instead.
Yeah, it looked for a second Northeastern might recover, but good job there on defense to stay alert and get the turnover.
Yeah, staying with that. Oh, that's a tough throw. That outside in with the wind pushing the bottom of the disc in that direction, that is a tough throw. Northeastern takes over near sideline, midfield. Oh, good job by the UMass defender picking up the streaking player. Oh, we have a... Nope, we don't have a hand block. We have a foul. He cheated.
I like the aggressiveness, but you can't do that.
I mean, I'd be a great defender if I could hit the offensive person every time. And Northeastern scores again to make it 6-1 Northeastern over UMass.
I like the patience there from Northeastern there at the end, because you had a couple of upline throws, and then in the shadow of their own end zone, they opted not to go for the quick score, swung it out to the outside, and found an open player there on that break side, and were able to punch it into the score.
You know, you're absolutely right, Finn. You get the disc so close to the end zone, you just want to punch it in, but you're on the sideline, so you have very limited throws directly to the end zone, and you did a nice job of just breaking that mark and swinging it to the middle of the field, and that opened everything up.
And with the score here, 6-1, looks like Northeastern would really like to put the clamps down on this game.
Yeah, if they can get this to half, they'll have to feel really confident of having a little bit of a break and being able to come back out and try and put this game away. So UMass is making a few unforced errors, but there are instances where they're moving the disc really, really well, and they're just making that one judgment error or wind catches the throw, and Northeastern's capitalizing.
Yeah, and that's been the hallmark of this half, is Northeastern being able to capitalize on UMass's mistakes.
For sure. And Northeastern pulling left to right, angled, bladey pull, lands right in the front of the end zone. UMass will pick up. And beautiful cut by the UMass player. Lots of unders, good fake. Northeastern in person defense. Oh, nice strike cut up the sideline. Northeastern still playing pretty aggressive. UMass near sideline. Forcing it up the sideline, and we have and just didn't get enough air under that against the wind.
Again with the unforced errors, the cut was there, just needed a little more air under the throw.
And just take that extra beat. So Northeastern takes over at the front cone near sideline. Oh, and turfs it. Oh, what? The reason he turfed it is because his marker cheated and hit him.
It is pretty easy to turf it when your arm's getting hit.
I don't know. I don't have a problem turfing it at any point. Northeastern floaty pass. UMass gets the D. Front quarter of the field. Nice cut by the handler. Trying to move the disc against that aggressive Northeastern defense. Near side. Now on the sideline. UMass gets it off the sideline. Middle of the field. Oh, floaty disc, but the backup catches it. Near sideline, UMass forces the. Oh, and we have a straddle call. Straddle or?
I think UMass is trying to argue that the first point of contact was inbounds.
Yeah, it looked like there was a call upfield, but maybe not. And could not see from this angle, but apparently that is up. So UMass puts another one on the board to make it a little bit closer, 6-2. Yes, our view was obscured by players.
To the prevailing rule is that in theory people and players are supposed to be 5 yards away from the field of play at all times. However, it is understandable that the emotions there. It's a good day. You get to see your friends. They're all playing. You just want to get right up there on the sideline, being close to the action. But really nice job there by UMass, swinging it back and forth, keeping the throws low, not making those unforced errors, and being rewarded by closing the gap to 6-2.
Yeah, that was a really nice. Because that was a shin high throw, so that was a nice catch to grab it before contact with the ground.
So now you're pulling from upwind now. I think if you're UMass, you might want to consider throwing a zone here.
Yeah, and the wind it's gusty, but it seems to be strengthening. So either play zone or play what we call under, meaning The defenders are between the offensive cutters and the disc, and basically saying to the Northeastern throwers, go ahead and throw it over our heads. With this wind, we trust that you're not going to get very far. And it's a great way to really clamp down and stall out an offense if they're successful. So the pull is up. Northeastern receives the disc in their end zone. Oh, and they do come out in zone. You were right, Finn. Oh, and a little cheeky throw. Scooberish. Bites the dirt. UMass looking to capitalize, and they do.
And that's part of what the zone will force you to do. That you have so many they have so many defenders there, and that you potentially see that nice. You have that nice, easy, you pop it up over the top. But on a day like today, if you get unlucky, which Northeastern did just there, the wind will take it, eat it, and UMass able to capitalize.
Yeah, and so now UMass closes the gap again to make it 6-3 in favor of Northeastern. Now, when we talk about, there's a number of different types of zones to play, and what UMass played there is what we call, traditional cup zone, where you have 3 people right around the disc, and they're trying to move as a unit to funnel everything to them, make those wide cross-field throws difficult, with a couple of players on the sideline, a person deep, and then one person underneath kind of taking all that swilly stuff away. And in that case, Finn, it was effective.
Yep. Yeah, no, I think Amherst played it to perfection, able to get down and get that cup set really, really quickly.
Yeah, and then just got a little careless with the disc. Northeastern did there with the throw. So can that be a changing point? Now, with the wind at their back, they may not come. Northeastern has an advantage here. And it's a roller, beautiful roller. Northeastern will take over in the middle of the field.
Looks like they're opting to stick with zone here.
And they do stay with zone. Oh, nice little layout grab. And Northeastern, and that's the danger of the cup zone. When the cup is broken, you get a couple throws off, the field is wide open.
Yeah, and we can see Northeastern playing that pretty effectively.
And beautiful job by the long, lanky number 13, getting his hand in the way.
And if you're on defense, that's exactly what you want to see, what you want to
do. 64 with a layout to get the low grab. Oh, little dishy throw. UMass near sideline. Oh, and 11 runs through, and he's cutting deep. And that is
he going to bookend
beautiful
it?
Deep throw. Bookends
yes, he will.
It. Thank you, Finn, for mentioning the bookends. Why don't you describe what that means to our listening audience?
So in ultimate lingo, when you bookend a play, is when you make a stop on defense, and then you turn right around, and then you're on the receiving end of the score.
So now we have a score of Northeastern 7, UMass 3. Did you know that Revision Energy was co-founded by Ultimate World Champion Fortunate Mueller? So Revision supports Ultimate Frisbee in our community. They are 100% employee-owned solar company, certified B Corp. Revision Energy's mission is to make life better by building our just and equitable electric future. So please be in touch and learn how we can help you save money and reduce your carbon footprint. That is Revision Energy.
I think we could use some Revision Energy solar panels today with the sun being what it is.
Oh, it's a gorgeous day here. Good day for solar. So yeah, that was, Amherst clawing back into it, and then, get a couple quick turnovers, by both sides, and Northeastern, as you said, bookending it, the player getting the D and running straight through to the end zone with a beautiful outside in forehand that did not carry out of bounds.
No, and Northeastern did a really good job making sure to get that turnover, and then again on the end, making sure it hung up just enough.
So UMass takes over, near side, moves it to the middle, again coming out in that horizontal stack.
Yeah, and looks like they're taking your advice, Mike. They're not letting, they're trying to keep.
Oh, we've got a deep throw. Floats and Northeastern defend, oh, nope.
It looks like the Amherst player is trying to argue that his pass to the disc was impeded.
Yeah, that's a tough call.
I have to agree with you, Mike. It's a tough call.
Yeah, I mean, it was a floaty disc. Both players were going for it. Even so, while it's supposed to be a non-contact sport, there is sometimes contact on the field. You'll see it. And it's up to the players to decide what's over line and causes a foul. And so what they're doing is they're discussing. If you're as a defender don't think you fouled, you are allowed to contest, and that's what's happening now. So the defender contests. He doesn't think he fouled. They can't come to an agreement, so it goes back to the thrower, which is an equitable way to handle the situation.
Oh, and that's one of the hallmarks of Ultimate, and what I love about it.
Spirit of the game.
Yeah.
So UMass back with the disc, near side of the field. Again, oh, and that time his cutter faked out the thrower.
Yeah, it looked like maybe the cut was there, but just a little bit of miscommunication, and Northeastern looking to capitalize here.
Yeah, they will take it up. If they can get this point, they can take it to half. Half is at 8 today because games are to 15. Ooh, that was a cut.
Yeah, it looked like the Amherst player just caught a hole in the turf.
Yeah, he just jacked up an ankle there.
Yeah, hope that he's okay. Potentially have to check out the medical tent.
So in Ultimate, you're only allowed to substitute after a score or due to an injury. Now, because UMass subbed out a player due to injury, Northeastern has the option of subbing a player out, even though there's no one who's injured on their team. Okay, so UMass will take over about midfield, far sideline.
Yeah, nice job. I think they're starting to listen to you, Mike.
Look at that deep throw, and the layout would not have mattered. That was well out of bounds. But it looks good on camera.
It looks excellent on camera. And what I was mentioning earlier, I think they're starting to listen to you. That they're being more aggressive at taking away those underneath passes. Number 25 did a really good job getting underneath his offensive player and taking away that strike cut.
Everyone in the world should listen to me. Okay, so Northeastern takes over now, far sideline, moving it to the near sideline. Nice fake there. Moving back, nice handler movement. Low throws, keeping it, zip throw, right to the front of the end zone. That was a beautiful throw. A lot on it, which caused the Northeastern player to have to lay out, but that was the throw to make there. Against the wind, you're not getting anything hanging up there.
Yeah, I like the look, I like the throw, just unable to come down with it.
So UMass will take over on their own end line.
Yeah, if UMass can close the gap here, we're shaping up for a barn burner of a second half.
Oh, nice cut. Boy, that's a deep throw up the field, but it played well by the Northeastern defender. I will say number 16 for UMass is just a cutting machine out there. Near sideline, Northeastern. Oh, little miscommunication. Oh, we have a dispute. Number 5 kind of laid out to catch the disc. Number 2 thinks it hit the ground before he got control.
It sounded like he caught it, and I think they're going to.
Oh, and that was just a yank.
But as they say, the disc doesn't lie.
I don't know. I thought that was a catch, and that was just a miscommunication. So he held onto the disc and couldn't hold back the throw, and it just yanked out of bounds. Oh, and a nice layout D by the Northeastern defender.
Really good hustle there for number 42.
So near sideline, gets it off the sideline. Oh, unforced error, 42. Frustrated with himself for missing that easy throw.
Yeah, but doing a really good job getting back on defense.
It just happens. You just got to get your focus back and not get down on yourself. So UMass, near side of the field.
It sounds like there may have been a pick on the play.
I will say all the calls and discussions have been very spirited, very good spirit on them. Not a lot of anger. Temperatures staying relatively low. So UMass with the disc, near sideline, trying to punch it in. Now on the cone. Oh, and UMass wisely calls a timeout. They can take advantage of this timeout to regroup and set up a play.
This break in the action brought to you by Ultimate on the River, a 2-day adventure on the Kennebec River. Saturday, June 17th, Maine Ultimate will be hosting a 4v4 hat tournament in Bingham, Maine. Participants will get at least 4 games of Ultimate, a tournament-specific shirt, lunch, access to trainers, and a really good time. Sunday puts us on the mighty Kennebec River, where you'll be right below Harris Station with the same hat team of the previous day, and you'll get the ride of your life. I've been told the river ride ain't no trip to Disney. You'll experience class 2 to 4 rapids with about 5,000 CFS pushing you down the river. Little Taster, the Rock Garden, Big Mama, and Magic Falls, just a few of the waves you'll experience. Check out maineultimate.org for more information.
So we are at a timeout called by UMass, the UMass B team. It is 7-3 in favor of Northeastern. So in this break in action, let me ask you, Finn, how did you get involved in the sport of Ultimate?
So I got involved with the sport actually through the organizer of this tournament, through Rich Young. That he came to the then American Waldorf High School, which is now the Maine Coast Waldorf High School, and he introduced the sport of Ultimate to the school, and it has led to a lifetime of wonderful activity, and to a community, and to an absolutely wonderful community here in Southern Maine.
Is that the same Rich Young of Inside Eye Care, one of our sponsors?
It is the same Rich Young of Inside Eye Care.
Did you know that his wife, Michelle, is my optometrist?
I did not.
Oh, yeah.
What an eye-opening.
Yeah. Thank you, Finn. Very nicely done. Yeah, we haven't had nearly enough puns in these last 2 days, so let's step up our game a little bit.
I tried to sneak a pun in yesterday.
My puns sometimes don't land. I mean, I think they're great, but...
Well, UMass is looking to land a point here right before halftime. I think if they're able to get it within 3, they've got to be feeling really good about themselves.
Yeah, pulling against the wind, that would be nice. So now we've got UMass right in front of the end zone, trying to get ISO on 16, can't get that. So the next cutter in, 28, scores to make it 7-4.
Really nice job there by number 28 for UMass with that secondary cut to go into the space that had just been vacated by number 16.
Yeah, you know, I gotta say, 16's got to be right now the MVP for UMass. I mean, he seems tireless. And number 16 is Liu, Liou.
Yeah, he's been all over the field. He's done a really good job creating confusion on the Northeastern defense, which had been locked down over the first quarter of the half. But I think UMass has acquitted themselves well. They've done a really good job to bring it back to 7-4.
Yeah, so Northeastern now receiving with the wind at their back. Yeah, they got to still feel confident. They can't let a little bit of a run rattle them. They still have to remember, hey, we're up by 3 with the disc to take it to half. Let's shut this team down. Let's score this one, and then we'll come out in the second half and play really aggressive again.
Yeah, you could see their coach coming out and talking with them. I wonder if they're going to set up a 4-person play here.
Yeah, they could just be setting something up for a quick strike.
And sorry, for those who are unaware, a 4-person play is actually a 3-person play, in which it's usually one or 2 passes. You have a couple of people streaking deep and looking for that big huck. However, it looks like UMass
and the zone would put a kibosh on that. So UMass comes out on the dome. Looks like a little bit of a double team there, which is illegal in Ultimate, but it's not illegal if it's not called. But UMass still with that zone. Northeastern, middle of the field, now near side, working the disc patiently.
And Northeastern
continue, Finn.
Sorry, Northeastern demonstrating well, and you can hear one of the middles asking for that double team. But really nice job breaking the middle of the zone there by Northeastern.
So we got a contact call. The cup just ran into the player, and he's just basically resetting. So now he will tap it in, and then they will resume play. Looks like they're going person now. We saw yesterday quite a bit teams playing zone all the way up the field and then not changing the person.
It's a look that I'm not familiar with, but in part of the nature of the evolving game, I like it.
I actually like playing zone all the way. And we have a score to take it to half, 8-4 Northeastern over UMass. Yeah, what I like about that staying in zone is it avoids confusion of trying to figure out who you have to pick up on person. Plus, you got all, in the end zone, you've got all these bodies in a cramped up space taking away easy throws. So it's really good to stay in zone all the way, or if you're going to go switch from zone to man, say we're going to do it at, once they get past midfield. That way the entire team knows what's going on.
True. And as we saw yesterday, with staying in zone, it allows for more cohesion, and as you're right, just cramming those spaces as we will step aside from the field for halftime. This halftime brought to you by Vacation. Hello and welcome back to the main Ultimate YouTube channel. This halftime is brought to you by Vacation Land Ultimate Tournament. Vacationland is a 2-day club tournament hosted by Maine Ultimate with the assistance of Visit Portland, the Maine Sports Commission, and the City of South Portland. The tournament will take place the weekend of August 5th and 6th at the Brain White Sports Complex in South Portland, Maine. We are going to have 3 divisions, men's, women's, and mixed, and we'd love to see you there. Why Vacationland? Well, that's what we call our beautiful state, and we want to share it with you. Come play some amazing Ultimate on lined fields with easy access to trainers, golf carts to take you to your next game, an amazing tourney central, food trucks galore, porta potties at every field, and cleaned before Saturday and Sunday play. Pretty cool trophy for the winning teams, native water at every field, and whatever else we can come up with. Check maineultimate.org for more information.
Welcome back to Wainwright Complex for the New England College Division 1 Men's Regional Tournament. And this half brought to you by Maine Ultimate and Ultimate Time on Island Time, which is a 5v5 hat tournament on Chebeague Island. So you'll take a ferry. Your fees include a ferry to the island, where you'll find out who your teammates are, a barbecue, and overnight camping on private land. It is a fantastic tournament. I've been twice, played once. Camping out on an island in the middle of Casco Bay is pretty darn cool. So Northeastern will pull up 8-4.
All right, thank you, Mike. Wonderful floating pole, just gonna curve out, and so UMass with excellent starting field position at the quote-unquote brick mark here in their own third of the field. It appears as if Northeastern is coming out in a more traditional person defense. They will be forcing flick away. Again, 16 for UMass, finding that open space, and away he goes.
Yeah, why do you leave that guy open in the middle of the field?
Although Northeastern doing well to recover. 42 puts it deep.
Ooh, is he going to get there before it gets out of bounds? Oh,
it looks like he got there, but it might have been out the back of the end zone.
Beautiful layout by 24, very photogenic, but may have been out of bounds anyway, which is too bad because you always like to see the layouts rewarded.
Really, really good job there by Northeastern to get on their proverbial horse and almost come away with your Sports Center highlight reel layout. But instead, it will be UMass to Amherst taking over from their own end zone. Looking for the initial cut. 33 will have it hang up in the air.
Oh, layout catch by 97. He's come up with a couple big plays this game.
A really good job there by 24, but again, if you're UMass, I think you want to cut down on those hospital pass type throws.
Third one in a row, and I don't know. That was pretty filthy defense.
I think Northeastern might be arguing that this was stolen.
Yeah, so once you stop rotation of the disc, technically it's in your possession, even if it's not firmly in your hand. So if he believes he stopped rotation of the disc and 16 came in and ripped it out, then it would return to the offense. Or return to the defender, rather, in that case.
Yeah, I think that's what they're going to argue here. And so UMass will set up 3 handlers back deep. Strike out there by 52. The disc will come his way. He will grab it. Working on the far side, looking for that continuation strike. And it is caught there in the end zone. Well done on the recovery there by UMass Amherst coming out of half. And it will push the score to 8-5.
Yeah, those. So these strike cuts are in relation to, they're basically from a handler position, and they're sharp cuts right to the sideline to kind of get an easy reset for the offensive team. What makes these strike cuts so effective is when the throw is completed, the momentum of the player making cut and receiving the disc is going forward and in what we call a power position of ultimate. So they're ready to really rip it up the field, but if it's a short field, it's just an easy reset, and it's hard to stop if you have some speed and you fake out the defender and they bite on the around.
True, and from a cutter position, it's really effective to try and lose your defender into that open space. That when you have the person who's marking the disc and trying to force to take away that half of the field. That if you have that player running into the open space, it's off to the races with the offense.
Yeah.
Yeah, and as you can see on that pass play, really nice job there by UMass Amherst, and they will go back here on defense.
Very nice pull. by the. Oh, and that was a little bit of a travel. Got away with it.
Now it looks like US here will take over here on zone. And Northeastern's done a really good job here being able. We love a good upside down throw, and that will reverse the field. Working here on the near sideline. And it is number 18. It will swing it back to 17. 17 will give it down to the far side. And then number 11 will look to just keep it up. Looking for a dump. He'll get it.
Oh, tried to force that throw.
Just got a little complacent, looking for that quick reset, and really nice job there on defense to get it back. And looking for that swing pass, and no one was home. So number 44 Northeastern will give it back to 17, 17 to 10. 10 down the far sideline, we'll give it to 11. 11 will stop, pause it up, give it back to 10. 10 will swing it here to the middle of the field to 17. 17 with a continuation swing, give it to 23. 23 will fake the forehand, opt to give it to the backhand. 17 will put it down on the ground, and that is an unforced error.
Yeah, that was an open throw, low laser, smart decision to make the throw a low laser, but just couldn't get enough under it.
11 here for UMass Amherst. Will fake up, fake down. It will give it to number 2. Number 2, give it to 13. It wisely sticks with the disc, and UMass will retain possession. Number 2 will work in the middle of the field. Forehand to the near side. Comes down inbounds. 25 stretches out. It's going to hold up. 24 just couldn't come down with it.
Is there a call or not?
I think everyone's just taking a pause.
If I'm a defender in that situation, they call a foul on that, I am definitely contesting.
And rightly so. It was a really good pass. Really nice job. Just couldn't come down with it. And Northeastern will take over from their own end line. 23 will give it to 17. Looks like Amherst is coming out with a mega cup, or with a four-person cup.
Oh, and
number
they broke
11.
the cup, and now is wide. Oh, we have a travel called.
I think they're going to argue a travel, and we've seen a bunch of those called over the past couple days.
Yesterday there were a tremendous number of travels that were called. Some of them very questionable, and a lot of unquestionable ones weren't called. So go figure.
85 here to the middle of the field to 11. 11 back to 17. 17 will give it up and over the top. We'll give it back to 85. Nice upside down throw. 11 back to 85. 85 will give it to 23. 23 give it back to 11. Working through the middle of the cup. Will come up and in and
nice
on to number 11. Really good job there by Northeastern to give those short cuts through the middle of the cup and able to penetrate Zoo Disc's zone.
You know, it really looked like Northeastern was going to try and force something to try and score quick, but instead they showed a little bit of patience, moved the disc around. And hey, did you know we're actually live streaming, and there's a really big sign that says we're live streaming?
If you're in the area, you can scan the QR code on said live streaming site to catch us live here on the main Ultimate YouTube channel.
And please do not come by the tower to ask for directions somewhere.
If you want to find directions, you can find directions at Turning Central, which is on the next set of field overs. And with the score 9-5, it is certainly a way to make a living.
Dolly Parton would agree.
Yeah.
She's a national treasure. I don't care who you are. She's a national treasure.
She is an American institution. And Northeastern, I think on that last play, demonstrated really well the effectiveness of getting those poppers moving through the middle of a zone and really creating a bunch of confusion and not allowing that cup to get stagnant or set.
Yeah, the way you want to run, if you're running a three-person handler set against that standard traditional cup zone, is to get a lot of movement from those middle position players called poppers, into and out of the cup to get that cup, the people in the cup moving. The more movement you get out of a zone defense, the more gaps that will present themselves.
And the pull is up, and it will float on back into the field of play.
Beautiful pull.
It's a gorgeous pull. And that will allow Northeastern time to come down and set up in person.
And they're setting up, looks like they're playing a little bit of a chase zone.
Yeah, it looks like they're just trying to set up in more of that junkyard zone, but now they're going to trap here on the far sideline.
Oh, throw up the sideline. Ooh.
Really, really well done there by the deep for Northeastern. And good find here on the near sideline, number 8 for Northeastern.
Good holster on that.
We'll fake the strike, instead we'll swing. Number 1 will give it up to number 8, and he'll run onto it for the score.
So what Northeastern did there on defense is, instead of playing like a traditional 3-person cup zone, or what's become in vogue the 2-4-1, where you have 2 people on the points and 2 people in the middle of what the cup would be. They came out in this sort of chase zone where they had trying to angle towards a sideline where they could get a trap. Everyone kind of in back of them playing zone, and those 3 people kind of changing position, taking away an easy swing, changing who's the mark, and then once they got on the sideline and trapped, they had it where they wanted it.
True, and at the tail end, really nice job there on offense. You had a couple of open strike looks. They opted to holster, able to swing it back and forth, looking for that open cut there by number 8 in the back of the end zone.
So the nice thing is in Ultimate, when there's a force on you, which means the defense is trying to force you to throw in a specific direction, and the person guarding the disc is on the side of the person, over exaggerating, giving that throw away, and all their fellow defenders are on that same side of the disc, so it makes it really cloggy and difficult to make throws into that area. Well, if you can break that mark, all the defenders are on the wrong side of their person. It opens everything up on the field.
Northeastern will pull up here. It will hang up, bounce it down on the ground, and we will have another look here at the UMass offense.
Again, looks to be that chase zone with Northeastern.
UMass looking to get some cutter movement.
Deep's really shading over here. He doesn't really need to shade over here that much.
Looks like he's trying to take away the near third of the field, and UMass working backwards here, trying to find an opening. We'll swing it around to the far side. Number 16 for UMass Amherst. We'll swing it back. Nice job by number 2 to chase it down.
Now, will UMass have patience in their own end zone, or will they panic? Ooh.
And they are rewarded by getting out to number 52. 52 will swing it out to number 97. 97 doesn't have a mark yet. 21 will come down and mark. 33, 52, 52, back to 2.
Yeah, it's like UMass just decided, hey, why don't we take the space that's available to us in that, because that zone is not taking away, the upper part is not really taking away a lot of throws. They just need to flood that with people.
Yeah. On the offensive side, really nice job by 97 to find that open space, able to work it up the field. 64 here for Amherst. 64 to 2. 2, and it sounds like a travel was called. No contest. 2. We'll give it to 53. 53 to 16. 16, working in the middle of the field. We'll dump it on back to 2. 2 to the near side. 52 had to go upstairs to grab it. Finds an open cutter in 25. 25, working on the near side, will hammer it across the field. And on to 97.
A fan of.
There is never a wrong time to throw a hammer.
And now it's 11 to 5, 11 to 6, rather, in favor of Northeastern. That was a nice hammer. As you can see in the video, it started to tail back a little bit because of that wind, so it's a good thing it got down in a hurry. You know what I did notice, Finn, about that, the zone that they're playing, is that it's really taking away 16. He's not able to take advantage of his speed and his cutting ability as much with that particular zone.
Yeah, and I think in lieu of not having that option, UMass has adjusted quite well in terms of.
Yes, they have. They've managed to get more people active and involved, and as I said, they finally started saying, "Hey, these two people kind of chasing around. There's lots of gaps in here. Why don't we fill those gaps with our bodies and make the throws easy?"
Yeah, and so we'll see what Northeastern has here on offense. I think if they're able to just maintain what they've been doing, if they're able to keep that 5-point gap, they'll be able to walk home with bragging rights back to the Great Bay State. Pull up here from UMass Amherst. Will land at midfield. We'll roll around.
Near sideline.
And back on, and number 85 stopping the roll for Northeastern. 10 will dump it back to 17. 17 clears back down to the backside. 10.
UMass with that zone again.
We'll swing around 23, 23 to 11, 11 up to 85. 85 back to 11. 11 will maintain possession, give it to number 10. Number 10 with some happy feet. Instead dumps it back to 23. 23 to 17. 17 looking to find a continuation. Instead, we'll dump it up to 23. 23 breaks the cup, give it to 11. 11 to 85. 85 back to 11. 11 back to 85. 85. 23. 23 1 foot away from the end zone. We'll dump it instead back to 10. 10 to 23. Wonderful hand block.
Hot D by Amherst. That's their second hand block of the game.
It is a block party here at the showcase field.
Oh, we have a big deep. Oh, read beautifully by 97, calling the foul.
I think
nope, not calling the foul, just calling good defense. Oh, and the hand block.
Block party continues. That's number 5 on the day. As 13 will give it up just out of the fingertip, and 41, number 40 for Northeastern wanting to get on the action, and so they will take over back on offense. Although you got to be happy here if you're Amherst.
Yeah, you gotta nail this. You gotta shut this off and just exactly what they did.
That is number 7 for just unable. Are they calling
I don't know what's going on here.
Oh, I think, or maybe he's just taking time to
Are we
get
calling
his
glasses off? Because that's a legit call. I don't care. I don't care what you say. It's a legit call.
So number 10, we'll give it to 17. 17 to 23, 23 back to 11. 11 will fake the deep flick. 10 will swing it back to 17. 17 looking to find the cut. Instead, we'll dump it back. 10 will swing it here to the near side. Number 17 will look to swing it around. We'll give it to 23. 23 breaks through the cup. That's number 10. And number 10 will get up and over the top. Number 85 tries to use one hand and is rewarded with a turn.
And we have a timeout on the field called by UMass. That cup has got to be tired.
The cup's got to be tired. I like the timeout call. You've had a bunch of turnovers, had a couple hand blocks. Just settle everything down. Take some time, get some water, go over what you want to drop here. I understand it's still early, but it's a good call.
Yeah, Northeastern's getting a little sloppy with the disc against that zone. Like when they get on the sideline, it's almost like the throwers aren't the ones who are panicking. It's everyone else. They're thinking, I don't know where to go. What do I do? What do I do? And so they've only got like one swing and no poppers. They really need to get the rest of the cutters more active, because right now there's like 2 handlers that are being really active and maybe 1 popper. They got to get everyone involved in the offense, move it down the field, or a handler needs to say, all right, we're getting trapped. The team's really struggling to move it. I'm just going to huck it deep, throw it into the far end zone, and use the wind and the entire field to play defense and change field position.
Yeah, and that's I think part of what's allowed Northeastern to be so aggressive on defense, that when you have that stagnation in the middle of the field, it's pretty easy to just camp out and allow for people to come to you.
Yeah. So UMass sets up out of the timeout. Northeastern will get on defense.
Looks like they're going to go vertical here. Here will UMass Amherst.
Look for 97. Looks like he wants to strike to that front corner of the end, or on the far side.
Yeah, look for 97. Look for 63 as well.
Good defense by Northeastern.
Good job there by number 25 to stay with the disc.
Yeah,
and
the wind's really picking up now. It's making everything a challenge, it seems.
Number 2 will look to pivot around. Sounds like a pick was called. So play will stop and reset. Yeah, you're right. It really, just an unforced error. Number 85 will take the chilly option, dump it back for 17. 17 will look to swing it around. Instead, we'll break the cup and give it up to 85. 85 working in the middle of the field. Dump and swing to number 10, who will give it to 23. 23 to 85, who has it in open space. 85 back to 25. Sorry, correction, that's 23. 23 will give it back to number 10. Number 10 to 17. 17 working in the middle of the cup.
Towards the near side of the field.
He was looking for the hammer. Instead, we'll give it up to number 10. Number 10, looking for the dump and swing. We'll give it to 17. 17 to 23. 23 will give it to 11. Pinballs off a couple of defenders.
Gives him a little shove for good measure.
11 down to 17. 17 will give it up and over the cup to 23. 23 to 11. 11 to 85. 85 will turf it.
Turfs it. That is too bad.
That really is too bad. I think he got end zone eyes. Saw number 40 was wide and open clear and threw it into the ground instead. And so Amherst will get an opportunity on offense.
What they did, though, is they effectively changed field position. And now they're threatening again. Ooh,
yeah.
Floaty pass into the end zone for a score for Northeastern.
Really nice job there by number 11 to put it up and over the top of the defense. 18 with the easy score. And so that will push it to 11-6 in favor of the Huskies.
You know, it's almost like that timeout worked more in favor of Northeastern, because when they came out against that zone, they had more bodies active. They had, that extra person moving around to help them move the disc, and they just marched up the field, changed field position, and it was very effective.
No, and I think you correctly diagnosed what Northeastern was missing on offense, and we saw there when they implemented it, it worked pretty well.
And zone, we've mentioned this in past broadcasts, but zone defense is not a particularly good defense or effective defense in, shutting down offenses. What it's designed to do is make the offense make a lot of throws and hopefully make a mistake, or force them to become impatient and make an ill-advised decision.
True, and against high tier ultimate teams such as Northeastern, such as UMass, getting that zone defense can be risky.
And it's great for the wind, because the wind is the great equalizer. we're starting to see it. These little floaty passes are being affected a great deal this game by the wind.
Yep, number 42 looking to pull here for Northeastern. We have a hand from UMass, and the disc is up. And into the wind, that is an excellent pull. It is touched up by 16. And UMass Amherst will take over here on offense. Number 28.
The easy open.
It's so far unmarked. He will be forced here to the near side. Flick is up and received here by number 25. 25. And it looked like number 7 was trying to set himself in front of that strike cut, which, while effective at shutting down the strike, is illegal.
There's a certain amount of body space you're allowed, and he just violated that body space.
Yep. 52 will give it to 28, 28 to 16. 16 will give it here to 33. 33.
Streaking across the field, but did not see that defender, number 20 back.
No,
in center field.
It looked like his own person screened him, but a gift here from Northeastern, and UMass Amherst with excellent field position will take over here on offense.
On the far sideline.
Yeah. Far sideline into the middle of the field, 16 here. 16 will give it into 28. 28 surveys his options. We'll give a flick.
Nice inside out. Pretty dirty throw right there. Oh, and we have a something.
Looks like we have a tumble there at the end of the play. I like the chase down effort there from number 13. 16 Lou there for UMass Amherst. Just too good there.
Yeah. Northeastern might want to consider going back to a zone regardless, just to take away, just to take 16 away. He's just too valuable to UMass.
Yeah, you saw a little bit of that coming directly out of half, and on the last couple of points at half that they were opting to do more of that free-flowing zone where they had where you had a cup by committee, if you will, at the end, and trying to take away that middle of the field, making sure number 16 didn't get the disc, and it worked out pretty well for them. And he just came right back, and he demonstrated why he's so valuable to this UMass Amherst squad.
So yeah, it's definitely tightening up. It keeps going between 4 and 5 points. UMass really showing some grit and not giving up. I like that a lot.
Yeah. And on this holy day, Mike, we really have to thank heaven, because the score is 7-11. 7-11 in favor of Northeastern.
Well, and it's a good thing. Now, where are the hot dogs on the rollers? I could use one of those right about now.
Really cool. And if you're UMass, you really don't want to get slushy here on defense.
I should have owned stock in 7-Eleven when I was an undergrad, because I spent so much time getting coffee in there when I was doing research.
It really is a wonderful go-to option for all of your needs on the road. As 23 will give it to 17, 17 to number 11, 11 will dump it back to 23, 23 over to number 10. Number 10 will whip it up to 23, 23 to 85, 85 will give it to 11, 11 will reverse the field, give it to 17, 17 will give it over here to 23, 23 to 85 for the score.
85 for the score. This has been their most effective set for Northeastern against that zone, is having 85 and 11 kind of in the middle of the field there.
True, and having that almost rotational horizontal work there through the middle of the field, and those 1 or 2 upfield cuts, and they were.
And apparently that's game, because we are at cap.
That appears to be the case. We'll get the handshake line going through.
Just like for the NHL playoffs, the best part of the post-game is the post-game handshake. This was a really spirited game. Lots of good spirit. There were calls, legitimate calls, and they discussed them on the field, came to the conclusion. No one got too hot. Again, that was just, there's some really good execution in there. There's a little bit of sloppy play, but overall, a really good game.
No, I love the level of intensity, the level of competition that was there. But you're right, nothing got too chippy. The calls were resolved quickly, and it was a really good demonstration of high level ultimate from both squads. But at the end of the game, I think Northeastern just made a couple less mistakes, and they were able to come away with the victory.
And I think UMass's biggest problem was they got down 3-0, and they were always clawing back, and they just couldn't get over the hump because Northeastern was too good offensively, and UMass's defense just couldn't hold up. Again, some really good play. Probably, 16 for UMass was their MVP. 85 perhaps for Northeastern was their MVP. Really, really effective play here at Wainwright Complex in South Portland. We would like to thank Maine Ultimate for this opportunity to broadcast to you on this beautiful Sunday.
Oh, it is a glorious Sunday. And be sure to stick around. More Ultimate on the way, coming up at 11, 1, and 3 p.m.
All right, I am Mike Callahan here with Maine Ultimate doing the live stream for the New England Men's Regional here at Wainwright in South Portland with the B-Men. And I just want to start by saying the pink sunglasses and the pink shirt rock.
Hey, I appreciate it. I mean, I injured myself in the first half of our last game, so I'm just here for fashion now.
Making a statement.
That's very important. Team spirit is important. Now, who am I speaking with today?
I'm Ray. I'm a proud member of the B-Men. I wear the crest proudly, and I'm just very happy to be here, happy to be playing with these high level of guys, and it's a big moment for the B and C men and the Tufts program overall. So.
And you are?
I'm Eddie. I'm one of the captains of the B-Men, or the E-Boys.
The E-Boys.
Brian.
And I'm Brian. I'm also
So for those who are unfamiliar, where are the B-Men from?
We are from Tufts University in Medfordville, about an hour and a half away from the great state of Maine. My first time being here, and I'm also very happy to be in Maine.
Is this your first time in Maine?
This is my first
Wow.
time in Maine overall.
Wow, good thing it was this weekend and not earlier this week when we got all the rain.
Yeah.
So what is now? You were saying how many teams did Tufts send to this?
So Tufts has 3 open teams and 2 women's teams, and all of them are attending regionals. We sent 3 men's teams here.
That's pretty sweet. Do you guys have a website at all, or you?
It is very old and has not been updated for about 5 years, but we do have Instagram and Twitter. What is it? At Tufts B Men's Ultimate on Instagram and at Tufts_A Team on Twitter.
So who would you say has been your MVP on the field so far in this tournament?
I'd say Eddie Burke, who's been put up 7 points against UVM, which was a really good feat for us. We were very proud, and a lot of those points were assists from Eddie as well as big skies from Eddie. Rocket over here had some great layouts too. And, for UVM, we were going into it with that mindset that we just wanted to be as great as we could be, and neither Eddie nor Rocket turned the jets off. They kept it firing, and we kind of hit UVM with a very unexpected fire. So, thank you, Eddie, for playing your heart out in that.
Very good. Yeah, it's always nice when you're going against some of these upper level teams. Number one, it's like, okay, what's our goal? Well, first, let's not get bageled. Number one. Number two, let's put up some points. So that's really, really effective. So, Eddie, who has been your MVP off the field?
Oh, off the field. I mean, honestly, I don't want to just send it back and play catch here, but Ray came out here with an energy this season that I have not seen the likes of in a very long time. Ray is our hype man. Ray is coming up with, freestyle raps in his downtime to really just build the team up. I have earworms of this man's music that he's made on the sidelines. It's truly inspirational, and it's that little goofy energy that makes Frisbee, and every team needs it.
You bring up a good point right there, making Frisbee. Those of us who have been in the game a long time and try to emphasize this to the new generation. It's nice to see that same energy, that same love and same spirit is continuing on. So how have you guys been doing? What have your results been on the field for this tournament?
So we scored 7 against UVM. We unfortunately lost that game. We came out really flat against Harvard, and we probably put up 4 points on them, which we're not that proud of. But then we went into a game with MIT, and we lost to them on Universe, but it was definitely a grind. We had a Callahan on them, and we were up, I think, 3 breaks at the beginning. So we really put in some hard effort. And then our last game, we could have gone home. We could have hung our heads, but we played our C team in the final game for 15th and 16th place. And we beat our C team, but it was a great time. The seniors got to play. The C men were having a good time out there, and so it was just a really good moment for the program. And I just want to say I'm very proud of the program because they did estimate that we'd be in this position and that we'd get dead last. But I think we did it in fashion, and there's a very bright future because our foots are in the door now.
That's great. That's great to hear, by the way. Just so you know, my last name is Callahan. It's also my nickname. It's not my nickname because I get them all the time. It's my nickname because, there are 1,500 mics in Portland Ultimate, and
Speaking of Callahans, we're talking to our nominee right here.
Oh, sweet!
Wow, the live log.
Oh, wow! So, do you have any final thoughts on your Callahan nominee or this tournament?
Oh, well, I am the Callahan nominee.
Yeah.
So, any thoughts on that?
Yeah.
I've had a lot of guys come up to me and say, this is going to be a crazy highlight video and all that, and that's great for the Callahan. But it's honestly the guys that have come up to me and said, we appreciate what you've done for this team. We appreciate the community that you've built. Coming out of COVID, it was really tough. We were getting people in small workout pods. We were playing mini with masks on. It was really tough to kind of build the community that we had our freshman year. But I'm just proud of what I've done for this team, and I'm really happy to receive that nomination.
All right, so for the B-men, the Tufts B team, I'm Mike Callahan signing off for Maine Ultimate. Please make sure you watch this interview in its entirety and our next stream at 11. Thank you, gentlemen.
Awesome. Thank you. B-men are not finished.
Not finished.
Nice shirt. All right, we're here live with Maine Ultimate at the D1 College Regionals.
You are watching the finals, the championship matchup between Brown and UMass. My name is Noah Backer. I'm here with Brendan McCann, and we will be your commentators today. We both play for Boston Dig. We've both been playing for quite a few years, and we are excited to watch some of the top teams in Ultimate compete for the New England Championship.
Yeah, we're in the deepest region in the country. 4 bids this year to Nationals. Realistically, about 6 teams that could vie for that 4th bid. So you're watching the first place game. The loser of this will play the 2nd, 3rd place game. But both of these teams already have their tickets punched to Nationals.
Yeah, Brown coming in as the 3rd ranked team. Sorry, UMass is coming in as the 3rd ranked team in the country. Brown is coming in as the, is it 10th? 11th ranked team. So both top 20 teams and have very much earned their way to this final. Brown played an incredible game yesterday against UVM. It was quite a windy one, upwind, downwind, and their small ball throwing style really helped them in this wind, and we'll see today there's similar amounts of wind. It seems to be somewhat upwind, downwind as well. We'll see how these teams do. There's certainly enough wind to affect the disc, but not too much, and so we should be able to see some dynamic play in the small ball and the long game as well.
Yeah, I think you're looking at 2 different play styles here. You're looking at a UMass team that is 15, 17 very strong players deep. They're going to run their systems. Where you're looking at a Brown team that's more top heavy. It's gonna ball's going to be with Jacques Nissen and Leo Gordon quite a bit.
So we're starting off here. Brown on D. Leo Gordon with the pole, pulling down one with a big OI, pretty deep into the end zone. Looks like it's going to land just out of bounds, so UMass will get it at the brick mark. And we will see what sort of offensive set UMass comes out in and what sort of defensive set Brown comes out in. We do not have rosters in front of us, so we will be calling a lot of numbers today.
Got Kalen McSweeney starting with the disc here. He's going to be the center handler for UMass most of today.
UMass coming out in a horizontal set. Looks like it's a little bit poachy with Brown, but they're mostly playing person defense here.
Trying to work that high side of the field.
A nice break throw there to open up the break side. Gets it back in the center of the field. Looking again to the break side for Luca Harwood with the disc.
Good grab there.
There is tight handler pressure here. Great job by Brown's defense, really pressuring these dumps, forcing UMass to go backwards.
Yeah, Kalen McSweeney is having to do work right now.
Luca Harwood with a great upwind flick. Nice quick flick of the wrist into the end zone for the score. That is a hold upwind for UMass. We'll see if Brown can do the same.
I think if you're Brown, you're not too upset with that first D point. You know, you forced 5 or 7 contested resets, but you never want to give up that upwind hold to start the game. Now there's going to be a lot of pressure on that Brown O-line to convert going upwind.
And what you saw there from UMass is they really preferred to keep the disc on the break side, the high side, so that they have the entire open side of the field to work with if they need to. But they were very comfortable breaking the mark and keeping it on that high side. And we will see if Brown follows a similar strategy.
How much time do we have between points?
Yeah, 90, 120 seconds, I don't know.
Got Jonah Stang Osborne gonna rip this downwind.
Yesterday we saw a lot of IO poles going out of bounds. I think the strategy today with this upwind downwind will be to just blade it into the opposing offense, make them field a difficult pole. That's exactly what we see right now.
How about a nice flick blade for you, Noah?
There we go.
Oh,
and
that's rolling out the back.
Number 4 on Brown has touched it, so they will have to take it at the back of their end zone. I believe he touched it. So Jacques Nissen with the disc will have to take it at the very back of their end zone, and UMass has them pinned. We'll see how Brown works out of this.
Oh!
And there's a hand block right off the bat. Wonderful defense from, I think is that 00?
Yeah, 00.
00. I know he's a Sprout player, if I recall correctly. Back to number 22 in the backfield. They're just on the doorstep, and there is a break, the first break of the game. Nice job from UMass, pinning him at the back of the end zone. Great hand block.
That all starts with a nice bladey pull, as Noah alluded to. Brown couldn't field that appropriately, and then as a result, they have to start just completely pinned, everyone being fronted, getting forced deep. Not a lot of options, and all the windows are going to be tight. There's no reset space there.
What you'll see from Brown, and this was true yet last year in the deep in the Nationals run for them, is that no matter how many turns they have, their QB, Jacques Nissen, will continue to shoot, will continue to be aggressive. That's never been an issue with him. His confidence is always there. So something like that, while it could be a little bit tough for some handlers to be hand blocked at the back of their end zone, Jacques has proven himself to be a very confident thrower that will not shy away from any moment, regardless of what happens.
Yeah.
Short memory on him, and I'm excited to see how he bounces back from that turn.
Yeah, Jacques, a key piece of the DC Breeze offense as well as the truck stop offense. He's got plenty of high-level experience. I think mentally he'll be fine. It's just one throw, you know, and I think he'll bounce back well.
Jonas Sang Osborne with a great upwind pull, nice and floaty. It's hard to get many yards on these pulls, but he really manages to get about 60 yards on that, which is great. Jacques with the disc.
Oh!
And he throws one deep into the UMass defense. Jonas Sang Osborne with the disc now, looking upwind. Swings it over to the close sideline. Jonah with a great grab in traffic.
Jonah. Good around. They got space to that high side.
Jay Lee swings it back to the close sideline. Great breakthrow out to space. They're going to use that break space a lot today. Jonah again with the disc, and that. Oh, great defense from Brown. And Jonah's calling a foul. We'll see how this is ruled.
Regardless of that foul call or not, that is some phenomenal handler defense.
Great defense from both the mark and the reset D.
Yeah. To be able to turn your head, locate the disc, and lay out in that quick of a time, it's a hair trigger. Not many players have that.
And it looks like that is no foul call here. Jacques with the disc again. Looking downfield for a second. Leo Gordon working on that far sideline. Nice handler D again. Every one of these small throws where there's pressure, it will mount up and add up in the end. Great break throw, Leo Gordon. And there is a deep shot to no one. It seems like there's just some slight miscommunication there for Brown.
I think that's the second shot at this point we've seen trying to get to. Oh, here's a huck that goes up from Jonah. Looks it's deed by Jacques. We'll see if Brown continues to try to huck it. They've been trying to hit this high side, the viewer's away side. It's a third turn this point on that sideline. They're attempting to hit
that's a
that
great
side.
throw from Leo to get it to the far sideline. It's an aggressive, quick break throw that hit his guy right in the hands, but unfortunately the wind, there's so many throws that will rise and sink at any moment's notice.
Yep.
It's the rising sinker, as they call it.
That's a classic, Noah.
The most unhittable wiffle ball pitch for those out there, the rising sinker. Don't try it at home.
UMass with a bracket set up here. Just a pretty standard bracket, it looks.
And Jacques with an aggressive blade over the stack. A very impressive throw in this wind, just out of the hands of Leo Gordon. Again, Jacques will continue to be aggressive all game, and that's what they need him for.
Yeah, that was a phenomenal throw.
Jonas Stang Osborne with the disc in the middle of the field. Just above the grass there. Oh, and somebody's calling it down.
Called.
The observer is telling the sideline to not make calls, which is a pretty fair call from the observer.
Valuable lesson to learn.
UMass is ruling it up, and Brown is ruling it down.
Oh,
An observer
down called.
rolls it down.
I think a cool part of this region is how many of the players play club together. I think a lot of these players are familiar with each other's games and friends off the field. I see a couple of them chopping it up on that stoppage, just dapping each other up, having a good time.
Nice throw from Jacques Nissen to Leo Gordon on the close sideline. Break the mark off the sideline. Jacques a little too quick with that, and it's saved by Brown. Wonderful catch, and Leo Gordon with the break throw for the score. That was a very important hold. It was a long, long point, and it was important that Brown got that in. The O-line's been out there for a couple points now, and now the D-line will have a chance to break UMass upwind.
Absolutely, these D points for UMass, on one hand, you're happy. You really made the Brown O-line work, and points over the course of the game, that will wear down the O-line, especially an O-line that runs thin, very top-heavy O-line for Brown. However, you had the disc on the goal line once, you had possession in the upper third of the field 2 more times, and not being able to punch that in, that's got to hurt just a little bit. While we have this break, did you know that Revision Energy was co-founded by Ultimate World Champion Fortunat Mueller? Revision Energy loves supporting Ultimate Frisbee because it's a friendly, inclusive sport. We think good vibes matter in today's crazy world, and that's why Revision Energy is a 100% employee-owned solar company and certified B Corp Revision. Oh, Revision Energy's mission is to make life better by building our just and equitable electric future. So please be in touch to learn how we can help save money and reduce your carbon footprint.
And from what I listened to yesterday on the live stream, Revision Energy is helping power all of the things here at Wainwright Sports Complex for this tournament. So whether it's the live stream or Tournament Central, anything that is requiring energy here is powered by Revision. We appreciate you for being a partner of Maine Ultimate. So now we have the Brown D-line going upwind. UMass hoping to hold so that they can get another chance with a strong upwind break. You know, an upwind break in these games is such a big deal because when you go downwind for the second break in a row, it's a lot easier to punch that in. So anytime you can get an upwind break, it creates a massive advantage and momentum swing. Brown here with a great pull upwind, another 50 to 55 yard pull, which is important to just get every yard you can going upwind here. UMass with the disc in the middle of the field, swings slightly offset the middle. Some good unders.
Good switch there downfield.
The mark going hard no around. And Kalen,
Man,
just finds his receiver just behind the Brown defender. That's a hard throw to make. You see the Brown defender in front of your receiver, and what you need to do is you need to put it out just far enough so that they cannot bid and get the disc, but you also need to put enough touch on it that downwind it doesn't carry deep into the end zone. So that was a great throw.
Yeah, you could hear Jake Smart's high count call. Stall count was getting up there. He looked reset a couple times. Pretty good handler defense out of Brown, but downfield, I think at those high stalls, sometimes people tend to sleep. That by no means is that an easy throw, but a really good find by Caleb McSweeney.
High count by Jake Smart is a classic call. You'll hear that many times a game. He's trying to get the offense to panic a little bit, let them know it's a high count. But in that case, Kalen was cold-blooded and wasn't fazed by it.
Cold-blooded Kalen. It's got a nice ring to it.
CBC, that's what they say.
Canadian Broadcasting Center.
UMass now with a pull-up win that's going to land out of bounds. So Brown's going to get it at the brick mark. We'll see what they can do with an extra 20 yards of offense given to them.
We got Jack Nissen starting downfield here. Curious to see. I think he'll be hot on this pull play. Curious to see what they do with him there.
He draws 2, maybe 3 defenders over to that break side.
Yep. Junk set out of UMass here, really clogging the middle of the field. Good find by Brown though.
Nice shot through the middle from Leo Gordon just to open up the space, and Jacques, it's just out of his reach. UMass is going quickly up the break sideline. Swing back to the close sideline here. Seems like they are just happy to swing it and get a lot of quick, small uplines, but that one's also out of reach of the receiver, and Brown now has a second chance at a hold. Leo Gordon with the disc.
Good little find. Ooh.
Oh, and just over the defender. Can Brown pull it down? And that's a great D, but Brown catches it just outside their end zone. Number 11 with the disc, and it seems like there's a call. Jock swings it over to Leo. Leo Gordon looking for a break side. Amazing throw from Leo.
Yeah, fantastic
Just
find.
Through the defense and hits his receiver at the front of the end zone. That's a good hold for Brown. Ideally, they can start to have some of these holds without any turns just to save the legs for the offense and put their defense back out there. But again, as long as you get the job done, that's all that matters. Nice job by Brown.
Yeah, I like what UMass is doing with their defense downfield. They're kind of starting in a bracket look, or where they've got players in charge of spaces. They're picking up players that come through their space, but then they're passing them off once they're out of their space, like a zone defense in basketball or football. It seems like they're giving a little more attention to Jacques and to Leo, two of the best players on Brown. And most of the pull plays, they're trying to target one of those guys. I don't think there's been a successfully executed pull play by Brown thus far. And I think if you're UMass, at least as far as starting points, that's a big win. Force them to beat you in flow, not with their plays.
And to have that sort of switchy, poachy defense, you need to have a lot of communication and always keep your head on a swivel. You need to be checking around you all the time. It's clearly something that the UMass coaches and captains have instilled in their team, is the ability to communicate and look around every few seconds to make sure they know what's happening. Brown coming out, it seems like in some sort of junky defense, zone defense, clearly trying to get UMass to throw a lot of throws, not get any big gainers. UMass seeming to take the easy looks here. UMass working on the far sideline, about 10 yards out of the end zone now. Kalen McSweeney hits Luca Harwood just outside the end zone, and that's a UMass hold, easy.
That is smooth like butter. UMass did a very good job fundamentally breaking down the zone. They took a dump, they hit a swing, they stretched it horizontally. It looked like that zone was trapping both sidelines. that didn't really matter for UMass. They took the easy throws. When they got trapped on the sideline, they looked dump. And on this far sideline, the dump started to shift too far, and they were able to thread one through the middle that opened up a really quick, easy goal.
A beautiful day here in Maine at the South Portland Wainwright Sports Complex. This is, I believe, the first college regionals ever hosted here by Maine Ultimate, and what a job they are doing. Very well run. Golf carts constantly going around giving people rides to their cars to Tournament Central, always refilling the water. Rich Young and the rest of Maine Ultimate has really done a phenomenal job with this tournament, and I hope to see more big-time college and club tournaments here because the fields are great, and Maine Ultimate really takes pride in the work that they do here for visiting teams.
Yeah, I'm newer to the Maine Ultimate community, but in my time here, I've been incredibly impressed with the job that Rich and Maine Ultimate do supporting this community.
Shout out to Cyrus Fenderson, who I believe is the TD for this tournament. He's done a great job organizing a 4-bid region. And Brown with an amazing sky, jumping into the end zone. If he did not get his feet forward that extra 6 inches, he was not going to be in the end zone. But number 11 on Brown really high pointed that disc with both hands, secured the catch, and that was a quick hold. Jock Nissen with the throw. Nice job.
I still think if you're UMass there, you're not ringing any alarm bells yet. Sure, that was a clean hold. It was one throw, but that was into triple coverage, and I think more times than not, you're forcing a D on that.
So for those of you who haven't been to Maine for any sort of ultimate or otherwise, have you ever wanted to visit Portland, Maine in the summer? On Saturday, July 8th, come join 119 other Ultimate players as they board a ferry on the mainland and cruise to Chebeague Island, where a day of Ultimate awaits. Ultimate Time on Island Time is a 5v5 hat tournament where you will find out what team you're on during the ferry ride out to the island. Don't like the players in your team? Do you jump to Casco Bay? Do you jump in Casco Bay and swim back to the mainland, or do you remind yourself that you're headed out to an island off the coast of Maine to play some really good Ultimate? There's a barbecue after the tournament, and if you're interested in staying overnight, there'll be camping available on some private land. Check out maineultimate.org for more information. Ultimate Time on Island Time. Luca Harwood open on this close sideline. Great grab. And Brown with some very good pressure up the middle, but UMass hangs on to the disc. Kalen McSweeney with a great OEO to that far sideline, keeping the disc on the break side, leaving the open side very available for his team. And UMass with a wonderful shot to the end zone. I believe that's Luca Harwood with the catch. Nope, it's not.
Number 24.
Number 24.
Sorry guys, we don't have rosters, so
yeah,
we're doing our best here. But if you hear your number, it's better than nothing. UMass, I think, is really content hitting these smaller throws. I think Brown's O-line has been really trying to hit the long ball quite frequently. Granted, those aren't easy throws. We just saw that last point, but at least they're two like on a rope, on a line. Anything going up in the air in this wind is kind of a crapshoot. You can see the trees in the background. What I've been told from the players yesterday is that above the tree line, it gets much, much windier. And you can kind of see that on some of the poles that start to pop up when they get high. I like UMass's offensive strategy here of throw everything on a rope and everything to like very open guys, no contested shots.
It's a good point, Brendan, and you know, that's something that I think the coaching really has to instill in their players at practice. This is not something that they just come in here and know how to do because it's windy. It's something that they know how to do because they've practiced it and have stressed this at practice through their experience this year. Shot to the end zone from Leo Gordon. A bit bladey and hard to read. In this wind, when you have something that's bladey and not flat, it just becomes a little bit more difficult to read. And although it was a fairly decent shot there, it couldn't come down with the disc. UMass with the disc now, working it up the far sideline. Jay Lee with a nice shot through the middle to open up the rest of the field, and now they're moving quickly. UMass keeping Brown defense on their toes.
Brown is in a looks like a 1-2-1-2-1 zone here. Some type of junk O-lines will run.
A
Huge shot. Going out of bounds.
And that's kind of what Brennan was talking about there, is that UMass generally has been keeping it low. That seemed to not fit the bill of what they've been doing, but they had worked it up about 50 yards, 40 yards up the field with those quick, low, and fast passes. And the minute that they throw a little bit more aggressively and higher up, you see what happens to the disc. Jock with a great cut on that far sideline. Towards the far sideline. Leo with the disc now. Gordon to Nissen, and that is a Brown hold.
It's a steezy one at that, catching it in stride and throwing the high release backhand.
It's got some swag points on it.
That's facts.
There you go, young man.
The Brown patented high release backhand. A Ned Dick special, a Mac Heck special, Leo Gordon, Jock, you'll see all of them.
Ned Dick from the sideline calling up to us a little aggressively about us shouting him out, but Ned, this is a compliment, so.
Surprised he can hear us down there. You got a 5-4 game here with UMass up 1 break, correct?
Yes.
They held up
Yes.
win to start. It really does. It feels like UMass has kind of had control of this game. They've had the disc a lot of times, but they haven't been able to punch in that really critical one to get the upwind break and then the ensuing downwind. The reason they're up 1 break is just the upwind hold to start. So Brown right in this game, it kind of feels like whoever can get this first upwind break is gonna take a stranglehold on this game for now. Oh!
UMass with the disc in the middle of the field, and Caleb McSweeney shooting deep to a UMass receiver who just tripped. And unfortunately, they'll not be able to get that one, but Brown now will have the chance to break upwind. We'll see how they do. Cal Nightingale picking up the disc at the back of his end zone. He's got Will Steinfeld with him in the backfield. Nightingale.
Great defense there by Caleb McSweeney in the
Flips it
backfield.
to Oscar Lowe, and Oscar we have Steinfeld and Nightingale working it in the backfield, just trying to look for something up the middle so that they can get this offense going. And Brown is doing a great job just being patient.
UMass running some sort of junk set here, clogging the middle, trying to force it to a sideline. I don't think the Brown cutters are cutting through this and pulling people out of spaces right now. A lot of resets from the handlers right now.
Brown just looking for a little bit more vertical motion rather than only horizontal. Great upline there, power position here. Will Steinfeld with the disc, swings it over just out of the reach of Oscar Lowe. So UMass will have a second chance here. UMass handlers being nice and patient, waiting for their opportunity to strike here. High count called. Again, UMass just staying patient. And there's a goal. UMass with a nice flick out to space on the front corner of the end zone. And Brown will have to get another chance for an upwind break later on.
Yeah, that was Brown's first chance at a break, correct? I don't think UMass has turned it before that one, their O-line. UMass running some type of junk zone there. And the D-line was downfield pretty stagnant, I think, waiting for like a handler to pop through. Meanwhile, the handlers were swinging it horizontally. That junk zone is perfectly fine, forcing as many passes as it takes for one of those discs to slip away in this wind. I think they're content trying to force 1,000 throws versus giving up a couple big slashes up the middle.
Absolutely. I mean, I think when you have this sort of wind, you start to realize that just the more throws that you cause the opposing team to make, the higher chance of a turnover. And in this wind, every single throw matters. So now that we have a small break here with a timeout, I want to shout out the Lobster Pot. Maine Ultimate, in conjunction with the City of South Portland, Visit Portland, and the Maine Sports Commission is looking to host the Lobster Pot, a 2-day college tournament the weekend of October 21 and 22, right here at the Wainwright Fields in South Portland, Maine. Some of the highlights here are two days of some really good ultimate, lined fields as you see here today, tournament food, trainers, discounted hotels, multiple food trucks here at the site, at the field site. A great tournament central with a players lounge and games for you to play, merchandise tents, and live streamed games just as you're seeing here today. Check out mainultimate.org for more information. A couple other highlights here. It's going to be there's going to be 3 different divisions for the college tournament, and first place will get $1,000, second place will get $500 in each of the 3 divisions. So please head on over to mainultimate.org for more information on Lobster Pot.
It's 6-4 here. UMass pulling upwind. UMass up 1 break in this game. Still anyone's game though. Whoever gets that upwind break in the ensuing downwind is going to have control. If you're Brown, you need that to happen before half though.
Jock Nissen with another break side flick.
That is disgusting. That is a phenomenal throw.
Jock really, and Leo with a floaty disc out to, is that Will Steinfeld?
Number 9.
Oh, number 9. That's Jason Tapper.
Yeah, Sam Green coming in there hot. Looked like he might have had a play at it, but very possible there was some contact there. Anytime you see players falling awkwardly like that.
Tapper definitely took a bit of a tumble there.
Yeah.
Landed right on his rear end.
Going to the observer, ruling there is a foul.
Seems like there was a little bit of a blindside collision there. I believe it's a foul personally, but you know, does my opinion matter? We don't really know. And it looks like the foul is being upheld. So Brown will have the disc on the goal line. Leo working in the backfield, and a great little flip from Tapper to Gordon for the hold.
A little bit of jawing going on between them too. Yeah, Leo Gordon with a phenomenal a cheeky little cut around the back, a circle cut, and then gives the disc the people's elbow to finish that spike.
So again, what we're seeing there from the Brown offense, you know, UMass is really trying to protect that open side and force throws to the kind of deep break side part of the field. And what you see from Jacques is, even though he's being forced flick, you know, there's really a few options for him. One would be a hammer, one would be a flick that kind of blades to that break side, and that throw for him seems to be one that he is just so comfortable with in any wind. any conditions, and he has continued to hit that time and time again throughout the year. But even today in this game, we've seen a couple of them.
Yeah.
And it's really helping the Brown offense get through that UMass defense.
Yeah, strategically, UMass is leaving that player open on purpose because that player is very hard to hit. And not very many players in college ultimate are capable of hitting that throw. Jacques Nissen is one of them. No, that was a phenomenal throw.
Brown now pulling up wind. They come out in person defense.
Hear the high count calls from Jake Smart and Brown.
Good physical defense from number 29 on Brown. Oscar Lowe.
Shot goes up. You see
Luca Harwood and Jacques Nissen both in the deep space. They're competing for that disc.
You see Brown crossing over Jacques here. I think they understand the importance of getting that upwind break before half.
Jacques and Elliot Rosenberg out here from the O-line.
Moving quickly up the field.
They're going to work with Cal Nightingale. Cal Nightingale is actually going downfield here. He's just going to let Elliot and Jacques work in the backfield. Jacques a little bit frustrated that he didn't get the disc in the middle of the field.
He's frustrated because he took some ankles there and was not hit.
Kill mark called here. They really want to prevent anything to the backfield. A great bid there from Lowe, but just out of reach. Luca now, Luca Harwood, disc on the far sideline. Break side flick, and it's just going to go beyond the receiver. So Brown's going to get a second chance here.
This UMass offense struggling a little bit more, and I think it's because they're getting away from what was so successful the first 4 points of the game, which was just hitting open guys and short throws and kind of working the small ball. The last 2 points, they've hucked it quite a bit, and I don't think they've completed one of them yet.
So Nissen, Rosenberg, and Nightingale in the backfield. We'll see if they run a little bit of a three-person offense until they can hit something downfield here. And Jacques sees a window, but the window closes very quickly.
UMass in that junk zone again, forcing that turn.
Nice quick movement from UMass, hoping to just advance yard by yard until they end up in the end zone. Great swing to the open side for the goal. Luca Harwood continues to get separation from his defender.
Yep.
Whether it's a head fake or just a step into his defender's hips, he is so quick on that first step, and he's showing to be an elite cutter at all levels throughout the season. And he's been a huge reason why UMass is in that third in the country ranked position.
Yeah, Luca Harwood, certified dog. I think his teammates will tell you the same thing. Yeah, certified. Kalen McSweeney, too, been rock solid with the disc so far. That throw, it's not an easy throw in this wind. You got to be pinpoint with it, and it is so crispy, and it looked like it was never in doubt.
So UMass up 7-5. They're trying to take half of the break here. We'll see if they load this lineup with some crossing over, or if they're just comfortable with their D-line. Their D-line's been doing great, so there may not be a need to cross over.
Mm-hmm.
Both Brown and UMass have a great contingent of parents here cheering them on. They both got some support for food. They both have tables of food, and parents making sure that these teams are well fed and energized throughout the day, because the loser of this will have to play another game for third place, which will obviously affect the seeding for nationals, and the winner will be done after this game.
I think parental presence is a good sign that you're a perennial contender. You know, you don't ever see those flash in a pan teams with giant parental presences, but.
Do you have a lot of that at Michigan Tech, Brendan?
No.
Yeah.
We were driving 9 hours to every tournament.
Right. Pretty similar at Michigan. We would have to drive about 15 hours down to Easterns.
Yep. Midwest life.
Midwest life. Not many good tournaments out there. Pretty good pull here from Jonas St. Osborne upwind. Shacknesson with the disc. And he's looking for something downfield. He finds Leo on the far sideline. And Leo is now looking for a flick to that break side, but he might just not have seen that defender or thought he could sneak it by him. Now UMass will have a chance upwind to take half. This is a very, very big possession.
Yes.
They just need to value the disc.
If you're UMass, you have got to punch this in. This is the most important point of the game so far.
Jonas St. Osborne doing a great job QBing back here, just getting the disc and steadying the ship whenever he needs to, using his body to just get better position to catch that disc. I mean, it looked at it for a moment like Brown would have a chance, but Jonah's great at getting around his defender and just putting his body in the way. Nice upwind flicks from UMass here, and they're looking to just punch this in. We'll see if they swing it or just punch it in on the cone.
Oh, good defense there.
Great defense, and they're just saved.
You can see a couple of Brown guys put their the surrender cobra up on their head, as they say. I think they understand the importance of that break as well. It's an upwind break to take half, and they go in 8-5. Pulling downwind to start the second half.
Brown just played some really good end zone defense there, and the game of ultimate, sometimes you're going to have unfortunate things that go the other team's way, and that's kind of what happened there. They played great defense, and it just ended up in an unintended receiver's hands. That's half. We'll be back shortly.
Hey, so welcome back to D1 Men's Regionals in the Northeast. First place game we got Brown against UMass, 8-5. UMass up 2 breaks here. In the booth with us, we have a Brown alum, Ned Dick, from the 2019 National Championship Brown team. Ned, what are you seeing out of the first half?
Hey, Brendan and Noah, good to be here.
Great to have you.
I'm seeing a UMass team that has impressed me. I haven't really seen them play too much. I think they're pretty clean right now with their offense in this wind, and I think we've got to figure out how to pressure some of their handlers a little bit more. I think they've been hurting us with some insides from Kalen Sweeney. I think he's been a rock back there. I think we need to figure out how to pressure those a little bit more and try to make them throw more throws going wide in this wind. On offense, I think we can tighten up our small ball a little bit. That's been one of our strengths in the past. We've lost a couple players. I think if we can clean that up a little bit, that'll be good for us. But mostly right now, we need to get some breaks. So we'll see. We'll see if we can.
And what are you thinking about the shots? I mean, Brown continues to stay aggressive with their downwind and upwind shots, but especially downwind.
Yeah.
Some of them are working, some of them aren't. What do you make of that? And how do you think Jacques and Leo, as the big shooters on the team, will continue to? How do you think they'll progress, given the fact that they've had a couple turns?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, they're going to keep taking their looks. That's the strength of this team. Also, I think they're being a little bit more liberal with their shots in this wind going downwind because it's very hard to move it. Like a short field turn.
A little bit of a huck and play D strategy.
Yes, 100%.
That makes sense.
Like, it kind of stinks, but in this wind, it's very effective, especially against a D-line offense. Like, it's just hard to go that far. Reminds me of 2019 Nationals, actually, where it was pretty effective to just play a field position game. But we're looking strong start right now. Leo getting some yards.
Jacques with the disc in the middle of the field, working with Leo, and you have Elliot Rosenberg back there with him. And we have
nice D.
Just out of the reach of a Brown receiver, Jay Lee with a great D. Kind of a shoulder high layout D there. So Jay Lee now with the disc in the backfield. UMass seen if they can get a downwind break here right out of half.
That was close.
And nice inverted scuba. Oh, you hate to see that drop. That was a phenomenal throw.
Those are the throws that really open up the entire field for an offense. If you can just get it beyond the defense. Again. Brown with a second chance here. Elliot Rosenberg with the disc on the far sideline.
Loving these zippy throws out of Brown. They gotta keep them crispy.
Foul call, Jason Tapper with the disc.
Jay Lee's on the mark.
Jay Lee is on the mark.
Do we know who number 3 is? Guarding Elliot?
No. Okay. We don't have names for UMass. We're doing our best.
They're the faceless army.
I mean, that is the story of UMass. They are 25 strong players deep, a well-coached team, and the reason they're able to perform on day 2, championship day, is because they're so deep and they have the legs that run.
They're also looking super polished in this wind.
You know what they say about Amherst? The Windy City.
The Emerald City. All the trees
city that never sleeps. Brown with a swing that's just too low for Jacques Nissen, so Jacques immediately on defense, helping out deep, while Leo Gordon's looking for a guy to pick up, and great D there from Luca. Duclos or Cello?
Keep working, Jacques!
Ned cheering for his team from the booth. It's a bold move, but we do like it.
Gotta make sure it gets caught on stream.
Having a little bias up here in the booth never hurt nobody. Brendan and I seem to be fairly neutral. If you're in the comments, feel free to correct us if I'm wrong there, but...
I can't see the comments, but I'm sure we're getting some flack right now.
Nice swing from Leo. We'll see if him and Jacques can do a little bit of a two-man game here just to get...
And Leo.
That is a disgusting throw from
There you
Leo
go,
Gordon.
Leo.
Wow.
There you go, young man.
Hey, now be unbiased.
While I don't have.
Leo is a shooter. He is known for being an aggressive thrower. That was an insane throw into a stiff 15 to 20 mile an hour wind.
And while I'm not rooting for any team in particular, Leo Gordon being a teammate of mine on Boston Dig, I do like to see him do well, and that was a wonderful throw. Hoping he can bring that to the club game this summer.
We've got quite a dig contingent in this game. We've got some players on UMass and Brown, so that's exciting for us Diggos up in the booth right here.
Oh yeah.
Any that you're excited to see on the club field this year, Ned?
All of them. I really, I've played with Kalen a couple times in Boston. I'm really looking forward to seeing him play in club. I think he's a rock back there. I think he's been playing very well this game. So he's one. And there are a couple other guys who are not on dig but also in club. Jonah Stang Osborne, I think, has been really solid for the UMass D-line. I think he opens up a lot for them with his throws. He's been hard for us to guard.
Jonah is just always around the disc, and he's so smart with his body positioning. I was talking about this earlier. He has a way of just getting around his defender and using his body to prevent the defender from getting the disc. So on the turn, Jonah is definitely one that you want to watch out for.
Yeah, and I want to shout out Luca Harwood. He's a great player playing on Glory. But I've really, this team is deep. I'm not sure who number 93 is, but he's been super solid for them, the guy with the disc.
93 is Will Christian, a senior. He has been playing all day, all game he's been super smooth with the disc, great decision making, and he's clearly a bit of a rock on their offense. Great shot here from UMass upwind. And Luca Harwood with a little bit of a miscue there. Cal Nightingale with the disc. Brown going back the other way, downfield. Nightingale back with the disc in the center of the field with Will Steinfeld working in the backfield. They hit Morgan Thane with the disc. And Steinfeld with a nice shot, but seems to be just outside the reach of Oscar Lowe.
Another huck sailing in this downwind end zone. I don't know that we've seen a good huck out of either team.
Aside from Jacques Nissen's blades, there has not been a leading huck that a receiver has been able to run onto easily.
Yeah.
You're right.
The UMass offense looked really strong working upwind last possession. They just didn't punch it in. I'd expect to see more of the same here.
So Ned, something that I've been curious about is as you look at this Brown team and compare it to the championship team that you were a part of, what are some similarities and some differences between your time with BMO and what we see here? Right now we're seeing an upwind huck from UMass that might just be brought down. A wonderful throw from Kalen McSweeney.
That Leo Gordon last point putting up a phenomenal upwind huck. You just saw another one from Kalen. These are elite throws being executed at a high level right now.
These guys know what they're doing. Nice job from UMass.
These fellas know what they're doing.
So yeah, Ned, let's go back to the question though. What sort of things do you find similar and different, and what are some advantages that this team can lean on versus the things that you guys leaned on in your championship year?
Similarity is we still like small ball, quick movement is still a big part of our game. That's part of the BMO identity. That's something that I know the guys practice a lot. A big difference is this team, like these boys are big and they shoot more and they come down with more.
So it's a bit of a taller team?
Yeah, and a team that will shoot a little bit more liberally than I think the 2019 team did. So those are, from watching and talking with Jake and some other guys, those are a couple of the differences from this team versus the one I was on. It's really hard for me to like sit on the sidelines and watch the boys play. I really want to get out there, but I shouldn't be too biased, so I'll pass it off to Brendan.
I just want to shout out a massive flick blade pull from Jonah. I don't think you see too many players pulling flicks in today's game. Oh, we see a player down injured. Looks like he got cleated. You don't see very many players flick pulling. One that comes to mind, Justin Allen back in the day. App State,
Ring of
Team
Fire.
USA, and Ring, yeah. But nowadays, I think a lot of people opt for the backhand or a spin pull.
Yeah. As opposed to way back when it was all flicks.
Hammer pulls.
A classic. Something we could bring back.
Wind seems like it's died down here for a second, at least in the booth here. Don't feel anything. We've seen 2 upwind holds in a row.
Getting a little toasty.
Yeah.
Not Leo.
Leo with another great shot. Seems like there's at least a chance. Oh.
Out of Sam Green there.
Awesome defense. Great read there by the UMass defenders.
I don't
kind of
necessarily
sandwich the Brown receiver.
I don't necessarily mind the shot out of Leo there. He put everything on it, gave his receiver a chance, working upwind, but great play out of Sam Green.
A wise man once told me, sometimes you just got to give the receivers a chance.
Yeah. And a wise man once said, the wind always changes.
UMass with a turn on their own goal line, leading to a quick upwind hold out of Brown.
I'm getting out of here.
All right, and that's the end of Ned Dick's tenure up here in the booth.
Hey, hold it down for us, fellas.
We will.
Nathaniel Dick, everybody.
One thing we were talking with Ned about, though, at halftime was, sorry, I almost fell through the scaffolding here, was Brown being okay with taking the downwind shots, kind of a huck and play D mentality. Right there out of UMass, they get the disc in a stiff wind on their own goal line and turn it over immediately on their goal line, leading to a 1-throw goal. I do think you want to move that disc pretty vertically down the field, get it off of your end zone and force Brown to at least have to complete a couple passes.
Standing wave, high side, Magic Falls, the sisters' Big Mama. Are these new offensive or defensive sets? Come find out as Maine Ultimate presents Ultimate on the River, a 2-day adventure on the Kennebec River. On Saturday, June 17th, Maine Ultimate will be hosting a 4v4 hat tournament in Bingham, Maine. Participants will get at least 4 games of Ultimate, a tournament-specific shirt, lunch, access to trainers, and a really good time. Sunday puts us on the mighty Kennebec River, where you'll be put right below Harris Station with the same hat team from the previous day, and you'll get the ride of your life. Stall is called. There's a stall called.
It's going to be a turnover either way. It's more of a matter of where the turnover happens. Uncontested stall coming.
No contest, so Brown will get the disc and a chance for a break here. This is a big one. Jock Nissen with the disc.
UMass running their same, it's kind of switchy, junky set. It's giving Brown some troubles. Leo and Jock kind of running the show here with the Brown patented Dominator set.
Dominator being, you're really just working with the handlers, trying to get one-on-ones in small spaces and work up the field by pushing the cutters downfield and really having a 40 yards to work with your 2 other teammates. And there it is, the Brown break. Nice job from Cal Nightingale, Leo Gordon and Jock Nissen punching it in.
Yeah, these last couple points have been upwind holds. Neither team able to punch in their downwind breaks. Now you got a 9-8 game. If you're Brown, you are 1 upwind and downwind break away from being in control of this game.
What is it?
By no means is this game over, even though it's kind of felt like UMass has controlled things thus far. 1 Leo Gordon upwind huck away from a whole new ball game.
Just to finish up the Ultimate on the River shout out from Maine Ultimate, I've been told the river ride ain't no trip to Disney. You'll experience a class 2 to 4 rapids with about 5,000 CFS pushing you down the river. I'm not sure what CFS is. It's got to be a unit of measurement that I am not familiar with, but that's okay. Little taster, the Rock Garden, Big Mama, and Magic Falls, just a few of the waves you'll experience. Check out mainultimate.org for more information. How often do you get to do a hat tournament and rafting down a river all in the same weekend? It sounds like a great opportunity. Maine Ultimate continues to come out with just amazing opportunities for people to meet others, play Ultimate, have fun, and experience Maine in the summer.
Sounds like a blast to me.
All right, Brown now. Leo Gordon with a great upwind pole. Didn't get much height, but it got a lot of distance, which can be very important when you're talking about just trying to force more throws.
I'd like to point out here, they got Jacques and Leo crossing over again. They're loading up this line, really pushing for that upwind break right now.
Jake Smart understanding the importance of winning this game. Even though both teams have made nationals, this is a really big game between them. Not only for their own pride of winning, but you know, they also, if you win this game, oh, and a nice shot. If you win this game, you're done for the weekend and you get to just go home early. You get to watch the other games, whatever you want to do, recover, but
some bro time.
Some bro time. Time for the lads.
That's right. That was an excellent shot by Caleb McSweeney. I think that's a first completed down. Jacques has had some big blades, but that was our first like real huck downwind that's been completed. Caleb McSweeney balling out right now. I've been very, very impressed with his game. Completing the easy throws, no execution errors, and conversely hitting the big throws as needed. Well-rounded handler.
And now we have a timeout here. Last one.
On the Maine Ultimate tournaments, another one we've got is Vacation Land. It's a 2-day club tournament hosted by Maine Ultimate with the assistance of Visit Portland, the Maine Sports Commission, and the City of South Portland. The tournament takes place the weekend of August 5th and 6th at Wainwright, where we are today. We're going to have 3 divisions, men's, women, and mixed, and we'd love to have you there. Why Vacation Land? Well, that's what we call our beautiful state, and we want to share it with you. Come play some amazing Ultimate on lined fields, easy access to trainers, golf carts to take you to your next game. An amazing tourney central. They'll probably have a lot of liquid death there, I would imagine.
Absolutely.
Food trucks galore, porta potties at every field, and not the stinky kind either. We keep them clean here in Maine. Pretty cool trophy. It says pretty cool. There might be an asterisk with the pretty cool. And native water at every field. Also, whatever else we can come up with, always open to suggestions. Check out mainultimate.org for more information.
Maine Ultimate really living up to its reputation as a great tournament host. As you see here, I mean, there's pretty few times where you're at a grass complex and there's perfectly lined fields. You got golf carts giving you rides to your car. Water always restocked, keeping you hydrated for the day. I mean, Maine Ultimate takes a lot of pride in what they do, and again, we just want to shout them out for an amazing first college regionals here. Hopefully there will be many more to come. Brown sending the receiver deep off the pole. Leo Gordon working with it in the middle of the field, seeing if he can just find a little bit of vertical action. They're content swinging it for now.
4-person cup here out of UMass. It's not something you see at a high level usually, but it works.
Leo with a little lefty trying to get through the zone, but it just doesn't work. Now UMass working it up through the middle of the field. Lots of small throws, just keeping possession, waiting for something to open up. If they can get it through that middle layer, just like that, they should have some room to work with.
Yeah, hitting 100% throws here, super content keeping possession.
Great job.
Good fundamentals.
Through the middle, making this Brown defense just run. It's a great hit.
UMass on the goal line here.
Oh, we got Fortunat Mueller here in the booth of Revision Energy, a true legend a true legend in the ultimate community. Fortunat, are you willing to join us on the mic?
Yeah, sure.
You want to talk a little bit about not only Revision Energy, of course, but your ultimate career and what you're seeing here today?
Well, I honestly just got here, so I'm not seeing much yet.
All right.
I was like to see the boys battling, and 10-8 is exactly where we want them.
I think they just broke for 11-8.
Make it 11-8 is exactly where we want them.
You know, as you say, why don't you give the audience a little bit about your background and why your name is constantly coming up in the history of Ultimate?
I played Ultimate at Brown between 1996 and 2000, and had the chance to play in a couple of national championships, including in 2000 when we won. So it's great to see the Brown guys still competing at that level.
And what about earlier we had Ned Dick in the booth here who won a championship with Brown in 2019. So he talked about some of the similarities and differences between this team, which has some of the same folks on it from that team. But why don't you talk about the differences between College Ultimate in 2000 when you won and what you see these days, whether it's today or just in general in College Ultimate?
Yeah, it's funny. It's been through a number of evolutions. I mean, I think overall the level of play and the athleticism is definitely increased in the last 20 years. What's interesting, that 2019 team, super handler driven, very cautious offense. This team doesn't look like they play that way. They got it pretty wide open, which is pretty fun to watch. A little challenging in the wind today. There's one. Let's see how that goes. Yeah, so I'm not sure how much of that is overall evolution in the game versus, you play every team to your strength.
Another downwind shot sailing there.
UMass and Brown going back and forth with some deep looks. And I think that's kind of the strategy today, is to try to just, sometimes it's a little bit about possession, but every single throw, as we've said, presents another opportunity for a turnover. So, some of these shots seem like good opportunities to take, because if you can just punch it in and avoid those, 20, 30 throw points, it can really save you in the end.
Yeah, nobody wants to give anybody else a short field, because upwind, downwind, there's actually a little crosswind right now. They're both pretty challenging. And give away the Frisbee in the first 20 yards of the field is just too easy.
So UMass is now swinging to the middle of the field. This D-line trying to punch it in. And we have a stoppage on the field.
If you're UMass here, this is the knockout punch, as they say. They got an upwind break last time to go up 11-8. They're trying to punch in that downwind. If they can punch in a downwind, Brown has not been able to break them upwind the entirety of this game. This really feels like this possession may decide the whole game. Pick call on the field.
So Fortunat, are you these days, are you playing at all?
I'm playing, actually this year I'm playing in the Grandmasters series with the North Carolina team, but I'm not playing much. I am just starting to coach the middle school team though. My daughter, who is in 5th grade, is starting to play Ultimate this year, which is super fun to run around with the young kids.
And where does she go to school?
We live here in Maine. She goes to, it's called Greeley, the middle school. It's the Cumberland North Yarmouth School.
Well, Maine Ultimate, the middle school and high school leagues have just proven to continue to get better and better and provide more opportunities for kids here. So it's great to see the sport growing, specifically here in Maine, because it's just been such a conscious effort by Rich Young and the rest of Maine Ultimate to give kids opportunities to play at every level. So that's great to hear that you are contributing to that and coaching and giving back to the sport with your daughter's team.
Yeah, it's been awesome. Super fun. It's going to work.
Oh, my.
And a great catch by Elliot Rosenberg. It's like a third effort catch. Seems like he's a little shaken up on the play. He's heading off and looking for a sub.
Never want to see, body contact like that. It's a lot of players just swarming on the disc. But man, if you're Brown, you've got to rally around that. this possession save may save the game for them as well if they can punch in this upwinder. That's a great play by Elliot Rosenberg.
So Cal Nightingale now with the disc 3-4 yards out of the end zone, swings it or dumps it back to Jacques, and Jacques will punch it into Leo Gordon for the score. Fortunate, you want to talk a little bit about the energy company that is partnering with Maine Ultimate?
Yeah, thanks. Our company's called Revision Energy. We're a Maine-based, employee-owned, certified B Corp, and we're in the business of helping people eliminate their electric bill and reduce their fossil fuel footprint. So we work throughout Maine, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, installing solar projects for homes, businesses, municipalities, and schools.
Awesome. And where can people go if they want to learn more and talk to you about how to get rid of that electric bill?
Probably the easiest place to find us is on the web at revisionenergy.com, but you can look us up on social media or whatever your preference is too. We'd love to chat with you about your energy future and your transition off of fossil fuels.
Appreciate that. Thanks for partnering with Maine Ultimate. And Maine Ultimate is something that's special to my heart. I grew up playing here, and I was part of the first YCC team here out of Portland. We took a team to the Youth Club Championships in Minnesota in 2012. Just one mixed team, and we ended up taking third. It was a great experience, and it was something that really propelled me to continue in this sport at University of Michigan and now with Boston Dig. I grew up also playing with Red Tide, so Maine Ultimate continues to provide opportunities at the, as I said, the youth level, but also mixed, open, women's. There are so many teams here and so many levels to play at. UMass with a very cheeky break throw, a nice upwind flick right around the mark on the front corner of the end zone.
Super smooth possession there. I love the knifing flicks. They hit 2 or 3 around flicks with pace to their players. On a rope right into their chest, up that high sideline, the lookers away sideline. Boom, 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 smooth like butter. Shout out to Maine Ultimate for providing us a grilled cheese with bacon for lunch here. I'll take it.
There you go, Maine Ultimate. Maine Ultimate takes care of its people.
Yes, they do.
If you're interested in helping out, visit maineultimate.org. And today we also have a high school tournament here happening at Wainwright. This is a massive sports complex with great quality grass fields, super flat, so many times. So often now you see tournaments that are hosted at field sites that just have fields that are either bumpy or have, pretty big potholes in them. But Maine Ultimate
covers.
Yeah, Maine Ultimate really it prioritizes the player's safety, and part of that is getting good field sites that are flat, have good grass, and we limit the amount of opportunity for injury. So nice job from Maine Ultimate partnering with Wainwright. UMass with the pole now downwind, so Brown is going to be working upwind. The wind seems to have died down a tiny bit, but there's still a noticeable impact here. Elliot Rosenberg,
back in.
Great to see him back on the field.
Ooh, good
nice
grab
from Elliot. Over to Jason Tapper now with the disc. Back to Jacques Nissen, who's going to look through this cup, see if he can't get it through. There we go to Leo Gordon, and Leo quickly and smartly gets it through. Leo with it back in the middle of the field, looking to do something similar, gets it back to Jacques. And you see some contact on the mark there.
Resets the stall.
Jacques just clearly looking to get at every other here, but Leo finds a receiver through the zone. And this is what you'll see from Brown's offense at times. Sometimes you just need the blade over the zone, and sometimes you just need quick small ball through the zone, and that's what they do for the score. Nice job to be for being patient there.
Yeah, love the patience. Throws with zip. Hey, thank you, Fortunat. Really smooth upwind hold there. Man, 10-12 game. It sort of feels like if Brown can get this downwinder, then we have ourselves a game again. Until that happens, though, UMass content just trading points to the finish.
Shout out to UMass coach Rusty Ingold-Smith and his dog Siggy, a 1-year-old husky who he just recently adopted with his partner Lauren, and that is a good dog, let me tell you. You talk about a good dog, that is one of them.
You know, I've seen a lot of good dogs here at this field site. Another plus of Wainwright, dogs encouraged here.
I mean, listen, sometimes you go to an ultimate tournament and you see a dog get kicked off because they're not supposed to be there, not here.
I'm looking at a lot of dogs on the field right now. Both of these teams loading up lines a little bit.
Couple of canines. Mm-hmm. Kalen McSweeney with the disc, now looking upwind with his UMass offense. You hear Jake Smart yelling, "Challenge the flick," on Kalen McSweeney, and it almost worked, but Kalen able to get a great scuba off to the break sideline.
Ooh. Kalen McSweeney disregarding the no-up line call, getting it anyways. Oh, but then opts
and
for
he tries another scuba.
Scuba. Brown looking to punch in this downwind break. You can feel the energy from the sidelines. Players understand the importance of this point.
Jacques and Cal Nightingale working the disc now. There you go. Will Steinfeld with Cal Nightingale.
Oh!
And Jacques fakes out his defender by calling for it high and then goes low. Nice job, Jacques. Way to communicate with your hands.
That is
there you go, brother.
Absolutely elite fake in the backfield out of Jacques. He pretended like that disc was up in the air while his defender was face guarding, gave him the big eyes and jumped up for the disc and then made a jump cut right out of that. That is
mind games.
Yeah, that is a dog move if I've ever seen one.
So Brown is now pulling upwind. It's 11-12 in UMass's favor. UMass now will be looking to hold downwind, and if they don't, it will be a 12-12 game.
I never even thought about it like that, but you want to throw it up front.
Jacques with a great fake with those hands.
Yeah, he's feeling himself right now, you can see. What I want to see out of the UMass offense here is just some calm moving the disc like they were in the first half. I think they've strayed away and tried to take some big shots in the second half. Just be chilly, work the disc up. They've got good systems in place. They're a well-coached team. They just need to ride their O-line to the finish line here.
And if you look at what the coaching staff for UMass Amherst has done this year to bring their team to the top, and just competing at the highest level at every tournament, it's been phenomenal to watch. You know, Jake Smart and the coaching staff have been here for years, but UMass, as we saw yesterday, hasn't been to nationals since 2018, and what they've done this year has really transformed this team into a real contender for the national championship.
Yes.
So we're going to see how they handle a little bit of pressure in this finals. Kalen just continues to QB this offense. Will Christian with the disc. Those two are just going to work in the backfield for a little bit. Hit Luca Harwood with an under. They're going to just work it on that close sideline, really trapped. Wow. And, oh, nice throw through the middle. And they have some cheeky around throws there just to get through the defense.
I like what their offense is doing, which is moving it quick, looking for the next guy, not holding on to it. I don't think there was a stall above 4 there, at least for the last 10 or so throws. And that just keeps the defense on the toes and makes them, wonder what's going to be happening next, and they can never really catch up with the play. Nice job from UMass offense there.
Absolutely. Kalen McSweeney playing in the reset space. He's just releasing freely. He's been available. They look downfield 3-4 seconds. They look at him, and he's open within a second. Having a reset handler that's able to get open with that kind of ease, that makes downfield cutting a lot easier because you can time your cuts knowing Kalen's getting the disc in a second. Oftentimes you'll see when a handler set kind of runs through a couple progressions, takes a few seconds, the cutters start to stall because they're not sure who's getting the disc. But UMass looks like a well-oiled machine right now. Their offense does, at least.
Zudisk now pulling upwind again, 13-11, games to 15. Great OI pull upwind. You can see that the wind is dying down a little bit, but it's still noticeable.
Great cut out of Elliot Rosenberg there, chunking yardage.
It's impressive that Brendan McCann able to eat this bacon grilled cheese while commentating. I respect it. It's a multitasker right there.
Yes, sir. I was hungry.
Oh, and Leo Gordon with a great second effort catch. That's going to fire up his team. I mean, those are the plays you need to make to win this game.
Yep.
Because there have been so many discs that have been tipped, and there's been second, third effort catches, and that's the type of thing you need to do to win a windy game. Nice job, Leo.
Yeah, that's well done. Leo Gordon on the men's U24 team this summer, this July, competing in London, the World Championships.
Shout out USA.
Mm-hmm. Jock Nissen also a part of that group. 13-12 game here. UMass up a break.
Boston Diggs sent 7 of our players to that tryout. I believe 5 made it. Maybe it was 4. I believe it's got to be the most out of any club team, sending 7 players and having 4 or 5 make the team.
Feel free to fact check that, but
yeah, feel free to fact check it, but I'm pretty sure that's correct.
Brown with another loaded up line here. It's crunch time for them. They need an upwind break in a hurry. They haven't been able to punch in that upwind break all game.
You can see them loading up this line with a couple of great throwers. Leo looking to provide some energy for this defense. And we're going to see an under here. Some tight defense, but couldn't make the play on that. Will Christian doing a great job of QBing this offense right now. Over to 24 on the far sideline. Will Christian clears out, and Kalen McSweeney with an amazing grab over his defender. That's a tough grab.
UMass running through their progressions right now. You can see their systems at work here.
And a blade over the top, is it going to work? No. So we're going to have a chance here. Brown, we're going to have a chance to see whether Brown can make this a 13-13 game. We have Elliot Rosenberg and Cal Nightingale in the backfield. You'll probably see Leo
and Jacques also out there.
Jacques isn't out at this point.
Oh, apologies.
But you do see those 3 that I mentioned, and I think they'll probably do a little bit of a dominator set. We'll see.
UMass in the same junk look that has been giving Brown trouble all day. See if Brown can kind of figure it out, but up until this point, they haven't been able to piece together the puzzle.
I mean, you see guys like Will Steinfeld catching the disc and not even looking upfield. They want to keep the disc in the hands of the best throwers, and that is a great read by number 29. That's Oscar Lowe. Now back in the hands of Leo Gordon. Leo swings it. Now we got it in the middle of the field. Cal Nightingale with an unfortunate drop. UMass on the run.
Zudisk looking to punch this in. Just be patient, punch this in, make this a 14-12 game. Try to put it out of reach.
Man, that is deflating out of Brown. You have an odd man rush in the upper third of the field. To have a drop there is unfortunate. Got a rules discussion here. Observer's gonna help him figure it out.
Sideline staying quiet during this call. Listening to the lesson they learned earlier from the observer.
Took it to heart.
Way to adjust, sideline.
Good roll there by Brown. Good handler defense.
UMass just swinging until they see their opportunity to strike. There's one.
Luca
and
Harwood.
There could be two. Nope. Luca's going to hold on to the disc. He's going to blade one to the end zone, but Brown plays great defense, staying on his man, not necessarily just watching his man, but also watching the disc, which is really important when you're playing defense in end zone. So great awareness there from Brown. Look at the disc back. Cal Nightingale walking it up on his own end zone line.
Kind of feel the wind settling down. I'm looking at the flags in back right now. Looks like there may be a small pause in the wind. Brown, see if they can capitalize on that.
We've seen very inconsistent wind today, so that means that if they can, punch it in now, and then the wind picks back up, Brown could have an advantage.
It's an injury call there. Allowed Jack Nissen to get on the field. If you're Brown, you love to see that. Your most elite thrower getting in the upwind point here.
So now Leo Gordon with the disc in the middle of the field. He's working with Jacques and Cal Nightingale. It was Elliot Rosenberg who came off the field. He might be feeling the earlier injury, not sure.
Still not feeling much wind. See if it's dead for the rest of this point. Brown can use it to their advantage.
Cal Nightingale with the disc. And he's working with Steinfeld. Steinfeld to Jacques.
Leo taking some ankles there to get separation.
Leo's looking to shoot.
Brown playing their patented small ball right here.
Nice change of pace from Jacques. He's going upfield slowly and then all of a sudden turns on the jets to get separation from his defender on that inside angle. Jacques with the disc on the goal line, and he's going to fire to Nightingale for the break. That's a 13-13 ball game.
That is an upwind break. That is monumental. It does feel like the wind calmed down a little bit.
Big, 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 big.
In any case, we have a 13-13 game. Brown pulling downwind to UMass. Looks like a timeout called by UMass. I think they might be using it to regroup and get their mental right. 13-13, one might say 0-0 game to 2. A lot of teams play that in practice.
You see Siggy the Husky out there on the field with Coach Rusty. You're thinking, I think many of us are thinking, is Siggy going to make an appearance for this UMass roster?
Little Air Bud action.
Well, Air Bud, Air Siggy. There you go, young man.
Noah, as a player, everyone has things that ground them when you're feeling rattled. If you threw a couple turns or you had a bad drop. Personally, my thing was always to find a dog and just pet the dog to calm down. That dog doesn't care what the score is. He just wants your love.
Not at all. Not at all.
Yeah.
Come on.
Hey, dogs are great coping mechanisms for any sort of stress.
Yep.
I support it. So if you're UMass right now, and you're on the O-line, what are you thinking going into this point? How are you handling this point? You're going upwind. The wind is picking up a little bit compared to last point.
Yep.
So what are you thinking right now, Brennan?
I'm thinking stick to what's made us successful, and that's these zippy throws to open unders. They've hit a lot of inside zippy flicks. Do not get caught up trying to look for like the hero shot. It's 13-13. Just do what's carried you thus far and run a smooth offensive system.
Right, you hear UMass yelling trust, 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 and that's exactly what they're hoping to do right now. To Brendan's point, you know, what they've done upwind so far has been those real quick, low, fast flicks and backhands upwind, and you know, they've kind of avoided hucking it upwind because I think their strength is that small to mid ball game, and we'll see if they can continue it. But I agree with Brendan. I mean, there are two handler QBs of Kalen McSweeney and is it Will Christian? Yep. They've really done a great job just being absolute rocks for their team, and as long as they can just continue to get unders, you know, that's going to be what propels them to score here. And if you're Brown, you want to protect that under space, and you want to force them to throw it deep so that you have a chance at a hanging disc.
Yeah. Now, Noah, conversely, D-line, what's your mentality coming in here? What are you thinking right now? How are you feeling?
It's all about rattling the opposition at this point. You know that the momentum is in your favor. You need to bring more energy than them. You need to intimidate them. You cannot let them have any easy unders. You need to have very tight handler D, no unders, force them to huck it, hang that disc up in the air, an absolute wolf pack on that hanging disc.
Well
That's
said.
what they're going in as. They're trying to intimidate this UMass offense right now.
Well said. I think D-line's more just blind energy at this point. Outwork them.
So UMass just taking a nice, easy, patient approach right now. That's exactly what I think they should be doing. You see Jacques at the front of the stack guarding his man under. You can see they want nothing from the front of the stack. And Jacques just needs to be a little bit on his open side. I think he's calling a push off there.
UMass giving a tribute to Boston teams of old here with a little 6-person vert action. No reset back.
And this is one where I don't believe this is a foul on Jacques. You know, as a player, you always have a different perspective, and so I may be able to rescind that if I rewatch this. But I feel like Jacques was playing some nice D, just leaning in a little bit to his it seems like Jacques is actually calling the foul as a push-off on offense. And it looks like there is
no foul.
No foul called. Okay. We're continuing here. Number 39 on Zudisk with the disc. He's going to work with Kalen McSweeney in the backfield. Kalen's probably going to start turning to Will Christian here. Yep. But it's well covered by Cal Nightingale. Nice
Really?
D. They're just forcing them backwards.
Really strong handler defense here out of Brown. Forcing that disc backwards, and all of these resets are hotly contested. There's
Nice
another one.
D from Brown. Will Christian with a little bit of power position. He decides not to huck, which I think is a great idea. And that is amazing defense from Leo Gordon with an incredible layout block on an under. That defense was stifling, and UMass was just, and that is a great break side blade flick. That is a Brown special right there. Brown. Was that Cal Nightingale with that throw? Whoever threw that was lights out. Absolutely aggressive shot, which we love. Leo Gordon, I can't speak highly enough of that defense, because you know what? At any given moment, you're going to have an opportunity. You need to take that opportunity, and Brown punches it in for the universe point win.
Yeah, it appears a hard cap had gone on during that point.
We were unaware.
We were unaware, in which case that is a heck of a play by Leo Gordon to get possession for Brown. Brown kind of felt like they were always like in the back seat of this game, but they just hung around, and they were able, you know, at 13-12 to get the upwinder and then get the downwinder right back. A well-played game by both teams. I think they'll be, if you're UMass, you're still proud of your performance here. Brown by no means the favorite to win this region. I think most people would have said UVM or UMass, but a phenomenal game out of both teams and an entertaining one as well.
And we got a big dog play to end it from Leo Gordon. Nice job to Brown and UMass for a wonderful matchup. This is, again, Brendan McCann and Noah Backer commentating the finals here at D1 Regionals, College Regionals in South Portland, Maine at the Wainwright Sports Complex, put on by Maine Ultimate. Thanks for joining us, and we will see you at the next game. All right, I'm here with Jake Smart, head coach of Brown BMO Ultimate. Jake, congratulations on the win.
Thanks.
How do you feel, first of all?
Relieved. I'm pumped, and I'm trying to hold back all of the ways we could have played better. I just want my guys to enjoy it right now.
Absolutely, and what a way to end it with Leo Gordon on a phenomenal play. We were talking right before that point how that point was all about you guys just having intensity and intimidating that offense as they're going upwind. We didn't even know it was Universe, but that adds to the nerves when you're going upwind on offense. And as a defense, you guys seem to put a lot of pressure on. What was your reaction to that Leo Gordon D?
I mean, it was an awesome D. I think as a coach, Leo set a goal early on this season, improving his defensive playmaking, pulling the trigger when he's close, willing to commit to that work. It's awesome to see the work he's put into that workout on the field.
And I think one of the things that really led to that D was amazing handler pressure throughout that point. I mean, there were very few free resets for them, and I think that you guys just did a phenomenal job on that D. Was there a specific defensive structure or set or strategy going into that point on the handlers, because it seemed like you guys really pushed up that intensity there?
Honestly, no. We played pretty good old-fashioned ultimate that last point. I mean, credit to Emmett Young, freshman on our team, has been keying in on Kalen that whole game. I think you guys saw, and he made him work. His footwork's excellent, and he learns his guys' patterns quickly. With a guy like that's that smart and that talented, you're kind of better off just letting him go out and play. And that's what I let him do.
Cool. All right. Thanks, Jake. Congratulations on the win.
Thanks, John. You guys have fun? Doing the thing?
Yeah, it was awesome. It was awesome. Yeah, you got.
All right, we got Leo Gordon here coming up with a huge D on Universe point. Talk me through the mentality on the line.
There's a team picture going on.
Oh, go get the team picture.
Okay,
we'll come
I'll be back.
Yeah. 1 sec.
Three, two, one.
Oh.
I think.
Good? All right. We got Leo Gordon here coming up with a huge D on Universe Point. Leo, talk me through what you were thinking on the line before the point. What was the energy like for the team?
The energy was there for sure. I mean, we've been working for this the whole season, and I think all season we've been right on the edge of comebacks. We almost beat Carleton and Vermont at Easterns coming back in the second half, and so I think this point especially, we wanted it more than anything. I mean, we've been battling these same teams all tournament, all season, and so it just feels really great. Oh my God, that was a setup. But anyways, yeah. So I think we had our 7 out there on the line, and we just wanted it so bad. I think we were fronting them that whole point, and they had nothing. And so yeah, we just wanted to get it.
Yeah, it's been kind of like an upward trajectory for you guys all season. I don't think coming in you would have been considered the favorites. Maybe you guys would have considered yourself your
I don't
favorites.
think we would have.
Yeah, but talk me through like your mentality towards the season, and then what your mindset is going into nationals now.
Yeah, I think especially for me personally, coming out of last season, where I think we spent the whole season at the top of the standings, and it was honestly a lot of pressure, and it wasn't as fun as past ultimate frisbee experiences had been. And so I think this season we came in knowing that we had to earn every single point, every single game. And I think that caused us both to work extra hard at practice, but also just try to have more fun and try to enjoy being together. And I think that that's what really carried us through, especially towards the second half of this season.
Awesome, dude. Well, congrats on the win. Congrats on a great game. Go enjoy it with your boys.
Thank
dude.
you. Roll dig as well.
Hey, there we go.
And we'd like to welcome you back to beautiful, sunny South Portland, Maine for the final game to go for the 4th place bid to nationals out of the New England Division I College Men's Regional Tournament. It has been an exciting affair so far. My name is Brunch, and I am joined up here with Northeastern alum Ben Field.
Yeah,
Ben,
thank you for having me, man.
What's this game going to look like today?
I anticipate it to be close. We had Tufts Northeastern play at sectionals in the final. It was a universe point loss for the Huskies, but I think they learned a lot from that. I think that we're going to have another tight contest out of this one.
We also saw a good matchup here on Game 2 Saturday yesterday with a windier game than we have today. Very close all the way through, and Tufts was able to get the first upwind break, which basically gave them all they needed to get that win. But both teams are back today. They're ready to go, fully healthy, ready to compete for this 4th place finish and bid to go to nationals.
Looks like we have a zone from Tufts here. Northeastern going upwind on offense. Just going to chisel through with Thomas Griffin to Peter Borth here. Oh, nice. Gabe Bordick open in the middle. Oh, and a turn.
A nice defensive play by Tufts. And they'll take over looking for the downwind break to start here. You're going to see a lot of action go through number 88, Oscar Graff, a USA Worlds player and stalwart for this Tufts team. He'll be playing O-line and D-line all game long. Right now he's joined by Zach Cohen, who's got the disc there, number 73, and number 21, Roman Short, who is receiving the disc right now. They'll be leading a lot of the defensive line handling. Senior Sampson with the disc, nice swing to the middle. Tufts will be content working side to side, and I think as long as they can stay focused and move the disc easily side to side, they should be good for this game.
Some great, composed throwing so far from Tufts. Oscar getting the ball a lot, making some nice, easy throws, keeping it simple.
Ben Casmullet, number 2 with the disc here, another handler to watch. It'll be playing a lot of points. He is a 5th-year player for Tufts. He is the only one on this roster to have gone to a college national tournament back in
nice
2019.
Defense from Peter Borth on the back, the call from Ben Casmullet. Those two were teammates on Dig last summer, so bit of history.
And this game is being observed. The observer who will be entering the frame here shortly is, from the left, is Ian McClellan. He is a Maine native, and we also have observer Dylan coming in to help with this call. It's been an exciting tournament so far. The last game just finished up here was a universe point between, for the first place between Brown and UMass. And Brown was able to come out victorious. I caught the last point of that game before joining Ben here in the booth. Ben, did you manage to catch that game at all?
I saw the big blade to the back corner from behind the trees, so I saw a little bit of it, but that was it.
Looks like there is a foul called here. Tufts will take the disc, tap it, bring it to the line, and tap it into play.
See what the Huskies can do in end zone defense here. Got him right on the corner.
Ben, being a 5th-year player, is a very composed player with a disc, so I expect him to make a smart throw here. And
a little much.
As I say that, he just puts it out of reach of Oscar.
All right, we got Brendan King. Brendan King did not attend on Saturday, so his legs are fresh for Sunday. Expecting a lot of touches at him on this O-line. Over to Thomas Griffin, 5th-year captain. Scuba, nice catch by Peter Borth there. I would like to see the Huskies cutters get a little closer in this wind. Not a whole lot of easy throws for the handlers, and as I say that, Peter breaks through in the middle. A nice throw from Owen Cordes.
The first talk
Coming
of the
to
game.
Gabe. Oh, Gabe on the nice catch. What a grab out of Gabe Bordick there.
And a great first hold by Northeastern, but there is a foul called on the play.
Saying he pushed him in the back as he was jumping up.
That was Zach Cohen on the defensive side from Tufts, number 73.
Gabe makes a really nice play there, though. Might have been a foul, but stick with that disc in the wind, make a nice bid.
And games like this are really going to come down to plays like that, right? Whoever can grind it out, get those second chance catches and Ds.
Yep.
I don't expect it to be a very clean game with this wind and being in the last game of the tournament. These two teams have played a lot and are tired.
Yep.
But I expect it to be a grind all the way.
It always is. With Tufts versus Northeastern is always, a special game to watch. No foul called by the observer. It's a goal for Gabe Vordick, and the Huskies open the game with an upwind hold. Wow.
Unlike yesterday's game where the first O point was downwind, here we're starting with the defense pulling downwind, which is really going to sway the outcome early for whoever can make this downwind break to start. Tufts had a chance there on the goal line, unable to finish it, and Northeastern cleans it up and scores to hold. If you're just joining us for the first time this weekend, we'd like to welcome you. This is the first postseason tournament hosted up here in beautiful southern Maine. It's a tournament that we're very excited to put on. Maine Ultimate is no stranger to hosting great Ultimate tournaments for all levels. And I think it was only a matter of time until we got a postseason tournament, and I expect to see more of these going forward.
Yeah, I wish I could have played at college regionals at Wainwright. That would have been nice. Maine Ultimate always hosts the best tournaments, in my opinion.
We'll chat about some of the great tournaments that Maine Ultimate is putting on this summer as the game continues here, and we settled in. But just like these players, Ben and I are we're buzzing up here. We're drinking our yerba mate. Thank you to Yerba Mate for donating some of their drinks to our Tourney Central. We're getting caffeinated, and we're settling in for a grind of a game, like we said. Storyline to follow. Zach Singer there, who just got the disc center to him, center O-line handler for Tufts. He is dealing with a stomach bug that kept him out of game 1 today. He woke up at 2 in the morning and was throwing up all night.
Oh my.
I actually, during the last game against UVM in the semis for second place, I went and picked him up as he showed up late with a hospital band on his wrist that I think he's still wearing on his left hand.
I see it, yeah. That's a pretty crazy out of Zach there.
He
shows the commitment that he's willing to put in for this team.
He is a 4-year E-Men player, senior captain, and the offense really does run through him. He had a great game yesterday against Northeastern in the 15-11 win in pool play, and he'll need to give it all he has here today to try to do the same. Toshi Nagase with the disc, 00, the blonde hair. Zach Burpee receiving the disc. He's one of Tufts' premier O-line cutters, tall, able to come down, but also a very confident player underneath with the disc in his hands.
Yeah, Burpee and I matched up against each other a lot throughout college. He's a great player to play against, really nice guy. Tough to root against him here, but sorry.
And he was a transfer coming to Tufts, joining in his sophomore year during the COVID pandemic, so.
Is that Bowdoin originally, correct? I think he was.
I don't know where he came from. I just know that he's at Tufts now, and we're happy to have him. As Tufts approaches the end zone, it looks like they are getting into their end zone set here. Zach Singer does not look phased at all. He is ready to go with a great inside break for the score to Oscar Graff. 1-1.
Good pressure there from the Huskies D-line. Made him throw a lot of tight throws. I think that's definitely something we saw in the first game that these two played this weekend was Tufts was able to reset the disc despite the pressure. It'd be great if the Huskies could, just a little bit more. And they're going to start getting some of these Ds, I think. Not biased.
So as we talked about after the last point, Maine Ultimate is no stranger to hosting some great tournaments. One of the biggest tournaments that we host here in South Portland, Maine at the Wainwright facilities is the Lobster Pot, which is a fall college tournament. It's hosted in conjunction with the City of South Portland, Visit Portland, and the Maine Sports Commission. And it'll be hosting again this year on October 21st and 22nd right here at Wainwright. It's 2 days of great Ultimate. We have over 40 fields here, 80 college teams in attendance, men's, women's, and mixed, across all levels A, B, and C. Live stream games, merch tent, food trucks, It is really a spectacle to behold. At last year's tournament, we had over 20 golf carts transporting teams all around the complex. And it's really probably one of the most exciting atmospheres to be a part of in the college setting.
You get to play in Maine in the fall, which I don't really know what more you need. As Brendan King on the receiving the pull there for the Huskies up to Owen Cordes. Looks like another zone coming out from Tufts. They're probably going to stick with that on these upwind O points. And missed by Olish there.
I can't quite see the number of who came down with that disc, but that was a great athletic play to bring down the disc that floated in the wind. Samson Beanstalk composed on that catch and a little upline throw to the end zone for the score. Samson Beanstalk to someone whose name I will get eventually. And Tufts gets that first downwind break.
Yeah, it seemed like the Huskies were doing all right, just a missed throw there, but Tufts able to capitalize quickly on that one. I think the fewer throws that these D-lines are going to need to take is going to be better, especially in this wind.
And I want to shout out Samson Beanstalk there, who came out with that tightly contested underthrow and threw that little upwind or downwind upline. Samson came into Tufts as a freshman, planning to play varsity lacrosse.
Oh, wow.
And after going to a few of our pickup games early in the season and then going to a few of the lacrosse practices, he decided to try out for us. And we asked him, Samson, why aren't you playing lacrosse? And he said, those guys all stink. I'd rather play Frisbee. And here he is as a senior contributing to this really strong and experienced Tufts team.
Made the right choice, I'd say.
He sure did. Samson is a Miami native, but his dad actually played for Team Canada Ultimate back many years ago. So he comes from a Frisbee family, even though he didn't start playing until his freshman year at Tufts.
We got the first downwind O point for either team today. And the Huskies are going to start from the middle of the field after a brick. Looks like a person defense out of Tufts here. Up to Thomas Griffin. Senior Stogie making a nice play there.
The Tufts sideline here yelling no around when the disc is on the fore side.
Throw from Thomas Griffin just out the back. And now Tufts going to have to work full 70 upwind. Chance for another break.
Number 11 going to pick up the disc is Michael Shriver. Shriver played a lot of O-line handler for last year for Tufts, and this year made the transition over to the D-line side of the disc. He is a very calming presence for Tufts' D-line offense.
Very valuable player to have are those calm D-line handlers.
And again, Tufts is able to make these sort of adjustments this year due to the experience of their team. A lot of strong club players and experienced college players on this roster. Tufts working their way upwind, hoping to get a really strong two-break lead here on Northeastern to begin this game. A lot on the line here.
Ball going. We got Peter Borth off the back with a huge D. Nice D from Peter there to get the ball back for this O-line. That's huge.
Just a little bit more spin and inside out on that. Huck would have let it carry.
The other way. Too much on Thomas.
And now that is, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that is 2 Hucks from number, who is that?
That's Thomas Griffin there, number 23.
2 slightly long Hucks with downwind. I expect him to adjust and hit one of those in one of these future points.
Yeah, Thomas, a fifth year captain for this Huskies team. He's been an initiating cutter for this team for a couple years now, so
it seems like he's been there forever. I feel like I remember playing against him when I was at Tufts. Tufts working well in motion here, which I think will be key for attacking this upwind space.
Yep.
standing still will make it easier for the defense to force out and force tough throws. But as the offense moves quickly, it allows for a lot of throws in motion and the defense doesn't get to set.
Yeah, that was something they did very well, I think, in the game yesterday as well. Their motion offense on the turn was very impressive.
Timeout called here by Tufts, and we'll use this timeout to shout out one of our great sponsors and supporters here at Maine Ultimate, and that is Revision Energy. Revision Energy was co-founded by Ultimate World Champion Fortunat Mueller. Revision Energy loves supporting Ultimate Frisbee because it's a friendly, inclusive sport. We think good vibes matter in today's crazy world. That's why Revision Energy is a 100% employee-owned solar company and certified B Corp. Revision Energy's mission is to make life better by building our just and equitable electric future. So please be in touch to learn how we can help you save money and reduce your carbon footprint.
Fortunat Mueller, a former Callahan winner from Brown, so making the Revision Energy alumni proud today was BMO.
It's always impressive to me how dominant Brown continues to be. I mean, they had years, I believe, in the late 90s, early 2000s where they won nationals. Yeah. They had a couple down years, but for the past probably 5 years or so, they have been a force to be reckoned with.
Yep.
Having won nationals in 2019 and coming, I think, runners up a few times.
Yeah, I think runners up once. A semifinalist throughout that whole span. Haven't lost a game at regionals since 2017. So,
and that's always so impressive to me because these teams that we're watching play today and this weekend, they're club teams. They don't get to recruit. They don't have scholarships. So these players that are going to Brown to play Ultimate, they're getting in based on their merit, and then the strong program that is there builds them up and makes them some of the best players in the country. And it's the same with Northeastern and Tufts. I mean, these players go to these schools for the academics, they join the Frisbee programs, and they become these world-class players that we see on club teams all over the country.
Tufts about half field here, working it up to get another upwind break.
And around from Oscar to Zach. Not sure if Ben Cass-Mullet is in your frame, but whenever you see number 2, Ben Cass-Mullet, he is a quick and hard worker when he's off the disc.
Yep, definitely.
Again, Tufts here, looking to just move it side to side, hitting a few inside breaks upwind. And a nice around throw for the score from Roman Short to Samson Beanstalk. Making it 3-1 or 4-1?
I believe 3-1.
3-1, Tufts is up.
Yep. This is time to regroup for Northeastern here. If we can get this upwind hold, I think we can right the ship, but Tufts definitely with a lot of momentum right now.
Ben, you're a recent grad of Northeastern.
Yeah.
What sort of got you, when you were looking at schools to go to play Frisbee, or when you were looking for colleges,
Sure.
Was Frisbee a big part of your consideration?
Not really, actually. Well, I guess it was for some schools. I applied to the classics like Wisconsin and Pittsburgh, but I decided to go to Northeastern based solely on academics and the co-op program. But I was pretty fortunate that my incoming class and the classes above me were very committed, and we had a great coach who came in my freshman year, who's still coaching now, Dan Horrigan. So it all really came together for that program while I was there, and it was an absolute blast. But I can't say that I necessarily thought it was going to happen. I think they got like 7th or 8th at regionals the year before I applied. So
yeah, Northeastern is unlike Brown or Tufts or even some of the past Harvard teams and UMass teams. Northeastern was not known as a sort of a perennial national contender. And I think in your time there, they've really changed the script and had qualified for 2 in a row, and now every year are in the running for it.
Yeah. It makes me proud to see the boys out here fighting for another game to go.
Some of the other storylines from this weekend, like we said, Brown was able to beat UMass in the first place game. Right now, to one of the fields here to the left of us, we have the second place game going down between UVM and UMass. UVM now, I believe, has qualified for their 2nd national in a row. Last year they, I believe, made it to pre-quarters before falling out, and I know their eyes are set on a much better finish this year. Meanwhile, UMass making their first nationals appearance this year since 2018. So a little bit of a drought for them, which is uncommon, but they're back in it, and I'm sure we'll see a very competitive showing from them out in Cincinnati in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what all of the teams from New England do this year. I could see at least 3 or, you know, in a crazy world, maybe 4 semis for New England. No, maybe.
That'd be quite the finish.
It would be. All right, got Northeastern working it up nice here. Up to Brendan King.
You don't mean to jinx it, but they do look a little bit settled down now.
Yep.
Making nice throws, getting open. It also seems like the Tufts defensive pressure has gone down a little bit here too after that timeout.
The D-line has played a lot of points so far this game for Tufts, so
maybe getting a little bit comfortable.
Yep.
Too early in the game to be getting comfortable though.
Vordic. Brendan King right in the end zone.
Great switch there by Tufts' defense.
Northeastern skirting around the front of the end zone. Trying to make this as close as possible, and Peter is wide open. And that's a nice hold from the Dogs.
A nice clean upwind point by Northeastern. A very important upwind hold to let their defense try to get the downwind break here.
Something I didn't see out of the Huskies yesterday in the game against Tufts that I'd like to see today is crossing over some of their O-line players onto the D-line. I mean, Peter Borth, fantastic D-line player, as well as Gabe Vordic. And many others. So I would love to see some O-line firepower come onto this D-line at some point soon.
And a game like this is one where you leave it all out there, right?
Nothing else to play for.
You need to play your best lines, keeping in mind that these players have, in the case of Northeastern, this is their 7th game this weekend.
Yeah, it's true. What was Tufts wearing this? They played UMass?
Tufts had a first-round bye today. Yesterday, losing in the first place semis to UMass right, in a 15-11 game. So this morning they had a first-round bye, and at 11 a.m. they played the second place semis versus UVM. And they went down, I don't know the exact score, but it was fairly one-sided in UVM's favor. Again, Tufts was playing without their top O-line handler and captain Zach Singer, who's back on the line here, number 2 on the line, standing next to Toshihiro Nagase with the blonde hair, who's also playing through a rolled ankle that he sustained yesterday. But
nice pull from Ethan
Cook,
a
great pull
right
in the
on
back
the corner. Oh my. This is a big opportunity for the D-line here. Would love to get a turnover on the goal line, or on the back goal line.
Physical play, you can sense that Northeastern really wants to get this disc. Tufts does not have much real estate to work with there.
Certainly not. Nice and calm though so far. Huskies keeping them locked in the end zone.
They're content to let their handlers work here, as the cutters are leaving a lot of space. And this is something Tufts did a lot of in yesterday's game against Northeastern. I think they believe that their handlers can work against the Northeastern handler defense and be effective. As you see here, working it up 40 yards out of the back of the end zone. And now getting a cutter involved, that is Tucker Livingston, a freshman out of Cape Elizabeth, Maine. Looks like Tufts has now fallen into a little bit of a vert stack, and there's a tough turn.
Turnover from Tufts there, a little bit out of Burpee's reach, which is surprising because he's got some long arms. We got Colin.
Looks like Tufts is forcing them to the flick side here, downwind.
Colin Leonelli over to Ethan Cook in the backfield. Ethan's got a big flick hook. Here it comes up to Jackson McGinnis.
Woo! Great read by the Northeastern player.
See you later, Oscar.
Oh, and Oscar is able to
I believe Dallin Archibald there jumps it in for a goal. Northeastern breaks back. What
Great
a play.
response by Northeastern making this game.
Jackson McGinnis is either a sophomore or a junior. Junior from he's recently graduated to the A team from the B team last year, playing very well for the Huskies all season. Gets up on Oscar Graff there. Really nice play.
And that's another real strength of both of these programs that is worth mentioning is their developmental teams. This weekend's regionals event had both Northeastern B team, who call themselves Northeastern, and also the Tufts B team, the B men, and the Tufts C team qualifying for their first Division I regionals appearance. So
3 Tufts teams here this weekend. I didn't
3
know that.
Tufts teams, very strong showing. The Tufts B men and Tufts C men did square off for 15th place this morning at 9 a.m. And the B men did take them down, although they did allow 3 points to the C team. Both those teams, I believe, are still here on the sidelines supporting the E men in their run here to try to qualify for nationals.
Yeah, we're all tied up at 3s, I believe. Chance for an upwind break here for the Huskies. For Tufts, just shake that one off. You worked it up really well. I think they got really nothing to work on. Ethan Cook again on the pole.
These upwind pulls are critical. We've talked about it all weekend, but if you can get the offense to start deeper and then force a turn early, you get way better starting field position as opposed to having to work the disc all the way up the field. Oscar Graff with the disc here as the cutters cycle downfield. There's Burpee with the under. Zach Singer now looking to Tucker Livingston, who gets a lot of separation from his defender. Tufts is working it really easy down the open sideline here. Ben Mullet now with the disc on the sideline, swings it to Toshi. Toshi to Oscar. And Tufts is now going to get into their side-to-side end zone sequence here. Very content to just keep working it laterally. And I find that when they do that, they get scores. Not like that.
Great play by Steve there to bid on the mark, make Oscar really think about that one, throws it a little bit out of reach to Tucker, and the Huskies have full 70 to work it up for an upwind break.
And again, the teams that are in contention here today are all very strong, and plays like that are what separate the best from the good.
Yep. Dallin Archibald. Wow.
Friendly fire.
All right,
but
everyone looks okay though. That was a scary moment from the Huskies. Over to Ethan Cook. Ethan's got a nice flick, as we saw last point.
Almost a big poach there from Zach Singer. Big call downfield.
We got James with the disc here, working with Ethan and Steve in the backfield.
Up line there, and that's the wind.
A gust of wind, yeah,
right
a gust
up.
of wind comes up. That's tough.
Let's see if Tufts can settle in here and just move the disc side to side like they practice so often. They are being fairly conservative here with the gusts picking up.
Oh, nice catch from
great
Ben
grab
Casmullet.
by Tucker. Oh, that's Ben Casmullet. You know him better than me.
Oh, yeah, the wind there again affecting the play. No, James, good holster.
Oh, what a great
nice
challenge by
bid
Zach
from
Singer.
but it looked like maybe a
A
foul.
lot of contact there, but it does seem to me like Singer got there first, although, we'll see. They'll discuss and probably bring the observer in at the end of this discussion. Chance for the players to catch their breath.
Yep. Yeah, it looks like the observers are going to talk about this one. Looks like foul is going to be upheld on Zach Singer. Northeastern will have the disc, middle of the field, looking for a break.
Those are the sort of fouls, though, for Tufts or Northeastern that you're willing to take in this game because they're fighting for the disc. It wasn't a dangerous play by any means, but It's going to be a physical game, and it's going to be a grind like we talked
Jackson
about.
McGinnis with another chance at one. Oh, and he comes down with it again. Woo! This would be huge for the Huskies.
A little trap on the sideline here. This is a tough spot to be.
Spot. Gets it off.
Zach Singer on the mark.
A great throw from Steve.
Great around
Gets it over
throw.
to Colin Leonelli in the end zone set. Over to Ethan Cook. Oh, nice bid from Toshi, but can't quite get it on James. And this is getting intense. A lot of bids.
The coach yelling from the sideline for Toshi to force his guy out. Let's see if he agrees.
Oh, a low throw there is tough. Huskies turn it over. Tufts with another chance to get this hold.
And a nice play by Tufts, sending their tall guy deep and bringing Tucker under for the easy completion. Now they move it up the open sideline, which they've been doing great this whole game. This is where they've struggled. And there is the score by Tufts from Ben Casamullet on a beautiful upline to Oscar Graff in the back of the end zone.
They had the same play earlier this game, and Ben missed that throw, but he's dialed in now. Hits Oscar with a nice floaty one that he can run onto. And to Tufts O-line survives. What is your opinions on Toshi's blonde hair here in brunch?
I actually haven't asked him about it yet, but it is a new look. I haven't seen it before.
Yeah, I haven't either.
The Tufts team is known for doing some fun things with their hair, usually for early season tournaments, but maybe he is trying to channel some of that energy from early in the season to carry him through the regional tournament. When I was a freshman at Tufts, ahead of my first tournament, which was a fall tournament, it was actually, no, it was not the fall tournament. I take that back. It was, my first tournament was Stanford Invite.
Oh, wow.
Out in the Bay Area of California. And they gave us freshman haircuts, and mine was the Danny DeVito cut. So I had long hair my freshman year, and they shaved the top of my head bald, but kept all the hair on the sides long.
I like that.
Just
That's
one example of some of the fun traditions that we have.
Who gave you that one? Do you remember?
I believe that was my good pal, Oliver Newland.
Oh, nice.
Who also now resides out west.
Oh, big kick from Tufts there. Owen Cordes is
Tufts
going to move it
falls
up.
into, looks like a three-man cup here. And now they've transitioned to what they refer to as a diamond zone with point.
Looks like they're falling into a person defense here.
Now they're in person.
Huskies going to run it through vert stack. Oh, nice. Swinging off the line to Thomas Griffin over on the break side. Oh, with the wind, just a little miscommunication it looked like maybe, or
yeah.
Tried to holster that.
Released it a little high.
Yep.
And it fell down.
Nice bid from Owen Cordes. A little late.
We're seeing multiple bids on every single point, which is what you'd expect in a contested game like this.
Yep.
So far, all the bids have been fairly clean, which is what we want to continue to see.
Big throw there.
Roman short to
nice
Zach
catch.
Cohen. The great catch in traffic. That was a great throw from Roman Short. Upwind, leads his receiver away from the defenders. And Tufts will now fall into their end zone set. I'd expect to see Roman Short and Michael Shriver, who are trailing the play, to come in and get the disc from Zach.
It's great to have players like them on the line who can kind of organize things for you. But looks like the Huskies have an advantage right now in terms of defensive positioning, so we'll see how this goes.
And there we go. There's Roman. Break side throw to Shiv. Shiv with a little pretty throw.
And a foul on the end zone there.
Good communication there from Zach Cohen, making sure the whole Tufts line is aware of what they're doing and knows what position to go to. As the day goes on and the game goes on, communication becomes critical. You can't lose your voice.
Yep. As you get tired, you
the
gotta
first
make
thing
sure.
that goes when you get tired.
Yep.
Again, I'm going to repeat it, but I'd love to see Tufts be patient, and there they have a nice break side throw. Zach Cohen is one of those players with a lot of emotion. I would say he is sort of the emotional anchor of this team. You see there on that score, he kind of waves the disc and spikes it. You know, some might say that's not a very spirited play, but this is a game to go.
Oh yeah, getting your team fired up, I respect it.
So if you're wondering how you can get involved in Maine Ultimate, well, we have 2 great fun tournaments coming up this summer and a club tournament for all the divisions, men's open men's, mixed, and women's. That tournament is Vacationland. It'll be happening the first weekend of August. I believe that's August 6th and 7th this year. Right here at the Wainwright Fields, we're gonna have food trucks, we're gonna have line fields, we're gonna have probably a live stream. We're gonna have club teams from all around the Northeast and beyond. It's sure to be a good time. This is the first year they're doing Vacationland since before COVID. And it's always one of those amazing tournaments to come to.
Yep.
You can play, it's nice and summery here in Maine, and then afterwards you can hit the beach or hit the brewery to cool off. We'll tell you about Island Time and Ultimate on the River in the next break.
Brendan King picking up for the Huskies right on the brick mark, it looks like.
This is a critical hold here for the Huskies going upwind. As the Tufts leads 5-3.
Person defense from Tufts coming out. We got Owen up to Peter Borth. Oh, Brendan King's open deep. Yeah, nice, Peter. Oh, and a nice throw from Ben Chamise there. And a clean hold from the Huskies. They kept the ball moving and they never stopped moving it. It was great. Right into the end zone.
5-4 Tufts.
Now they have another chance to get this downwind break back, tie the game up.
Besides Vacationland this summer, you can also, as I mentioned, get involved with the Ultimate Time on the River, which is a weekend retreat up to Bingham, Maine. Saturday, you will play in a 4v4 hat tournament, then camp overnight with a band playing, barbecue, bonfire, fire pit, and on Sunday, you'll join the team that you played with on Saturday for a whitewater rafting trip down the Kennebec River. Wow. This is the first time this event is happening. It will be in June. You can learn more at maineultimate.org, and also registration is open. So go and sign up before it fills up, because this is an event that will fill up fast.
That sounds like a blast. I didn't know that was happening. I didn't know about the White River rafting, but I might have to hop on and sign up. Maybe, we'll see.
I signed up right ahead of this tournament because I knew I'd be talking about it.
Yeah, right.
And I wanted to get in before there was a mad rush for the registration.
Smart. I wasn't briefed.
You can sign up right on your phone right now.
That's true, I could.
Nice pull.
From Northeastern. Toshi receives. Up Singer in the middle.
Tufts comes out in a host stack, looking to get Oscar involved across the middle of the field. Defended well by Northeastern.
Oh, a nice throw from Toshi there. Peter was hunting for a D.
And a deep shot, a deep cut from Zach Burpee, well covered. Singer looks it off and swings it. Does look like Tufts is getting their cutters a little bit more involved on this possession. Burpee is really working hard to try to get open deep, and the Northeastern player is denying it. They know that that's a strength, and
they have enough people around the disc. Oh, a turn there from
Tough turn
Tufts.
from Bencast.
Go. Ethan Cook points for it. Doesn't let it go. Throws it into the turf. Tough.
If you hear any good heckles coming off our mic here, being picked up, we do have the Northeastern and the Tufts alumni sitting underneath us here.
Singer yelling at his handlers to get into the break space. Nice defense from Peter Borth there on Zach Singer, and it's going up to Burpee.
Stall line huck. That is the guy you want receiving it. There is Zach Burpee. He worked hard all point to set up a clean, deep cut. And then it ends up coming down to a
stall called there on the throw from Toshi. So we'll see. They're going to talk about this one.
The Tufts alumni in me wants to say, I could barely count to 6 on that. But
were you paying attention, really?
I wasn't counting.
It is a stall. Wow. The disc's coming back there. Great defense from the Huskies to.
Do you know how that works with observers upholding stalls? Because they're not counting. Is it just a matter of what they hear?
Are they not? I thought they were counting.
They count on every possession?
You know.
That's a good question. We'll ask them at halftime and come back to you.
We will. We got some offensive firepower in. Peter Borth here for the Huskies. I'd love to see him get involved on the Zach Singer. Immediately strikes deep.
And there's
throw
the
from
full,
James.
and I think that is going to be too long.
Yeah, too
Great
much.
Defense from Bencast Mullet, getting his body in the way of that run. Although I don't think the Northeastern receiver was going to catch up to that.
Tufts is known for their good help defense. They're smart defenders. So
that's very kind of you. Ben and I did play against each other in college, although we didn't match up too often. Ben's a tall defensive cutter. I am a short defensive cutter, so.
Yeah, didn't see the field a whole lot together. But we're going to see the field a lot together this summer for a ton. A great defense there from Steve on the goal line. Big opportunity for the Huskies.
Now, what does Northeastern typically try to do in their end zone set on a play like this?
They kind of clear up the front of the stack so we can get a nice little cut like that from Peter, and that was just about textbook.
And there is a call.
And
the observers call. No, I think the observers are just delayed, but looks like a touchdown for Northeastern.
And another downwind break for the Huskies. This is a back and forth battle, just like we knew it would be.
That brings the score to 5-5. Tufts will now be receiving the disc, going downwind.
And the Tufts coach is trying to get the alumni fired up, but unfortunately the Tufts alumni will not respond. Hate to see that.
The Tufts alumni is not responding. Let's hear a response, Tufts. We're getting heckles from the Northeastern commentator up here.
No, that's all right.
I have a feeling we're going to hear them here on the next few points.
That may be. Looks like maybe a zone coming out from the Huskies here. We have a nice little flat diamond, kind of similar to Tufts zone. Force the disc to the center.
That seems to be a zone that's becoming fairly popular in the college division. I don't remember ever seeing a diamond zone when I played in college a couple of years ago. It seems to be all the rage now.
It's a good one to throw people off. Usually when you're accustomed to a cup, you get trapped on the sideline, so you usually have some pretty free resets, but it's a very good containment zone, which is good for the wind.
The way it was described to me is you essentially make a diamond with 1 point on the mark, and you try not to let them get the disc into the middle of the diamond.
Yes, basically. Hammer coming from Zach Singer, a nice throw to a wide open cast mullet.
I mean, what can you say? That was absolutely beautiful.
Really? The Tufts alums are claiming credit for Zach Singer's nice throw there.
playing on anti-nausea medication, unfazed. So far, a very clean game from Zach Singer.
Sounds like we have Tufts players admitting to PEDs. That is unfortunate. On the live stream. Northeastern O-line back out there. Same stalwarts we've seen throughout the whole game. They've had some pretty good chemistry so far today. I'd say they're looking pretty calm, collected after a couple early breaks from Tufts.
We have 6-5 here. Northeastern receiving the pull. Foul called, but caught, which means the play continues.
Looks like Tufts has fallen back into their person set here. Their transitions have been pretty wishy-washy. Some of them have been very good. That one was not so good. The Huskies are able to break through, get the disc right up to the end zone. Thomas Griffin and Owen Cordes working now. Nice little upline movement.
Great roll from the Tufts, and just out of reach.
Miscommunication there.
And Zach Cohen makes sure that no one else can touch it.
Just out of reach.
Tufts needs to dig deep here on this upwind possession.
Oh, huge bid from Peter. Can't quite get there.
And a great focused catch from the Tufts player.
The Huskies O-line wants this one back. They are fighting for every single throw right now.
The wind picks up just as Tufts tries to work it upwind. Samson Beanstalk with a disc to Roman short. Roman did throw a beautiful hucker upwind earlier, so I expect to see him not hesitate.
Pop one up. Nice catch there from Shriver.
And Tufts is playing out of a vert stack, which means that their players are lined up right down the center of the field and making space on either end for movement and open cuts. And Tufts just working it side to side. This is exactly how you want to play a vert stack. Let's see if they can hold their composure and stay patient enough here to bump it, punch it in.
Bench!
Unfortunately, that inside flick got caught up in the wind and just out of reach of Samson on the bid attempt.
Apologize for yelling into the mic there. Thomas Griffin wide open. Oh, we've got Olish. Olish had a big game this morning for the Huskies against Dartmouth. Had 4 goals in the first half, if I recall correctly.
And Tufts seems to be content to let these around throws go off, which is understandable in this wind, but you'd like to see them challenge that reset.
Oh, a nice throw from Thomas Griffin. He's dialed in that flick now, and the Huskies make a nice hold.
Good work by the Huskies, fighting all the way and getting that disc back and scoring. So now we have a 6-6 score. Halftime is when the first team hits 8. For those that are watching at home, some that may be a little bit unfamiliar with some of the terminology we're throwing out. One of the things we talk a lot about is the break. And similar to a sport like tennis where the serving player is expected to win that game, in ultimate, the team that receives the disc on offense to start the point is expected to score. So when a defense is able to force a turnover and then score, we call that a break, just like tennis. And what makes that even harder on a day like today is the wind, where when the defense is going upwind, which means the wind is blowing in their face, they not only have to get a turn, but then they have to work that disc all the way down the field with the wind blowing in their face. So it gives an even bigger advantage to the offense.
Being a D-liner is hard. As a fellow D-liners up here in the commentary booth, we empathize with these windy days for the D-lines.
In fact, I got so tired of playing D-line that I forced myself onto the O-line.
Can't beat him, join him.
Yeah, can't beat him, join him. That's right. And so as we watch this pull here from Northeastern, they'll be pulling it into the wind So I'd expect the disc to get just past the half. That's what we've been seeing, although the wind has let up here.
Ethan Cook has been pulling well for the Huskies today. He's a sophomore, got a lot of potential, that kid. Oh, Steve Wright giving Singer all he can handle.
And there is that huck from
Nice
Zach
tackle.
Burpee to
Burpee.
Oscar. We call that Bosker over at Tufts. And Tucker just runs right around his guy, beats him with pure speed for an easy 3-throw offensive point from Tufts. Just like they drew it up.
That was a quick one. If we're going to be going downwind as the Huskies defense, I think we need a bit more help out of the top there. Oscar just alone in space is not something that I want anybody guarding.
And that is the first downwind huck from Tufts, which is exciting to see, but one thing that happens a lot is a team that is playing very composed, short throw, very high percentage look type of offense. Sometimes when they get that first huck completion, it changes the mentality and they start looking for that more.
Yeah.
And although that huck was beautiful and it's, great decision, great throw, great execution, sometimes once you break the ice with that first huck, it leads to some maybe questionable looks.
Yeah, for
and
sure.
that'll be something to keep an eye out here, although we are right ahead of the half, so I'm sure the Tufts coaches will keep that Tufts offensive line in check and focused to stay true to the game plan.
Yeah, I think on the other side from the Huskies defense, I think, they've been getting kind of bunched up because they're trying to guard these handlers, and I think they kind of forgot about the deep ball a little bit. So I think we also need to start communicating, keeping our heads up.
For any football fans, it's sort of similar to a team that has a strong run game and then pulls out a deep pass.
Exactly. It's a good analogy.
When the defense isn't paying attention.
Huskies O-line having an easy time working it up to about half field. Gabe Vordick with the disc now. Ooh, nice cuts from Owen Cordes to get it off. And a hammer to Peter Borth, an absolute dime on a rope from Owen Cordes. And that's tied up again. This point's for half.
Now, remind me, did Tufts come out on offense to start this game?
The Huskies came out on offense
Okay,
to start
so
this
Tufts
game.
is up one break at this
Yes,
point.
I believe so.
A timeout called by Tufts to settle in their team ahead of this very important downwind offensive point.
This is a big one. This is for the halftime break. If the Huskies can get this break, we're back on serve. If Tufts gets this break, Huskies are going to need 2 in the second half in order to make a comeback. So, all important point here.
And again, halftime is at 8. We are playing to 15. Ultimate is typically a sport that is played to a certain point objective, although there are what we call soft and hard caps built into the game to keep them from going too long. With the way this game is trending, I'd expect that we will get to a cap before we hit 15, but there's still plenty of time before that.
Yeah, it's been a pretty clean game so far. I'd be surprised if we got capped. Who knows though? Second half could be a bit sloppier.
Lots of points on the board.
Yes, certainly.
I'd like to take a second to thank the many volunteers that we have out here on short notice today to help make this tournament a success. We'll start with our trainers and our medical staff here. They have been zooming on their golf carts up and down this giant complex, helping players stay healthy. I'd also like to shout out members of Red Tide, our local men's club team, who were here today and this weekend, driving golf carts around, shuttling players, refilling waters, setting up the field and breaking it down later. And many more to thank that we'll get to as this game goes on, but we'll get back to the action here. Center to Zach Singer. It looks like it's a similar play as last time.
Huskies are aware this time, but it lets open a nice under from Tucker.
Tufts approaching the red zone and will soon fall into their end zone set here.
Nice defense from Peter Borth here on Zach Singer. That's a good matchup to watch for the rest of this game.
Northeastern is
And
able to push Tufts back.
Losing yards like crazy here, but Toshi breaks through with a nice break throw to Zach Burpee. The Tufts cutters look a bit tired, disconnected, not making a ton of moves.
Tucker is able to break that slump by coming under and continuing it to Ben Cass-Mullet to the open side. Northeastern is forcing the Tufts team, and there's a yellow card is given to Northeastern player as Toshi tries to get the sideline hyped up. The observers, similar to a soccer match, are able to hand out cards to plays that are deemed dangerous. One of those plays that we see commonly is when a player tries to go through the back of...
Oh, great D from Peter Borth here. He's had a couple nice layout Ds this half. That's a huge play.
Seems like Tufts forced that throw a little bit into an area with a lot of Northeastern defenders.
Love to see this ball get off the sideline as fast as possible from the Huskies. Oh, just out of reach. Tufts on offense again.
Ben Cass-Mullet is absolutely grinding these undercuts, getting open. And there's
nice
another
play
great catch by
again.
Ben. Gives it to Oscar as Tufts gets into their end zone set here. Let's see if they choose to swing it or cram it up the cram hole. Looks like they're choosing the swing route, which I agree with. There's that motion to the open side, which is where the defense is pushing them to go.
There's a pick called, looks like.
So again, Northeastern is setting up their mark. The player on the offensive player with the disc. The player defending the player with the disc is the mark. They're setting that up to try to go towards us. Late getting over there, and is an easy break side completion for the score to take half. Tufts 8, Northeastern 7.
Good half out of both teams. I think we got a second half that's going to be chock full of some nice plays and some intense moments, so stick around.
We will be back in about 15 minutes. And we are back. And I am excited.
I'm excited as well. Second half, game to go. 8-7. Huskies have the ball pulling downwind. This is an exciting game.
I do want to shout out one of the Tufts alumni for giving me a call during that halftime and telling me that I've been butchering one of the Tufts players' names all game. I want to apologize to Ryan Cohen, who I've been calling Zach all game. I will fix that in the second half.
There are a lot of Zachs on this team. Yeah. Honest mistake.
Yeah. But yeah, Ryan Cohen is the heart and soul of this team. So I'm sure we'll see more of that out of him. And we're going to be getting underway here shortly. The Tufts E-men, Elephant men, are on the line, ready to receive and ready to rock and roll.
What would you like to see out of Tufts to start this half?
I'd like to see them continue to play composed.
Yeah, sure.
You can get the excitement going here, thinking, okay, we're close.
Yep.
But you cannot let the foot off the pedal. And I remember the game to go that I played in where Tufts won. I didn't know the score of the whole game, and we won, and I had no idea that we won. And I'm hoping that these Tufts players are just as locked in here.
Yeah, mentally strong.
And that's one of the mentality things you hear a lot about in Ultimate is you can only control the controllables, and you got to play every single point one at a time. If you start focusing on the score, it's a big mental burden to have as a player, and it can affect your play.
We got a lot of O-line representation on the Huskies D-line right now, playing some nice defense. Owen Cordes gets.
And Tufts did come out with a little bit of a.
Nice D from James there, but can't quite get it.
Oh,
wow.
What a play!
Tucker milks it to the end zone.
Tucker called not in by the
calls
observer.
It not in, and flips it.
Quick score. What a series there. I was just about to say, Tufts came out of the half playing a little dominator set with Roman Short, Toshi, and Oscar, and then Roman comes out and throws his second upwind huck, brought down by Zach Burpee, continued on to Tucker, and then into the score for Toshi. What a great start to the half for Tufts.
It was nice play, nice throw. I'd love to see from the Northeastern D-line containing these handlers a little bit better. We're getting emotion on these upline strike cuts, and it's giving them the opportunity to throw deep. So I think if we can contain those a little bit more, that's going to give the Tufts O-line a bit of trouble on these upwind points.
And I'd like to compliment you there, talking about that controllable mindset, right? You're thinking about how do we prevent the huck from happening in the first place, right?
Got to.
Whereas what I was thinking there was, well, that defender was an inch away from that disc, right? So
true.
You can't control those little plays, and like we said at the very beginning of this game, there's going to be some of those close calls, and whoever comes up with more of them is going to win this game. But it's really that controllable mindset. We can't control that defensive play, but we can control keeping their handlers out of a power position.
Absolutely. Now the Northeastern O-line's going to have to match the Tufts O-line's upwind hold to keep this game within a point.
Here is Ryan Cohen with a beautiful downwind pull that is going to float and fall just past the end zone line. And Tufts comes down in their diamond zone that Northeastern seems to be running as well.
There seems a bit more handler, I don't know, like open in the center. The Huskies have one more nice play out of Gabe in the middle that's like supposed to mark straight up in the center of the field. So slightly different, but very similar concepts of these zones.
Yeah, it does seem like the Tufts mark is pushing them to a certain side and trying to trap.
Yep.
And they are trying to trap on our closer sideline here.
Nice.
Northeastern having none of it.
Oh, Peter Borth with a nice catch there. Saves possession.
Julian Edelman-esque right there.
Yeah, that was Edelman-esque. And nice throw from Brendan King up to Olish, and that is a clean hold going upwind.
Great playing there from Northeastern.
I want to shout out Olish on this one. I accidentally confused him with Sam yesterday. I've since learned and have been very impressed with his play throughout the day. He scored a lot of goals against Dartmouth in the backdoor game this morning, so he's continuing into the game to go, which you love to see.
Now, Ben, if you were coaching this Northeastern team right here and calling this defensive set, what would you go with?
I think I'd probably start with something a little bit poachy. Try to make sure that we're stopping their pull plays, but then I think I'd go pretty quick into person defense. I like our ability to get some turns with our person. I think Tufts is going to give the ball up a couple times this half, and it's going to be all about how clinical we can be on the turn and how much we can take advantage of those opportunities.
Now, we talked a little bit earlier about crossing some players over.
Yep.
You're more familiar with this Northeastern team than I am. Are there any offensive players out there on
No,
this point?
this is the D1 kind of line. No O-line players here.
Which I think makes sense in the downwind defense.
Agreed.
Maybe when they're going upwind, that's when you put the offensive players out there to help on the turn.
This D-line's been playing well today. They got a nice break earlier, so hopefully they can do the same. Ethan Cook on the pull. He's been pulling great all game. Another
see if
nice
that
one.
one stays in. I think it's going to sail out. Yeah, very much out.
Jinxed him. Sorry about that one, Ethan.
And Tufts freshman Silas Grossman, I believe is his last name. I could be totally wrong. First name Silas. Uses his speed and fresh legs to track that disc down and get it to center handler Zach Singer.
We got Colin Leonelli here on the mark on Zach Singer. He broke his collarbone this season. Had some hardware put in. Absolutely not slowing the kid down. He's still bidding like a demon.
So a little bit robotic, huh?
A little bit. Yeah, bionic man.
And there's an upwind huck from
This one's going to
Zach
float
Singer.
and give us a chance.
Roman
Nice
short.
catch.
What a
Roman with
fingertip
nice
grab.
catch.
Falling backwards. Like an NFL receiver in the corner of the end zone. Elevating over the defender and coming down with the disc one-handed. And again, to your point, Ben.
Tufts in motion.
You gotta stop those handlers from throwing that huck.
Yep. Yeah, the handler there, again, gets in motion, is able to compose himself, get a nice flick huck up, uses his momentum to force it upwind, gets into the end zone. Another clean hold from Tufts. Was that Singer on the throw?
That was Zach Singer on the throw. So far, again, I've jinxed a few things here today, but I don't truly believe in the commentator's curse. Zach Singer is playing a very, very clean game. I believe he has 0 turns today. Playing through a lot of adversity, coming off a pretty tough stomach bug.
Yeah, is there any idea as to how that happened? Was that viral or food poisoning? Or, do you know where the boys ate last night? Do we have to call the CDC?
Yeah. It's funny you say that. Tufts had a lobster pot years back where we went to a restaurant here in Portland that has since closed, and some of our boys, I'm not going to name names, but some of our boys did get food poisoning there. So we're not strangers to food poisoning in Portland.
Nice pull there from Tufts, but well handled by Brendan King for the Huskies. And this diamond zone.
And you know, a zone with the wind is very effective, but what it does is it forces the Northeastern players to throw a lot of throws.
Yep. I will say I'm pretty confident so far in the Huskies on their zone offense. They're working through this zone like it's nothing.
And there's that tough throw. It's not going to stay in.
The commentator curse comes in again. I apologize, Thomas. That's on me.
And Northeastern did a great job breaking through the cup, but just that last throw, a little bit more focus, and again, it's hard because when a zone, every single throw, you need to be really dialed in.
Yeah.
And these are great players, but in a win like this, no one's 100%. So the more throws you can force, the larger chances you have for a turn.
Certainly. Wind picking up again. It was down for a couple points, but we're back to full gust. Thomas with a chance to get that ball back. Can't quite get there. A nice bid out of him, though.
More of the same from Ben Castamullen, getting open on that open side.
Some nice defense from the Huskies O-line here. Great catch out of
I thought he dropped
Shriver.
Wow.
Is that Shriver? Yeah.
Shriver there. Center it to Roman. Roman to Cadet. Ryan Cadet.
Nice,
Zach
got there.
Ryan Cadet. There's 2 Ryans.
Two Ryans and 2 Zachs.
We're really testing my memory here. And Tufts downfield is a little bit all over the place. This is not a formation that they would typically be in here with their cutters, but I'm sure they'll fall into more of a vert stack here after that.
I'm surprised we have no one on Tufts cutting deep for Zach Burpee there. He's known for his nice deep throws, but unfortunately turns it over in the backfield.
There. And Tufts now is going to man up and force the Northeastern team to the flick side away from us.
Oh, Peter Borth with a nice cut.
So going upwind here.
Yeah, again.
Need to make sure they get a lot of snap.
Peter with a nice flick hook. Nice flick. He's not known for his good flicks, but that one was well controlled. Oh
And
wow,
there's that
dude!
pop-up, which is
I am absolutely ruining with the commentary curse right now. Everything I say.
I can call it if you'd like.
Yeah, that might be better.
And a timeout called
from Zach.
The score here is 10-8. Tufts is working downfield here with their D-line. Some crossover with some O-line players playing out there like Zach Burpee, who just called that timeout. And we are about 75 minutes here into this game.
Cap's at 90?
I am not sure when cap is.
Okay.
But I should have figured that out because I've been commentating games all weekend.
Is Cyrus around? We got the TD maybe on deck? Doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, back to our volunteers. Our tournament director is Cyrus Fenderson is his last name, I believe. Cyrus is a staple here in the main ultimate scene. He coordinates a lot of our tournaments, college, club, fun, and with the short time we had to put this tournament together, he's been out here all weekend driving a cart around, shuttling folks, doing double duty. I also want to thank our cameraman, Max of Max Media. Thank you for the reminder there. Max has been up here all weekend, braving the wind and the sun, making sure we get all these games live streamed and out to you in great quality.
It's like a dominator set from Tufts here. Oh, and they get free in the cutter layer for some nice gainer.
Samson is one of those players that started playing, as I talked about, at Tufts, so he is very ingrained in that Tufts system of grinding cuts under, taking one look and then swinging it back to his handler. I've watched him all weekend here, and some of the best around throws in this wind that I've seen out of the Tufts players.
The Huskies playing some nice defense here, and a stall called. Oh, rescinded. Back in with Zach Burpee.
We have Burpee and Roman here. Roman able to get open. Samson clears. Zach Burpee calls for the disc on the up line. Looking to swing, and let's see if they can get one more swing off here. There they go. And this is where they have struggled here today with the wind. Nice and calm.
A lot of contact. And a blade
for the, let's see what the call is. The observer is over there. Seems like the Northeastern player thinks it was down, whereas the Tufts players are arguing for it to be up. The players can't agree. Usually what happens is it gets thrown back, but the rule does state that whoever has the best perspective on the disc is able to make the call, I believe.
Well, I think can we go to the observer as well for up-down calls?
Yes, the observer is able to make an up-down determination. Now that's the type of throw from Zach Burpee that has a little bit of excitement behind it. He can sense that Tufts is close and maybe lost a little bit of patience.
Oh, called down by the observer, wow. Yeah, they were working it up so well, and that was a big break for Tufts. I'd like to see Zach be a little calmer there, not necessarily force it.
And there's an injury called here from Roman, subbing out Oscar Graff coming in. Northeastern will also take the complimentary substitution on the injury call.
Alex Storer being subbed out for Steve Tingling. I don't know how to pronounce his last name, if I'm being honest, but
and for those back home in the USAU guidelines of Ultimate, you are not allowed to sub midpoint unless there is an injury called. And when there's an injury called, a player from the other team is also allowed to sub concurrently.
But Tufts back into the zone.
Unlike some other sports, you cannot sub out of a timeout during play. Northeastern does seem confident.
Yeah, nice throw there from Brendan King to break open this cup, get the ball moving. Brendan, a senior, has been on the team since his freshman year. Boston native.
And that bladey throw could be dangerous if the wind picks up here, but so far so good. The stall count coming from number 9, Silas, who is kind of far away from the disc, but very into it here. And yesterday, Silas did have a few layout blocks in this cup, so he is a springy player that you cannot underestimate.
Scary moment there from Thomas Griffin, but he looks to be okay.
And Northeastern is able to break through that cup, but the Tufts cup recovers.
Nice throw from Gabe. This Tufts cup is gassed. You can hear it in their marking calls. They've been running for a long time at this point.
This is some great back and forth from the Northeastern.
Oh, a very tight throw there from Brendan King.
What a grab for the score.
Steve makes a nice toe tap.
That was a giant point from Northeastern.
It was.
The Tufts O-line players making their way out on the field, though. They are ready to go. They know what they got to do.
The Tufts D-line close again to another break, but can't quite punch it in towards the end zone. Northeastern gets the hold, and back to a 1-point game, 10-9.
Tufts sending out their starting O-line.
Wind is picking up here, for sure. It's been on and off all day, but I'd say that now the gust is here. We'll see if the Northeastern D-line can capitalize.
I'd like to shout out some of our food and drink vendors that are here today at Kearney Central. Vagabond Coffee being one of them. They travel in an antique car and serve coffee. They're available for private events and such as weddings and tournaments and whatever it may be. So if you're up here in Maine, definitely Google Vagabond Coffee and check them out. Also want to thank the food truck PB&Me, who has been here all weekend serving up peanut butter jellies as well as grilled cheese sandwiches. I had them for lunch yesterday and today. They're a staple here in the Maine Ultimate scene and all around Maine.
So I believe we're 10 minutes away from soft cap, which means that we are going to be adding 2 to the highest score and then play to that. So
is it 2 or 1?
I've just talked to Cyrus. He said 2.
Okay.
He might be gone, but we're coming down to the end of this game. And nice bid from Oscar to keep the possession alive.
And that was the first throw I've seen from Zach Singer. That was a little bit iffy, coming in kind of short to that break side. Freshman Tucker Livingston with a disc throws a nice little break throw to, maybe that was open, to Zach Burpee, who continues it on to Oscar. Tufts working it up the open sideline, which they've been able to do fairly successfully here, but Northeastern always tightens it up near the end zone. Tall with a catch, number 33. Swings it to Toshi. Let's see if Tufts is able to go to the break side. Toshi
nice
trusting that inside throw to the break side into the wind. Ben takes a look upfield and dumps it off.
Some nice physical defense there from Colin Leonelli.
Love that, Colin. Oscar comes back to help. And Tufts is standing. They're waiting. They're letting their guys work in the front here, which is their strategy. Let's see if anyone can make the play. And again, patience is a virtue here, but Toshi trusts his throw to Zach. Last time Zach had the disc here, he threw it away on a blade. Let's see if he can make the easy throw. And he does to Tucker to the open side, about 5 yards out from the end zone. Tucker swings it. Toshi looks. Oscar is able to roast his guy up line. 1 yard out. One more swing to Toshi. Let's see what Toshi does, and Zach goes open.
Nice defense from the Huskies here on Zach Singer, or Zach Burpee.
Toshi
throws it up. Trust throw. Oh,
what a great play.
The defender, Dallin Archibald, couldn't find it there. Playing nice defense. A good throw from, was that Toshi?
That was
good
Toshi.
Throw from Toshi.
Toshi is one of those players that has been basically in every moment, I'd say. He is a Seattle native. He went to the same high school as well-known name John Randolph, and Toshi spent his high school career covering John in practices.
Oh, wow. Good, some of the best reps you could possibly get.
So I remember when Toshi was a freshman in my senior year, we actually came to the Lobster Pot tournament here in Maine, and we played Brown in the finals, and we had Toshi covering John a lot. and doing a good job kind of keeping him at bay. But later on that season, Toshi did end up being a starting handler on our O-line, and so this is now his 4th year at Tufts, and he's still a stalwart on that O-line and making the throws that need to be made.
Do we have any idea if Toshi's coming back for a 5th year after this, or is he done after this?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. Nikhil, I know you're listening. Do you know if Toshi's coming back for a 5th year? Give me a text and I'll let the crowd know.
All right, 11-9, Tufts over Northeastern currently. We got the Huskies O-line ready to go. Receive this downwind pull.
And what time did you say soft cap is?
I believe soft cap is coming on at 2:30.
Okay.
That's
so
90 minutes from it started. It's round started at 1, correct?
6 minutes from cap here. Again, another crucial point. Every point from here on out is crucial, and especially Northeastern looking to stay alive here. I'm sure Tufts can smell it. Like I said, some of their players probably don't even know what the score is.
I will say Tufts is sticking with the zone that I think has definitely gotten some turns, but the Huskies look pretty comfortable so far. I would like to see Tufts play some person defense, if I'm being honest.
You know,
There they are.
We're not in an era of great stat keeping in Ultimate. I think eventually we will be, but one of the things great grab. I'll get back to my point after we watch this.
Yeah, we got Alish on the goal line from throw from Alex Storer. Resets to Thomas Griffin, who puts up a floaty throw to Gabe Vordick. Comes down with a nice grab. Gabe's having a great game today. What a play.
Reaches up and picks it out of the air. Just like a crane operator.
That Gabe is another product of the Northeastern program. Absolutely fantastic player. And he's graduating after only 4 years, which I'm bummed about. Wish he was coming back for a 5th.
Score is now Tufts 11, Northeastern 10. Tufts receiving and going upwind. I did get confirmation from my official
sources
insider, Nikhil Batyalin, that Toshi will be back for a 5th year.
That outing his sources on Livestream is classic Tufts behavior. Everyone knows you're supposed to keep those under wraps.
Nikhil is one of my teammates from Tufts, and he did stick around for an extra year after our senior year, and he got to know a lot of these younger players well. Getting back to the point I was making before Northeastern got to the end zone is, we're not in an era of really great stat keeping, besides maybe some of the club tournaments and sometimes college nationals.
The ADL generally does a pretty good job. The professional leagues try for sure.
I'd like to see, as we start to keep more stats, I'd like to see what kind of the average number of throws, if there's a correlation between number of throws on a point and turns, right?
Yep.
So like we were saying earlier, Tufts is content with playing this zone, trying to get Northeastern to make as many throws as they can in this wind. And I'd like to, I bet if the stats were there, it would show that the more throws you can force, the more turns you can generate.
I think you're definitely right about that. I will say, as a counterpoint, and kind of why I think the person defense would do well for Tufts here, is it's really letting the Northeastern handlers be very calm in the wind. It's like you can have the disc for a certain amount of time. You're going to have a chisel reset pretty easily. I think that Tufts could definitely put more pressure on if they played some more person defense. But alas, maybe that will happen in the future.
Yeah.
For now, Northeastern's looking good.
The Tufts D-line is coached by Tanner Johnson and Ilya Yudkovich, two very experienced players in both the college and club scenes. So I'd like to think they know what they're doing. They are not Tufts alumni, so they're still earning our trust here. But
I will say they are two players from rival teams to Tufts, so maybe they're throwing this game on purpose. I would love to see that.
Happening. No, I trust them, and I do expect Tufts, to hold this and come back with potentially a different defense.
A little much on the pull there. I believe, was that Thomas? Thomas Griffin.
So whenever a pull is pulled out of bounds to either sideline or long, it is taken at the brick mark, which is 18 yards from the goal line. Do you know the exact distance?
I do not know.
Somewhere between 15 and 20 yards from the goal line.
I think it's 15.
So you can see Zach Singer jogging the disc up to that brick.
He does look very peckish due to his illness.
And Ben Mullet
nice D there
has the legs. He just runs right around his defender to get open there.
this. We were talking about O-line players on the Huskies crossing over to the D-line. We have Peter Borth, number 11, Ben Shamis, number 10, and Thomas Griffin, number 23, who are staples for their O-line, playing on this D-point.
And that seems to be a fairly dangerous play there. Let's see what the observer thinks.
Yeah,
it looks like he's pulling out a card.
Not a huge fan of that one. It's definitely good to put some pressure on, but got to have an angle towards the disc. Steve kind of went through the back there. I think that's a fair card.
Great composure by Oscar Graff to catch that disc. And Tucker on the play right before that also getting low to catch a disc in the wind and then throwing a tight window flick.
Nice cut there from Toshi. But a pick called. I love the intensity that both teams are able to show to each other, but the amount of respect is very clear. Nobody's getting too heated. Yeah. Nobody's really, chirping anybody too hard. These two teams definitely have a lot of history and a lot of respect for each other.
I always say that it's the guys on the other team are probably guys that are the most similar to you anywhere, true. Right? They play Ultimate in college. There's not many of us, especially none that take it this seriously. Wow, what a play
nice
by Oscar to toe it for the score.
And that's a goal.
And a critical hold from Tufts. Let's see how they respond here and what they do on defense. As you were saying, Ben, it might be time to switch up that zone.
Yep, I think so. We've got 12-10 Tufts. I believe Cap is going to go off very soon.
Just about a minute, maybe 10 seconds here, Cap will be going off.
So likely going to be game to 14.
A break here from Tufts would be
that'd be
a brutal blow.
That'd be kind of a dagger. We did see earlier in the game today, Brown rattled off a couple breaks late to beat UMass to win the regional final. Maybe that'll happen for Northeastern. Some of that Wainwright magic.
Looks like Tufts is sending out their starting D-line. A lot of athletes out there.
Yep. Intensity is ratcheting up before us. Tufts are making cheers, Northeastern having cheers, planes are going overhead. It is an absolutely electric atmosphere at Wainwright for this Northeastern O-point.
Northeastern's back is up against the wall and Tufts can sense the kill shot here.
Huskies gonna have to weather another storm of D-line onslaught.
This is where focusing on the point at hand becomes extremely critical.
Yes.
You can't think ahead here. That can be very mentally draining.
Gabe is open. Owen Zoa. Nice catch from Owen Cordes there on the low throw from Peter Borth. Gets around to Brendan King in the center of the field.
And Tufts did switch their defense here, playing a tight person, forcing them away. And there is a
Alex Storr with another nice flick huck upwind there. Stogie has thrown some nice ones today. Shout out him, playing well this game.
It's now 12-11.
Playing like the captain I always knew Alex Storr would become,
Yeah, Cap has gone off here, but we're not sure if the score goes up by 1 or 2. By the USAU rules, Cap does go up by 1 typically, based on the new rules, but the tournament director told us otherwise, so we're not completely sure.
I could have misheard. I thought he said 2, but I guess we'll see.
How unprofessional of us.
I know.
I want to use this time also to give a big shout out to just Maine Ultimate as a whole. Some of the organizers, the folks that have been around for a long time, including Rich Young, who is really kind of the mastermind behind these big Maine Ultimate events that we've talked about all day and all weekend. I also want to shout out Tommy Stoughton, the current president of Maine Ultimate and longtime member of the Ultimate community up here in Maine.
Okay. All right, so some updated information for the broadcast. We have game to 13 here, according to the observers. So this is game point from here on out for Tufts. Yep. Northeastern needs 2 breaks in a row, or 2 points in a row. Or a hold and then a break, yeah. Sorry, 2 breaks in a row. I'm all over the place. I'm getting nervous.
I have a feeling that Tufts' offensive line does not even know that this is for game, which is how I would like them to play. Good stop there from Toshi. Tufts coming out with their starting O-line.
Oh, Dallin Archibald has a chance for a big D here, gets it. Oh, and then
wow.
A foul called on the throw. Foul called on the throw.
And that is the first hiccup from Zach Singer in this game. It's a miscommunication with Zach Burpee. Oscar Graff came in and made that play to take away Northeastern's momentum, but there is a call which will send the disc back.
Dallin Archibald's been getting the Zach Burpee matchup all game, finally pays off, gets this D in a huge, huge spot for the Huskies. See if they can punch it in. Finds Thomas Griffin. Looks like they're going to get into an end zone set.
These are the moments
Brendan
that these players
King.
dream of.
Yep.
Work all
Nice
year
cutting from Ben
for a
Shamis.
chance to go. And here
Break
you
side
go.
throw to Steve. A pick called. Doesn't affect. I think Steve will have the disc on the goal line here. Chance for a Northeastern break to tie this and bring it to Universe.
I think the discussion is whether the disc should go back when the pick was called.
Looks like it will. So Ben Shamis has the disc. Reverse brick, it looks like. About 15, 20 yards out. Middle
Unlike
of the field.
basketball, you are not allowed to pick an ultimate. It stops play. Little up line there. Tufts is keeping it away. Big bid from Zach Singer, but Northeastern is in for the score and the downwind break. 12-12.
So to explain to the viewers at home, we had cap went off at 2:30, which means you add 1 point to the leading team score. Tufts had 12 at the time. They still have 12 now. We're playing to 13. Whoever wins this next point will win the game and will get a chance to compete at nationals in Cincinnati, Ohio. This is what it all comes down to. We knew this was going to be a good game, and here we are, Universe point.
Looks like there may have been a timeout called here as the teams congregate ahead of the last point of the game. I expect Tufts to send out their starting O-line here, going downwind. You know, Ultimate is a game that takes just as much mental strength as it does physical strength, and this is probably one of the most mentally demanding moments that you can ever have in the sport. It's hard to prepare for this.
Yep.
It's hard to simulate. It's hard to simulate. Yeah, 7 games.
Yep.
A Universe point with a chance
All
to go to
line.
nationals.
Yep. Could be
Again,
season ending, could be career ending for these players if they do not
Exactly.
hold on this point, which is a lot of pressure for sure.
Tufts does have the advantage here, going downwind
Yep.
and receiving the pull. They also are they are a more senior and upperclassman heavy team than Northeastern, so
Sure.
you'd like to think that they have some more experience in big game moments, although Northeastern has played plenty of games like this, including last year its games to go, so shouldn't be anything new to them either.
No, certainly not. I think both teams have a wealth of experience in big regionals games to draw from. This should be a pretty fantastic Universe point.
Now again, like I've been saying all game, Tufts just needs to play their game here and not look for the hero throw. They can work it up and score. If they are to turn the disc, they need to make sure they turn it on the opposite side of the field.
Agree with you. A short field turn would be brutal. I would not be surprised if I saw the Oscar Graff going deep for either Toshi or Zach Singer to start this point. That's how they've started a lot of these points so far the second half.
I'm in the booth and I'm nervous. I can only imagine how these players feel. Tucker Livingston comes out firing to stop that disc roll. And let's see how Tufts settles in here.
Oscar's going deep. Zach Singer holsters that one. Tight D from Owen Cordes. High stall count. Oh, a nice bit out of Dallin Archibald there.
And now Tufts breaks through. And now they're going to settle in here. Tight defense from Northeastern, which is what you would expect. Need to look every disc in here.
Yes, Tom. High count again on Zach.
Break side throw from Zach. Wow.
Oscar with two bailout throws from Zach Singer there on high stall count scenarios. The composure is very impressive.
Throw from...
Oh, great defense from Ben Shanice in the end zone to get that deep for Northeastern. But it looks like
and maybe an injury call. Or, no, I don't know, not an injury call because they're
looks like a foul called on Gabe Bordick by Ben Kasmullett in the end zone.
There's certainly some contact there, but that happened so quick.
Yeah.
I don't even know what happened.
I think the argument here from Ben is that he had a chance to get the disc on the second opportunity. Yeah, definitely a pretty bang play, ticky tack maybe, but we'll see what the observer says.
If you can't tell, the commentators here are definitely rooting for different teams, but I think we're both in it for the moment here.
Yeah, in it for the moment. I love BKM.
No foul.
No foul from the observer. Northeastern has the disc. Full 70 to go to nationals here.
All right. Both teams have a chance here. Let's see what Northeastern's able to do with it. The observers want to make sure they get this right.
Giving both teams a lot of rest here.
All right. Let's see. Looks like Tufts is actually setting up into a little bit of a poach here.
Ooh, a nice catch from Owen.
Timeout
in the end zone. Wow.
This is a tough spot to call a timeout.
It is.
Down
it is.
one end zone.
This timeout's got me a little nervous, I'm not going to lie.
I'm sure Tufts will come up with something here to make it challenging for them to move the disc.
We do have the disc in the middle of the field, which is great for us. Gabe Bordick with a nice backhand to get it off the line there. Yeah, it all comes down to this.
Now, what I expect Tufts to do here is to come out in a poach set. This is something they practice as an offense on turns. They have Zach Burpee on the field. He'll be set up deep, preventing any sort of hucks and going and knocking anything down that pops up in the wind. And then they'll be tight on the handlers and space out across the field to take away any other cuts. Northeastern here, they just need to be confident with every single throw. Trust it.
I've liked what I'm seeing from Owen Cordes to Peter Borth this half, as well as Thomas. They're working well as a handler-cutter kind of hybrid layer, and I'd love to see them get very involved at this point, work it up full 60, end this game.
So out of a timeout, the offense will set up first, and once the offense is set, the defense will then adjust, and the disc will be tapped into play. And we can see here that Tufts is actually lined up fairly close to their guys. They might be playing a person. You can hear the crowd noise. This is what matters. And the Tufts is playing a tight person defense. Still backed up.
Still in the end zone here.
And there's the turn.
A turn.
All right,
a tough look from Gabe.
Tufts about 25 yards out from the end zone, on the sideline. This is their O-line. The moment is big. Let's see if they can stay together here and make the smart decision throws. Nothing will be given to them by the Northeastern defense.
The Northeastern defense around the end zone today has been very, very good. They need to draw on some heroics late this game. Let's see who's gonna do it. High stall again from Tufts, and they puts it up. Peter Borth comes up big.
And there is a call there. There was a lot of contact in the air there. those are the type of, calls that, those are the type of plays that are really hard to officiate because the Northeastern player did get up higher than everyone else and touch that disc, but did he do it in a manner that may have been dangerous to the folks that were in the air?
I think it's tough to,
The
really,
competitor in me says, great play.
Yeah, same. It's tough to look at it objectively. I think it's a tough throw there from Toshi. I mean, kind of into a cluster of people. So,
yeah, it was a high stall count. That was great defense by Northeastern, forcing that high stall.
No foul called by the observers. A great play by Peter Borth there to get up and above Oscar Graf.
So we've been here before already. No more timeouts, I believe. Let's see if Northeastern can.
No.
And there is that up. Two tall guys. Who's going to make the read and make the play? And a great play by Zach Burpee to knock that disc down. Tufts now has to go the whole field downwind.
Oh, looks like right back the other way to
They are
Zach
being aggressive.
Burpee.
Let's see who can make this play now. Oh, Zach Burpee coming up huge. And he goes for the score. And the win. Tufts wins. Fourth place. Tufts is going to nationals for the first time since 2019. Cincinnati, here we come. What a unbelievable final point from Tufts. These boys have been working for years to get to this point, and they are victorious.
What a game. What an absolutely fantastic game. Great couple plays there by Zach Burpee.
The big men come up huge to end it all. Almost bookends from Zach Burpee, making the defensive play, running the field. Toshi says, I'm going to send it. Are you silly? And sends it deep to Zach Burpee, who elevates, catches, and without hesitation, throws it to the back corner for the open Tucker Livingston, freshman standout on this Tufts O-line squad.
What a great game. Very impressive season from both teams. Congratulations to Tufts. Going to Cincinnati. Really just fantastic game all around.
Well, when we started this game off, then we knew we'd be in for a treat.
We did.
Northeastern gave it all they got. They kept this game as competitive as they could throughout. Tufts had the upper hand basically the whole way and is able to come up with the win.
Yeah, I believe we're going to have eventually we'll have a player interview, brunch. I think you're being summoned to talk to Cape Elizabeth alumni Tucker, who caught that winning score there. His emotions are running high. You can see him embracing his teammates.
I'll go make my way to the field and see if I can catch him. All right. I'm joined here by Tucker Livingston of the Tufts Elephant Men. Tucker, how do you feel right now?
Dude, it's honestly indescribable. Like, I can't even put it into words. Like, that last point, seeing that hug go up, Zach Burpee just going up and just, oh my God. I really can't. I'm speechless. And then, from there, it's just an easy float for the goal. Crazy.
Tucker, how does it feel to, obviously going to nationals is amazing. You just talked about it, but how does it feel to do this in your home state, a town over from where you grew up, with your high school friends watching, your parents, your family here? How does it feel?
Dude, it's incredible. I mean, it was last year, 2 years ago. I'm playing in high school state championship on this field. I come back a year later and with Tufts, and we come out here, we get the job done. I can't, same thing. I can't describe it, bro. It's unreal. And like, shout out to all the boys over there. They're actually playing on the field right there. My old high school team. They're all watching. You love the support. Love the support. Oh.
I think the mic's still working.
Dude, let's hope so.
Now, what was going through your head when you saw that disc in the air for the score?
Low key, I was just like, if I drop this, man, I'm never gonna forget it. I pride myself on my catching ability, bro. If that thing slipped, it was over. I think I would hang up the cleats. But routine play. I can't take any credit for that last point. Give that all to Zach Burpee. Phenomenal.
So you're really experiencing it all in your freshman year here, playing at Tufts.
It's incredible.
What are you looking forward to most at nationals?
Honestly, gonna be honest, I'm gonna pull one from your book. Just playing with my boys from Massachusetts, under the sun, Cincinnati. What more can you ask for? Am I right?
That's right.
I'm
Congrats,
so
Tucker.
stoked. I'm
Go
so
celebrate.
Stoked. Dude, thank you
Good
so much.
Good to see you. Looking forward to this season of Red Tide.
All right, welcome back to South Portland, Maine, Wainwright Field Complex. We just wrapped up New England College Regional Division I Men's Tournament with a very exciting game. And now we bring you a final game of a high school tournament called Southern Maine Invite. And it's a one-day tournament, round robin. And today we have Cape Elizabeth Ultimate versus Cumberland Ultimate. Both in southern Maine. My name is Mike Callahan, and I am joined by Bodie. I don't know your last name.
Iris. Bodie Iris.
I have coached against him for a number of years. I never knew his last name. I just knew him as Bodie. How you doing, Bodie?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Looking forward to some great ultimate.
Yeah, this is an exciting game. You know, two big heavy hitters in the high school division of Maine. Usually see each other go head to head in the finals, but it's gonna be an exciting game.
And there's a lot of camaraderie as well as rivalry between the two teams because there's a lot of crossover with what used to be YCCs, the Maine Ultimate team. A lot of kids from both schools. I believe. How many years did you play for the YCC team?
I played for the YCC teams all 4 years, except for one where COVID kind of got in the way. But yeah, all 4 years I was there, and played with some of these guys. And there's a lot of amazing youth talent coming out of Maine, and these teams both have a bit of both of that talent. It's going to be a fun game. I'm excited to see the matchups, and it's going to be great. See what they can do in this wind.
And you are 100% accurate in your assessment of the talent coming out of the state of Maine these days at the youth and now the high school level. You yourself play college?
Yes, I played for UMaine. Now gonna go into the club season, playing with whoever, don't know yet, but yeah, played with UMaine for the club or college season. It was good. Yeah.
And if you watched the last game, you watched a Cape Elizabeth alum, Tucker, catch the Nationals bid disc for Universe Point win. Very exciting stuff. So now we have Cumberland in the red.
Ben Wall holding the disc right now.
Pulling left to right to Cumberland in the cream and white. And we are underway. Very nice pull. Cape takes over at their end line, moves to the middle of the field. Cumberland comes out in the zone. Three-person cup.
Max Hemian on the disc.
And that was not a travel at all, because he assures me he does not travel. Moving to the middle of the field.
It's a nice swing.
Cape
down to Hakey.
Cumberland really taking advantage, using that zone with really limited popper activity for Cape. They really need to get that much more active if they're going to have a chance against this Cumberland B.
Cheeky scuba throw by Hakey, number 13.
Hakey is one of the more deceptive players on Cape in that he's a big guy and you wouldn't think he moves as fast as he does, but man, can he motor.
Absolutely. He's definitely one of the bigger threats on that Cape offense that you need to watch out for. But
another one is Grant, who just threw the disc.
Yeah. Max throwing a big forehand.
To Hakey, and ooh, yeah. I think he was straddling or out. Out call, so Cumberland takes over at the cone, near side of the field.
Ben Wall picking up the disc for Cumberland.
Nice in cut from the back. Big Jackson deep throw.
Unleashes a huge forehand.
Oh, and just dropped by number 42. Tough catch in these, again, we've had windy conditions all day, and that high bending throw is going to be tough to read, especially for younger players.
Yeah. This throw especially, even you see with the college level, unfortunate turn there, but it's just very hard to read the disc and adjust your movement to get in the right position.
Yeah, you don't want to get too cute with your throws in this wind.
Yeah.
Oh, good work by Cumberland to the end zone.
And that's a score. First break opportunity for Cumberland.
Oh, so it is now 1-0 Cumberland over Cape. That was really nice. I mean, really smart play by Cumberland. Get the quick turn and do a little handler give and go. Opened up wide open in that side of the end zone, and easy throw.
Yeah. Amazing things can happen when you swing the disc, especially with this wind.
So, Bodie, why don't you tell me a bit about the zone that Cumberland's playing today?
So I think that Cumberland really likes to go with a traditional style zone, kind of three-man cup. So you're going to see a lot of people just around the disc, usually three around, and I think we'll probably see either Tate or Ben Wall in that deep space. Those are the big deep threats that Cumberland are going to have. I'm interested to see what Ben's going to do today, because he's been handling a lot for them, but just as a deep threat, it'd be hard for them not to utilize him. But it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, it's such a tough thing when one of your better handlers is also has a lot of speed and is a huge deep threat, because you need that thrower sometimes. But having that threat deep is huge to force the defense to play for real.
Yeah.
So Cumberland to pull again, right to left, Cape receiving. It'll be about the 15 or 20 yard line towards the middle of the field. Cumberland again with that zone. Max picking up the disc. Oh, good crash, but better adjustment by the Cup. Far side of the field. Oh, wide open, Hakey, right through the middle. Good holster by Cape there. Cup reestablishes. Middle of the field. Oh, wide open. Cape moving the disc back to the middle of the field. Cumberland falls into man.
Cape showing some good movement here.
Yeah, that was that strike cut. If that's open all day, that's going to be deadly.
And unfortunate throwaway by Max.
Max looking to the sideline like he didn't know. Like there must have been some miscommunication. Must have thought Wyatt was going to that corner, and that just did not happen. But that's something that can clean up over the course, even of a point.
Yeah, and that's promising from Cape. If I was a coach, I wouldn't be necessarily super worried about that. I think that, especially in this wind, there's going to be a lot of opportunities to get back the disc. But I mean, as I'm saying that, it seems like the wind's dying down a little bit.
Cape having a tough time on defense right now. Cumberland really moving the disc well. Oh, great cut.
And Wall getting open and shooting it.
Yep. Oh, and that's another deep throw. Caught
fantastic
in the end
throw.
Wow, great read on that kind of tough into the wind throw. And Cumberland takes a 2-0 advantage over Cape. So do you know, I don't know about Cumberland this tournament. Did they just have their full squad playing as the A squad, or did they send an A and a B team?
So
today?
they did have an A and the B team. We're looking at the A squad right now.
Okay.
They just came off of playing another game. I wasn't there, so I don't know the turnout for that, but I knew that they started off the day with 2 wins, so this is a hot team,
Yeah, they're looking sharp.
They are. Yeah, I think the coaches will be very happy with the way they're playing, and I think this game is going to be a lot. I mean, we've seen some great from Cumberland, but it's going to be a game of defense. Lots of big opportunities for big plays and tough throws, and just like we saw there, I mean, that was a fantastic upwind huck from Ben Wall. So hopefully we'll see more action.
And granted it's only 2-0, but
yeah,
it has not been sloppy play.
No,
from either team.
Not at all.
Which is encouraging.
Yeah, and I mean, just a few screws for Cape to tighten up, but their offense is not looking bad at all. They had good flow and space was there.
Great pull again, right in front of the end zone. Cape takes over, middle of the field, looking like person. So Cape will move into their vertical stack offense. Oh, nice cut by Grant there.
Great grab by number 21.
Cape moving the disc. Oh, and just out of reach of the Cape player. Far sideline, Cumberland takes over.
Ben Wall picking up the disc for Cumberland.
Cape forcing that sideline, trying to keep it on that sideline.
There's Galen.
Oh, you can't get beat to the far side, though, if you're on the sideline, can you?
No. Ben doing a good job getting open in that handler space. And just an unfortunate drop for Cumberland.
Yeah, a little bit too much juice on that throw for that range. Wasn't quite ready for it, and just slipped out of his hands.
Max wide open. No stall. Gets a free upline throw.
Far side of the field, nice movement again from Cape. But they're not getting that next cut.
Oh, unfortunate drop there.
Yeah. So Cumberland will take over on the far sideline. Cape gets their defense set as Cumberland gets in their vert stack.
Cape playing some good
defense
and
good
great
job
D by Max Hemian.
Yeah, that was just a really good read on his part.
Yeah, tried to poach the lane there and still got the D.
And big up, air bounce, killer, hospital pass, and out of bounds. That's unfortunate. Nice big fake by Cumberland, taken over at their own.
It's a good D.
Perhaps an unnecessary layout, but that's what he's known for. So Cape now on the near side, trapped on the sideline, trying to work back to the middle of the field. Cumberland tightening their D. Really good D by Cumberland, very aggressive, I like that. Cape back, trying to get the reset. Oh, nice grab by Grant Kelly. Oh, good move, but
open.
Poaching, and the poach kills this time as Hakey is wide open, standing right there.
That was good play from Cape right there. Good end zone play.
Yeah, I really like how aggressive Cumberland is playing their defense. Usually when you're playing defense, you're deciding what do I want to take away, and Cumberland's saying, I'm taking away everything. I'm not going to give up.
They're playing
anything.
really tight man, which is definitely important when you have a really athletic squad like they do. It's just a good way to lock everything up and not let any throws get away.
And their communication's been good too. I mean, you saw on that scoring play, the poach off into the lane, and that was, that's really smart, heady defense. Now, you get burned because, it leaves Hakey open in the middle, but sometimes you take that chance because, these are high school players, and some of them have less experience than others, and might throw right into where that poach is sitting.
Yeah, I'm definitely a fan, especially when it comes to, high school ultimate with that man defense. I think you get a lot out of it. And these kids are young and ready to run, so I say why not let them.
And with two high-quality teams like Cape and Cumberland, the zone defense is okay. It's not going to freak them out. I don't like zone at the high school or middle school. Well, I don't think it's allowed in middle school, but at high school level with really new players, only because the idea is to try and encourage these kids and give them confidence, and surrounding them by three people. Kids don't know what a double team is yet, and they get flustered and frustrated, and maybe they quit the sport. But with high quality teams like this, zone is perfectly acceptable.
Yeah, and as you saw, especially in that first point when Cape came down, they were able to break that zone pretty easily.
Yeah.
And some nice throws break it up.
Oh, they have a nice side stack by Cumberland, moving back to traditional vert. It looked like it was an ISO play. Moving middle of the field, Cumberland. Good handler movement, not getting too much out of the stack yet. Oh, nice little dish by
Galen.
Far sideline.
Sully with the disc, moving it over to Ben Wall.
Right in the middle of the field. Good position for Cumberland.
Jackson Letting with the disc. Looking deep for Ben Wall.
Just like his father, throws deep only, and this one is for a score, which his father could not do. That's a little shot at Mike. Mike's a well-known commodity in the Portland Ultimate community, as well as a coach for one of the coaches for the Cumberland girls team, and now Cumberland is up 3-1. I really wish this was the schools were named differently, so I would stop saying Cape when I mean Cumberland and stop saying Cumberland when I mean Cape.
Yeah. Yeah, that was good. I liked that cut from Ben Wall there. It was a good cut from the handler space. Saw Jackson and Ben switch positions there.
Those are great cuts, and you yourself as a handler, I remember watching you make similar cuts. You know, when you get a little handler weave going, maybe get a little movement, and then you take off deep. Those are great because the defense thinks, oh, this is a handler. I'm going to shut off the underneath, or I'm going to do something tricky, and then take off, and you look up, and it's like, uh-oh.
Yeah, and I think that especially in this situation with Ben being such a deep threat, it's not a bad look and cut to take that handler space and cut deep, especially when you have an option like Jackson to come fill in for you.
You know, in worst case scenario, if something happens and it's a turnover, well, hey, you know, it's a turnover in the end zone at least.
Yeah.
And again, the wind died down a little bit. Wind seems to be favoring Cumberland today. Cumberland ready to pull to Cape. Cumberland in the red, Cape in the cream and white, or creamsicle, as I called it earlier. Nice pull coming down, near sideline and out of bounds. See if Cape takes the brick, and they do.
Max Hemian with the disc here.
Got some sort of ISO stack. Ooh, interesting twist to the offense. I haven't seen this before. Oh, wow, that zone's going to be wide open if you play it like that. So Max takes advantage, moves it, a boo.
And
far sideline. That cup. Oh, swinging it to the near side. Hakey, patient. A little upside down, far side of the field.
Cape's doing a great job of breaking this zone, and right there.
And right there when they go to man, take advantage. Front corner of the end zone, nice fake. Looking for the across, Abu to Sam, oh, and just out of his reach. I'm sure Abu said a naughty word there. He had the open and you missed it.
I like that look though.
Perfect, yeah.
That's a good look. Just execution.
You're 100% correct. That is the throw you want. Ooh, a little bit of juggle by Cumberland. Far side
able
of the
to
field.
keep that one alive for Cumberland.
Yeah, that was nice. That was nice focus on that one.
Yeah. Sully getting the disc and throwing a nice up line.
Ooh,
wow,
that
that's
hurt.
a close one.
That
Up to Tate
hurt.
for a nice score for Cumberland.
Hakey is a big dude, and running almost full speed into Max had to leave a mark.
Yeah.
So Cumberland now jumping up to the 4-1 lead over Cape. Really dominating this early game score-wise.
Yeah, nah, I think that Cape is right there with it. I think that it's just, you know, we're seeing a couple unfortunate drops from them, but their movement, especially towards the back of the field, has been excellent.
Yeah, and Cumberland is just, they're taking advantage. You know, they're not making the mistake. When Cape makes a mistake, Cumberland pounces, and then they're not making a mistake, so Cape's not able to take advantage.
Yeah.
Nice crisp play out of Cumberland today. They're playing really well.
Definitely. Taking a lot of their deep looks and utilizing their throws.
Yeah, they've got, and they're not, and they're sharing the disc really well. I mean, yeah, you've had a couple of deep looks, but, different players have been throwing those and catching them.
Yeah, definitely. I think Cumberland definitely relies on their depth, their squad depth. They have their, few star players, but they can rely on everybody on that team.
That is certainly a luxury.
Interested to see what Cape can do here going downwind.
Yeah, downwind with a little bit of a shorter pull because of the wind, and middle of the field, which is where you want to be. And then Cumberland comes out, looks like they're coming out in that zone. Charlie taking it to the middle of the field.
Cumberland setting up in that zone again.
Yeah, Hakey's going to finds that spot. Nice fakes by Charlie to get the cup out of position. Again, Cumberland recovering well. Their cup getting back set, but they switch to man, so they're just trying to see if they can get a cheap turnover and then switching to man, and then you have these floaty discs, which are a mistake. Oh, and Charlie deep to Wyatt.
And a great D by Jackson Letting. Wow.
Yeah. Surprising that a Letting plays defense. No, that was really nice job by Jackson back there reading the disc.
Yeah. Colin cutting under for Cumberland with Jackson going deep.
Yeah, they're seeing where the Cape is starting to adjust as far as seeing where the cuts are coming from the stack.
Tate getting up big.
Yeah, that was a very nice grab. Moving middle of the field. Cumberland, run through by Wyatt. Gets the force back on.
Down to Sully. Over.
Oh, far side. Nice movement from Cumberland. Really working the disc. Not getting a lot of movement from the stack yet.
Nice throw by Sully.
Nice straight cut there. Far side of the field. Still far side of the field, far sideline. Cumberland moving the disc. Using their handlers well. Middle of the field. Moving the disc near side, Cumberland. Strike cut, nice grab, front of the end zone. And beautiful job by Cumberland there.
Sully working that point.
Yeah, it looked like that's who he was throwing to all along, but there was someone kind of, for Cumberland, hanging out in that lane.
Yeah, a little bit of a double cut by Cumberland there, but ended up working out.
That was a great spot by the thrower there, and excellent cut by Cumberland to go up 5-1 over Cape now.
Yeah.
That was really nice work. You know what I'm seeing a lot from Cumberland that I'm not seeing as much from with Cape is the patience.
Yeah.
They're being very patient with their throws and they're not rushing anything.
Yeah, I think especially at this level of Ultimate, a lot of people get caught up and just try and get rid of the disc as fast as they can. But, you got 10 seconds. You need to relax and take your time with it.
Handler give and goes are great, but like you said, often what will happen is you get that movement, and then you get the person looking for that deep and trying to rush a throw, or just trying to do something to make a throw they're not really capable of.
Yeah.
So Cumberland getting ready to pull again to Cape, up 5-1, game to 15. Beautiful day here at Wainwright in South Portland. Last game of the day for Southern Maine Invite. And we are ready for play. Cumberland in the red, Cape in the white. Oh, very nice pull. That will be right in the front of the end zone, middle of the field. Cape moving the disc. Again, Cumberland comes out in a little bit of a zone-ish look. Cape
Abu with the disc.
Moving the disc, showing patience. Laser from Charlie. Trying to avoid the wind. Cumberland switches to man, far side of the field. Abu literally walks it up the field. Nice work by Cape.
Interested to see Cape's vert set here, as they haven't gotten to utilize it that much so far in the game.
Yeah, and they seem to be, and that
Good
was
D.
a nice run through D by Cumberland. Cumberland looking
And
deep,
a big
throwing
huck,
deep.
looking to get bookends.
And, just short of bookend. No, he was...
Looked like his toe wasn't completely in, but...
Did not get the bookends, but a very nice job by Cumberland there to make it 6-1.
That was a great
Cumberland.
job.
That was a beautiful throw.
Yeah, good recognition by Cumberland to get the deep throw off and utilize that turn real quick.
You know, when he started cutting deep, when the Cumberland player picked it up, I said, oh, that's too late. He's not going to throw that. And it wasn't too late. It was a beautiful put.
Yeah.
So Cumberland really dominating right now at 6-1. And Cape really needs an answer. They need to, they've, like you've said, they're moving the disc, they're getting it right towards the end line, and then they're just fumbling it away.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think that Cape, again, has been showing signs of really good teamwork and getting the disc through the field and doing a really good job of breaking up Cumberland's zone too, but just failing to execute right in the red zone. So,
you know, and the zone as its defense right now isn't really effective. Where it's being effective is when they switch from zone to man. Cape all of a sudden gets big eyes and say, oh, let's try and take advantage of them moving around, and may make a questionable decision, and then it's a quick turnover, or they'll work it all the way down the field and just throw it a little bit out of reach. Now, it's still relatively early in the high school season, so the teams can kind of work on some of these things over the course of the day in the coming weeks before the state tournament.
yeah. Yeah, SMI was always a great kind of warm-up tournament, I thought, when I was playing. Kind of get a read on some of the other teams and a read on your own team especially.
Yeah.
Work.
Cumberland pulling into the wind. Ooh, tough pull into the wind. It's going to roll a little bit. Nice roll.
Cape having to start on the sideline.
Almost at midfield. Boy, that wind just picked up. And Cumberland comes out in person. Nice break force throw. Oh, and just again, an issue of the wind lifting that disc just a little bit out of Hakey's reach. Cumberland takes over, middle of the field. Ooh, that looked like it hurt. Near sideline. Good poach by Hakey there. We got a foul call and a buddy, which means I'm guessing means a contest. Or maybe it's a no contest.
Good work by Sully there on that high stall count to get it away, though.
And he didn't panic. And I like the throw decision too. That little trying to get the little inside out break there.
Yeah, nice cut by Jackson Letting. Back to Ben Wall.
Middle of the field, Cumberland taking over. Okay, good. That was just a stumble. It wasn't a twist. Oh, nice grab by number 5, Cumberland.
Xander with the disc.
Directing traffic. Middle of the field. Cumberland looking to move. Near sideline. Oh, poach, so someone is open.
Nice swing by Jackson.
Beautiful job reversing the field. Oh, and finds a spot in the end zone.
And Jackson coming down with it on a huge sky.
That is definitely something I remember seeing from his mother in Summer League. Her mother is a beast of ultimate in all the best ways. So nice job. 7-1 now. Cumberland over Cape. At this point, I think what Cape needs to do is just go back to saying, all right, what are we gonna work on? What do we need to improve? One play at a time, 1 point at a time. Let's just try and iron out this offense, because both of these teams will be playing again next weekend at, in my opinion, one of the better high school tournaments in the nation at Pioneer Valley Invitational.
Definitely.
Thrown by Amherst.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that Cape could definitely work on their spacing. I think that they're really far away from the disc when they set up, especially their dump reset. But they're looking just a little too far. I think if they were to bring that in, especially in this wind, and work a little closer together, I think that they would benefit a lot from that.
Yeah, and it's a weird, and maybe it's because they haven't been able to play vert stack much this game because of the zone. The front person setting the stack is way too deep, and then there's no space in between the players in the stack. So it's, instead of like a vertical line up the field, it's a dot. Everyone's just right there.
Yeah.
So Cumberland pulling. If they get the break here, it's half. Left to right across your screen. Or is there a timeout? Nope.
Nope, Ben was just doing what he does best, sitting on his backside.
Turnover. Isn't that a turnover? All right, nice pull again. Probably going to be in the middle of the end zone. Yep. And
Nice
as you
skip.
see again, that Cape stack is way too deep starting up the field. Now we're in that zone. Cumberland. Cape trying to move the disc to the near side. That Cumberland Cup reacting well. I like what they're doing. They're not sprinting all over the place. They're just moving a position and taking away space. That's the way you play zone offense.
Yeah, and that's a nice recognition D by Cumberland right there.
Yeah, nice run through.
Yeah.
Oh, and that could be a point right there.
And Ben Wall.
And that was a gratuitous, but it was still a nice layout.
Yeah. Just a little bit overthrown, but.
Yep. Cape trying to get it in and move it quick, but the cup reacts well.
Yeah. Nice throw by Max there to break the cup.
Cape moving the disc. Far sideline, midfield. Working the disc. Cape stack working. Oh, a little bit of a laser there, but that's good. Wyatt, near side. Brody. Oh, nice fake with Hakey to the corner. Oh, AP, and Brody just catches him too late.
Nice bid by Jackson.
Yeah, that's an air bounce, that's trouble, and tried for the greatest, but no one was following up. That's disappointing because that would have been sweet.
And again, it looks like Max is trying to set up some sort of end zone set there for Cape, just not getting the looks. But
oh, and nice closeout by Sam there, but Cape gets the disc near sideline. Or Cumberland,
to Jackson.
Rather. Nice juggling, focus catch. Cumberland on the sideline. Going up. Oh, that was a tough bid there. That was a tough. Nice work by Cumberland. Cape picks up near sideline. Trying to direct traffic out there. Reverses field. Oh, and the wind just killed that one. I mean, you do kind of got to put some blade on that cross field, but it's got to be a little bit higher to bite through that wind.
Yeah, this is tough conditions, but so far they've been handling it pretty well.
Yeah, and so Cumberland's going to take over, far sideline. Cape's got to be aware of the immediate. Oh, and that was one of those, just like Cape had earlier, where he thought thought Jackson was cutting to the corner, and he didn't. He faked out his own thrower.
Yeah.
Cape takes over, works it near sideline. Oh, beautiful cut by Sam. Still on the sideline, waiting for someone to move. Moving the disc, that was really good movement right there. Back middle of the field.
Max seeming to run this Cape offense here.
Yeah, he's doing it. Oh, nice layout. D by Jackson Letting. Throw a little bit behind, but that takes nothing away from that awesome D right there. Cumberland taking over, middle of the field now.
Pick called in the middle of the field.
Bodie picked that up before anyone on the field did. Very nice work. So they'll count it back in. Nice little move there by Cumberland.
And Sully letting
a
one
little bit of a
rip.
slip on that throw. You could see it just not quite get the grip on it, because that was going to be a nice deep attempt.
Yeah.
Cape takes over. Cumberland's forcing this sideline. Gets it off the sideline, middle of the field. Now back to the middle. Good work by the handlers. Good fill by AP there. Working the disc, far side of the field. Max directing traffic, trying to get work. Cape's really suffering now from relying on, and that's a quick turnover. Someone's got to go deep. Oh, that's a point. Ooh. Not sure why Cumberland didn't just take that one that was wide open and available, but now they're working the disc, far side of the field.
Nice communication between the two Cumberland handlers there.
Yeah, they're really working well together.
Yeah.
Oh, and that was just one of those flubbers, just unforced error. Cape takes over. They got to take advantage of that if they want to come back in this game. I don't know why they're waiting to get the disc moving. Near side, Cape. Cumberland still playing that aggressive defense.
And
Deep
a big
put.
huck.
And beautiful layout attempt by Cape, but just off of Brody's hands. That would have been an unbelievable catch. That was, he's been grabbing his hamstring a little bit this entire point, so I'm wondering if he's feeling a little dinged up.
Cape is doing a really good job of swinging the disc and just not seeing much cutting coming from that stack. I think that right there, especially in that situation, once you did see the stack get a little more active and cut deep, they have the opportunities to score here. It's just a matter of helping out those handlers.
Yeah, it's like the stack is thinking, oh, the handlers have got this. I can just stand here, and that's you need a lot more activity from the cutters to really take advantage of the play. Oh, nice poach off by Charlie there in the lane. Deep throw, probably a high count throw. And Cape takes over near side of the field.
Cape looking to quickly take advantage of this turn.
Oh, a nice job of reversing field. Oh, wow. AP with the, Oh, AP with a beautiful attempt, but just couldn't hold on to it. Good spirit by Cape by not arguing that point. Something that very important in this. Oh, we have a wise use of the timeout by Cumberland as both teams a little bit sloppy and a little bit gassed.
It'd be interesting to see what Cumberland do here to move that disc off the sideline, because it's a sketchy area to start with the disc, especially off a timeout, but we'll see how they react.
But I think that was a good decision because it gives them time to get a little bit of their legs back, so maybe getting it off that sideline will be a little easier now.
Definitely.
Instead of just allowing fatigue to take over and affect their heads.
Yeah. I'm curious if Cape is going to try and set up something special here too.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they try and play some sort of switchy D in this situation to kind of throw Cumberland off and maybe throw a surprise their way.
Yeah, I don't know. Have we seen them go zone yet?
No.
No. Yeah.
Cape is not known for their strict zone. They do a lot of switching, which makes it appear sometimes like they're playing zone.
Yeah.
But no, they are not a typical zone team.
Yeah, I know back in my day when we played Cape, they were huge on that junk, kind of like a junk zone. Or lots of switches, lots of poaches in the lane. Wonder if that's what Henry's gonna try and set up for them here. It's super hard to break when they set it up right.
So if you are on a college team and you are looking for some ultimate this fall, we've got the Lobster Pot, October 21st and 22nd, right here at the Wainwright Fields in South Portland, Maine, hosted by Maine Ultimate and the Maine Sports Commission. 2 days of ultimate, lined fields. It's kind of hard to see when you're viewing the stream, but this complex is enormous. We got something like 80-something teams last year. Trainers, foods, discounted hotels, all available. So get your bids in now and check out maineultimate.org for more information. You played in Lobster Pot last year, right?
I did, yeah. It was great. Super fun time. Tons and tons of teams and players and everyone just out here on these amazing fields.
And
the
team that travels the furthest gets their entry fee refunded. So if you're, say, Arizona State and you want to come up, get someone to pay for your travel and you'll get refunded. All right, Cumberland on the far sideline. Good job by Cape cutting off the first throw, but they still get it off the sideline. Cumberland working the disc between the handlers. This time, it's Cumberland not getting much movement from their cutters and more from the handler position.
Logan with the disc now, up to Galen.
Oh, now that was a nice little sequence there, get the disc moving. Back, far side of the field. Cumberland moving the disc. Ooh, laser just through the hands of the Cumberland player. Cape takes over, far side of the field. Now far sideline. Looking for help, getting a little frustrated, a little frustration showing on the Cape side right now. Nice little dump pass from the Cape player. Oh, a little bit of a floaty, didn't like that. Near side. Cape moving the disc. Wyatt near sideline. Oh, a little bit of a floaty pass, but Brody comes down with it. Right at the front of the end zone.
Max
trying to
direct
direct.
in the setup here.
Oh, nice little sneaky throw to Charlie in the middle, to Sam in the back of the end zone to close it to 7-2 now. Cape looked really good on that offensive point because they started getting other people involved besides the handlers. Nice job. Right now, I'd have to say for Cape, their best player right now has been Max.
Definitely. I think that Max has really been running their offense. He's just knows how to get those around throws and open up the field, and is just really good at quickening up their play and stuff.
And he's a lefty, so that sometimes that throws people off because the arounds, maybe you're not expecting the around from the lefty, or he's not floating the disc that much, which is really important in this win.
Yeah.
None of it's new. We just started 13 and ended.
So now Cumberland wants to answer here so they can take it to half.
This is going to be an upwind point, so difficult one to bring it to halftime, but they got Ben and Jackson, two of their better players on the field.
And they've shown that they've had a couple of deep strikes, but they've shown they can work the disc. So I'm not, unless the wind really starts picking up, they're more than capable of just working it. But as you saw, when it got a little stagnant, it was because it was only the handlers working. Once they got those cutters back in and helping out, that really made a huge difference, and that offense looked much better after that.
Yeah. Interested to see how Cape sets up their D here.
Yeah, we haven't seen them have the ability to actually set up a D very much this game.
Yeah.
So Cape on the left, getting ready to pull to the right to Cumberland. They're down 5 points to Cumberland. Oh, we have the chicken wing pull. I was wondering when Charlie was going to pull that out. And Cumberland takes over, middle of the field. Easy, take the easy throw. Really congested, a little bit of confusion.
Benoit, nice upline cut.
Cumberland, middle of the field. Good switch by Charlie. Limit the damage. Looks like they're forcing middle of the field. There's no set force. It looks like middle of the field. Joe comes through with the D. And you hear the undercalls, and and Charlie lets it go anyway, and that is, wow, that would have been perfect right at the back line of the end zone, had anyone actually made that cut. But Joe listened to the coach and started the undercut. All right, Cumberland takes over. Looks like they're probably forcing, nice throw up the side. Cumberland moving the disc, holding the disc, trying to get handler action. Good job by Cumberland to get the disc moving.
Cape is looking a lot tighter on their defense from the beginning of the game, shutting down a lot more.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying harder right now.
Yeah.
So they're doing, again, seems like Cape is doing force middle. To kind of clog up everything. Oh, and we get an air bounce, which is a risky throw.
Yeah.
And Cape comes down with the D. Cumberland recovers, does a great job recovering so they don't get burned deep. To Joe. Near sideline. Oh, nice cut by Charlie, and just
unfortunate
bounces
drop
off his hands.
Yeah.
So Cumberland takes over, near sideline. Again, that forced middle defense, trying to funnel everything in one direction. Cumberland moving disc middle of the field. Again, very handler heavy right now. Third handler setting up as the front of the stack. Smart move. And again, Cumberland moving the disc, primarily with their handlers. Now, nice spot by the Cumberland player, but a good recovery by the Cape defender to get there. Cape picks up the disc. Not sure why he isn't hitting the open man right away. Seems Cape's getting a little bit of tunnel vision here, where they're looking for one specific cut instead of trying to see the entire field and throw it to who's open immediately.
Yeah, I think something they could work on is just looking for more of those arounds instead of looking for that first upfield cut necessarily, or just waiting for the right one. Another turnover by Cumberland.
Cape takes over, near sideline. Waiting, gets the reverse field, break force throw. Oh, and too many people cutting at the same time to the same spot. And wow, nice job by Cape to grab the disc near the front corner of the end zone, looking for help. Ooh, a little bit of an air bounce. Cape escapes with it. Oh, good holster by Charlie there. Had Phil cutting, but was baiting that throw. And now all of a sudden, Grant scores in the front corner and is now 7-3 Cumberland, with the wind at their back now. So how do they adjust to the much more aggressive Cape D and the force middle?
I think that Cumberland's handlers are setting up a little negative in terms of where they are next to the disc. I think if they were to set up a little more positive, that would give them some more opportunities and chances in terms of those handler resets. I think they're kind of screwing themselves a little bit on that.
Yeah, try and make this game as easy for your throwers as possible. And that includes where you set up on the field, how you set up. I do like how they're starting to kind of work that third handler in as the front of the stack, so when stuff becomes stagnant, they're activating.
Yeah.
And they're not waiting for a high count stagnant. They're not waiting for 7 to get moving. They're moving on like 4.
Yeah.
So that's very good work by Cumberland. So now Cape looking to pull into the wind, and Heike is the one you want pulling into the wind. Heike is also an avid disc golfer and can throw the disc a mile. So
Davis just getting some final words in.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to tell him, hey, look, here's what Cape's doing to you, how they got 2 points in a row. And, you don't want any let up. Mistakes are going to happen, but you don't want to let up in the intensity. So Cumberland takes over, far side of the field. Again, we've got that force middle from Cape. We've got a lot of activity from the handlers from Cumberland. Looking for help. Oh, nice sneaky little throw there. Near side of the field. Oh, and AP comes through on the behind throw. Goes to that corner. Oh, too many people in the same corner, but it might work out as Wyatt jumps, catches the disc in the corner of the end zone, and now it is 7-4 in favor of Cumberland.
Cape making a little bit of a comeback. And, like we were saying earlier, we thought that they needed to get on the disc, or maybe just a lack in terms of both teams of getting on the disc quickly after a turnover and getting that first throw off. But they did a great job right there.
Yeah, Cumberland looks a little flustered by the changing force, or something's getting to them where they're not reading where the open space is, because there is open space on that field.
Yeah.
And they have the throwers capable of breaking the force and breaking things open. So they just need to settle down and kind of remind themselves of who they are and what they can do.
Yeah. I agree. I think that they just need to stay relaxed and fight back. Just Cape's starting to play a lot more tight D, and I think Cumberland just needs to make a couple adjustments and work it.
Yeah, they rolled the early part of the game, so they just kind of need to get back to that same mentality.
Yeah.
And honestly, as a coach, one of the things I find most challenging is talking to these kids and trying to get them, how I say, out of their own heads, where they just got thoughts flying around. It's like relax, you can do this, you've got this. Don't overthink it. Oh, beautiful pull by Heike. Cumberland taking over. Middle of the field now.
Cumberland.
Oh, we got a side stack. I like it. Side stack from Cumberland. Oh, good move by the Cumberland offense. Deep shot.
Looks like it's going to go OB.
Yeah, that's just a little bit of the wrong angle on that disc, but boy, that was a nice little sequence there from Cumberland. But again, you know, that's going to be a tough throw into that wind.
Yeah.
All right, we got Cape with the disc now, looking to get it off the far sideline. They do, middle of the field. Again, not a lot of movement from the Cape vertical stack offense right now. Oh, we have a call. What is the call? Oh, travel call. Oh, okay. And disc is back in play, far sideline. Good job with the Cumberland. Oh, that was a good job. You know, that made that throw a lot tougher because of that Cumberland mark. So now Cumberland takes over.
Taking their time to set up.
That is a smart move by the Cumberland team. Just take an extra breath. Oh, nice throw. Beautiful throw to the front of the end zone. Cumberland takes half, 8-4. That was really well done by the Cumberland offense that time. That was a nice throw. Okay, so we will leave you here, and we will come back in a few moments when the second half gets underway. All right, welcome back to Wainwright Sports Complex in South Portland, Maine, in conjunction with Maine Ultimate and the Maine High School program. We present the last game of Southern Maine Invite, a game between Cape Elizabeth High School and Cumberland Ultimate, or Greeley High School and associated areas. And we come back from half. Cumberland in the red, up 8-4 over Cape in the white, and Cape, left of your screen, is pulling. So they're starting on D. Very good half. I am Mike Callahan, joined by Bodie. And Bodie, your Cape boys are looking really good.
Yeah. Cumberland guys have been doing good. Be interested to see how they bounce back from a little bit of a run that Cape took, but...
And they're starting against the wind. Again with the side stack, looks like they're trying to get something going, but Cape doing a really good job of cutting off the first easy throw.
Yeah.
A couple of the Cape boys are looking a little gimpy, but they're still out there battling. Oh, and good defense by Cape there on the floaty disc. Take over middle of the field. Oh, and bottom just drops out of that. And again, Charlie's hands go to his head, as they do every time he makes a decision he does not like out of himself.
Wind proving to be a huge factor in this game.
What about you? Do you like throwing against the wind or with the wind?
I personally, I definitely am more of a against the wind kind of guy. I think that it's just a little bit easier to control. Especially, I also just think that it's easier to throw from a lower angle than a higher one.
And I 100% agree with you. I'm an against the wind person because it's more predictable what the disc is going to do.
Yeah.
So Cape takes over again, far side of the field, trying to punch it in, and again, a short throw, but Phil makes the nice sliding grab. And
some sort of call
we have a disputed call that it was a catch. So they're discussing it. They can't agree, so it goes back to the thrower. The nice thing about Ultimate is there are no officials, and the players make their own calls, and they discuss it on the field and come to an agreement, or they don't.
Oh,
and it still
wow,
works.
Nice foot block by Galen.
Nice job by Cumberland to really not give in to the pressure from Cape being so close to the end zone. So Cumberland, far side of the field, floaty throw, dangerous throw, but
Galen coming down with it.
That was a really nice job of focusing on the disc there by Cumberland. Middle of the field. Ooh,
wow.
Nearly a dangerous play there, just by happenstance. Oh, and Cumberland with the unforced error. Cape takes over. Moving the disc quickly is Cape. Now no one's moving. So Cape's looking to move it. Oh, nice swing to the middle of the field. Continuation near side. Now starting to get some movement from the Cape cutters. Near sideline. Cape with the disc. Cumberland trying to force the sideline, keep it locked in. Now there's no movement. That was a desperation throw from Cape. High stall count because no one was moving.
Yeah, and again, just from what we saw that they could have worked on in that first half was that red zone setup. Just think that saw lack of it there as well. Just no cuts coming from even the handler space.
It's like they're all waiting for someone else to cut instead of taking the initiative.
Yeah.
Oh, a nice job by Charlie running through the disc, letting it roll, getting it closer to the end line. Far sideline. Oh, and Phil is open for the point to make it 8-5. Cape Elizabeth. Yeah, you know, here's what we're seeing, like this both teams stalling out when the cutters just are waiting for someone else to make the cut.
Yeah, and something that I feel like Cape is also known for, and something that we definitely experienced back when I was playing on CU, was they don't start strong, but they finish strong. They usually will have a very timid first half and then really bring it back, and they're known to have some pretty large comebacks. So I definitely think that Cumberland needs to be a little more strict within their own offense and just calm down, take a step back, and, you know, just make completions, especially in this wind.
And they need to take the attitude, hey, let's steamroll these guys. Let's not give them a breath of a chance. Let's not let them have any success, feel good about themselves so that they can potentially turn it around.
Yeah, the last thing they want is to stop just
Yeah, their aggressive defense they need to keep up.
Yeah, there we go. That's what I was looking for.
So Cumberland getting ready to receive, up by 3. I would like to see a little more for as far as Cape goes in their offense. I'd like to see a little more activity from the middle of the stack. You know, one of the things that a lot of coaches teach beginners in Ultimate is that cuts come from the back of the stack in a vertical stack offense, which in my opinion is a poor strategy overall because it becomes predictable. It's a good way to teach kids how to cut, but the idea that you can cut from, I like to say it's cut from advantage. And that's what Cape needs to work on. Say, who's got the advantage? They should be the primary cutter. Oh, and a boo with a run through D on kind of a little bit of a lazy throw from the Cumberland team. Far side of the field. AP gets it. Oh, nice fake there. Gets it to Grant in front of the end zone. And trying to work it back to Max, middle of the field. And again, the cutters are very stagnant. But AP comes through and makes it 1 point closer, 8-6 in favor of Cumberland in the red.
And again, we're seeing here that kind of classic Cape comeback, and Cumberland just needs to keep the intensity up.
You know, it sounds counterintuitive, but they just need to relax and focus. You know, they were rolling, they can still roll. I mean, there's no reason that their skilled players can't just take over and dominate this game. They just need to kind of relax and remember, hey, what got us here?
Yeah.
Playing really aggressive and capitalizing on mistakes.
Yeah.
Let's get up, boys. Let's get up.
So again, with the wind at their back, Cape is getting ready to pull down 2 points to Cumberland in the red with the homemade jerseys, which is always a very popular thing in Maine Ultimate. Lots of teams for tournaments or state day make their own jerseys. Cape getting ready to pull. Hakey with the disc. Left to right on your screen. Wind still there, not going away anytime soon. And the pull is up. Gonna float down right in the middle of the field, front of the end zone. Cumberland picks up. Oh, and the run through by Max. Trying to get the Callahan off the pole. Couldn't quite get it in his hand, but takes over right at the goal line.
And that's a great D from Max.
Oh, and Grant with the tricky little cut there to cut the deficit to 1. Cumberland now up 8-7 over Cape Elizabeth.
And that's a tough point for Cumberland to have to come back from.
Yeah, that's really an unforced error. When you're telegraphing that first easy throw and you're just kind of waiting on it. So now with the wind, maybe Cumberland can kind of turn their mental state around.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes the elements do get in your head.
Definitely. I think especially with younger players, big plays like that, comebacks like this, a lot of that stuff can get into people's heads, and it really takes those leading roles on the team to turn it back around and bring them back. So.
I do like the body language. You know, I think body language is overrated in sports, but I do like the apparent attitude of the leaders of the Cumberland team. You know, they're high-fiving, they're saying, hey, yeah, let's get back into it, let's concentrate, let's do this. It's a really good attitude to have because it'll pay off down the road.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's a question of something on the field.
Henry, we saying this is hard cap? Cap is on? Yeah, so you want to give it 425? Or do you want to go on? No, 425 is left.
So the discussion is about hard cap and when we're going to cap this game. So, that got an air bounce. That's coming near the tower. Oh, just out of my reach. I could have laid out for that, but that would have been a rough landing.
Yeah, I don't know. Just a little bit of a drop, but...
Yeah, you get to a certain age where layouts break you. You don't bounce back too well from those.
Yeah.
All right, so Cumberland with the disc near midfield, in the middle of the field. Really, really working on that first. And they take the deep throw, and Jackson Letting's going to get to that for the point. Now it's 9-7 in favor of Cumberland.
And I think that's exactly the play that they needed to get back in this game. I think that just a really big play, big throw to hype them up is exactly the energy that they need.
And honestly, it's a little bit predictable. So it's a little disappointing that Cape didn't react to that quicker.
It was definitely an interesting setup. I think I saw that the front of the stack almost did a fake cut into the middle of the field, and Jackson, who was at the back, kind of made it in cut like they were clogging and went deep. It was an interesting play, but seemed to work.
I would have liked to have seen Jackson start at the front of the stack, do a little juke in, and then take off, or like you said, that from the handler position, just book it deep.
Definitely, yeah.
But it worked. Either way, it worked really well. So now, can Cumberland reassert their defensive dominance that they showed in parts of that first half?
Both coaches talking to their respective teams right now, just trying to rejuvenate them and keep each team in this game.
The Cape coaches, Tommy Stoughton and Henry Babcock. Henry's played at a high level his entire career, high school, college, and club level. I'm unfamiliar with the Cape coach, or the Cumberland coach, rather.
So the Cumberland coach is Davis. He is the captain of Red Tide, has been the captain of Red Tide for the past, I think it was last year as well, might have even been the year before, but he's been playing on Red Tide for the past couple of years. And
oh, I didn't recognize him with a hat on. Yeah, I know Davis.
Davis
is a great kid.
Yep, Davis, and then Bailey as well.
Bailey I'm very familiar with.
Yeah.
He's been in the Portland Ultimate scene for quite a long time, despite his young age. Oh, deep throw, 2 AP in the back of the end zone. Just carried a little too far. I mean, I like that decision by Wyatt, but you gotta land it in bounds.
Yeah.
because that was open for the longest time. Floaty disc, Cumberland, far side of the field.
Logan passes it up to Colin. Colin looking for a reset, back to Logan.
I like that movement, nice easy reset, try and get the quick throw off. Cumberland working the disc, far side of the field. Unable to get the, and Grant comes up with the D. Boy, a lot of back and forth behind some of these faster players on both teams.
Yeah.
Oh, and that was ooh, Cape got lucky there.
Yeah. That was good heads up D by Cape, recognizing that they were last back and helping out.
Oh, floaty disc, oh, that's dangerous. Cumberland comes up with the D on that. Cape trying to play defense, trying to prevent another score. Forcing this side. Now we're forcing back to the middle. Now we're back to the sideline. So Cape trying to keep it on the sideline. Cumberland refusing that polite request. And nice cross-field throw to the front of the end zone. 10-7, Cumberland.
Cumberland's regaining that confidence that we saw at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, they're really they're getting that aggressiveness, particularly on defense back. But if you notice, you know, that aggressiveness has translated into offense in that their cutters are being more active now.
Definitely, yeah. I think this game has been getting a lot closer and a lot more back and forth when the stacks have become less stagnant and just more active.
Yeah, you know, you can't spend too long in the if you're tired resting in the stack. You know, maybe find yourself in the middle of the stack, let a cut or two go, regain your breath, and then go.
Definitely.
So now Cumberland up 3, preparing to pull left to right across your screen to Cape in the white on the right-hand side of your screen. Cumberland really regaining that, like you said, that focus and that aggression. Trying to work out their defense here.
Ben Wall looking to lead conversation.
Yeah, not sure if coming zone is a good idea. Cape's done a really good job, although the switch from zone to man has flustered Cape. So maybe you play zone for 5 throws and then try and get that cheeky turnover on the slot. Oh, another floaty throw from a Cape handler. Good patience, up the sideline. Nice little throw, breaking that cup. Nice easy movement, finding the open person. Holstering, Cape, middle of the field, near the front of the end zone. Throw to AP. Oh, nice cut to the corner. Now he has to clear out and around. Tough position to be in. Oh, and I thought the Cumberland was gonna get that one. But Cape comes up, makes it a little bit closer, 10-8 now in favor of Cumberland.
It's a little bit better end zone set from Cape, actually getting some options.
Yeah, more than one person cut, and it was more than just a handler. That was, you know, even if you don't get the disc, you're creating movement, you're creating space, you're making the defense react to you.
Yeah.
And it's all about, you know, with these players and their throws, all you need is to get your defender one step on their heel or a little bit out of position and you're open, because you only need to step with some of these throwers.
Yeah.
So both coaches kind of calming their teams down, getting them back into it. Cape getting ready to pull. Still down 2 to Cumberland. Hakey with the pull.
Hey, finish it off the right way, Red. Let's go.
With the wind. And that is not quite going to come back. So that's out of bounds. That'll allow the Cumberland offense to set up. Probably quite a ways up the field. I don't think that's a brick. I think that's further up the field.
Yeah, I thought so too. I thought that the disc went out pretty far up.
Yeah, I think that's a strategic, that's a strategic mistake from Cape. Instead of taking it where it went out of bounds, taking it at the brick.
Yeah.
Cumberland.
And Ben let
Deep throw into traffic.
Colin
comes
coming
down with it.
Off the second attempt. And this is where Cumberland really needs to relax and just focus on getting open.
Yeah, you don't want to do those little pushy passes in this wind.
Yeah.
Especially this close to the end zone. Oh, nice poach by Charlie on that, but better offense by Cumberland. Now and again, you saw far too little movement from the cutters of Cumberland in that end zone set right there. Cape, high throw, 2-0-1. Cape turns it over, Cumberland takes charge. Middle of the field. Oh, that was a beautiful cut. Oh, but we get an air bounce to a hospital pass. And 4 bodies go down.
Looks like everyone's all right.
Yeah, it looks like everyone's okay. That's good. Hate to see any injuries out here. Cape picks up. Deep set. Curling back to the middle of the field. Beautiful throw. Oh, and just
fantastic defense by Cumberland.
Yeah, a lot of kids are getting a little dinged up right now.
Yeah.
Maybe dehydration playing a little bit of a part. Wind is freshening. So Cumberland will take over at the front of their end zone. Trying to work the disc against the wind. Another air bounce pass into the wind, not recommended.
Smart decision by Colin not to throw it there.
Yeah, it's good to just kind of chill and make the smart decision, just like that. Far side of the field, Cumberland with the disc. Oh, nice little, and we have another deep throw, but that's going to hang up as well. And Cape looking to capitalize. Ooh, laser from Hakey, far sideline. Max, again, literally walks it up the field. That's technically a violation. It is a travel. And back to the middle of the field, far sideline. Now we have some activity from the cutters of Cape. Waiting, little dish. Handler weave back to the middle. Oh, nice work by Cape there. Near sideline, near the corner of the end zone. Nice patience by the thrower. Gets the easy reset. And now, hammers right to the Cumberland player. No, that's fine. You can take it up if you start moving up immediately. Cumberland looking to get out of the shadow of their own end zone. Oh, a little bit of a off flick. Oh, but Cumberland again comes up with it. Now that's a good,
a huge huck.
Little bit of, just out of reach of 18. There's a lot of spin on that disc against the wind, which I like. Both teams right now look a little bit gassed. A lot of deep throws. And Cape gets it off the sideline. Nice little ducking cut by Charlie there. Far sideline, another deep throw for Cape. Oh, just out of Joe's reach.
Yeah.
Up the sideline, great look, great throw, just out of reach. Cape going back to their forced middle. Cumberland on their own end zone. Oh, nice cut by the Cumberland player there. In their own end zone, Cumberland moving the disc now, getting some chunk yardage. Now getting a little, like I said, everyone looks a little bit gassed right now. Oh, and that's a roller that's, yeah, lots of hands on knees here. Cape takes over midfield, middle of the field, now far sideline. Oh, we got a high arcing throw to Joe in the end zone, and again, just out of his reach. You know, as a cutter, nothing frustrates me more than constantly running upfield and the thrower throwing it and saying, "Why can't you get to that?" Like, dude, why don't you try running up the field?
Yeah. I think in this situation, Cape has been throwing it deep a lot, but I don't think that's necessarily a bad look. I think especially taking advantage of the downwind and taking those deep looks, Cumberland seems to have struggle getting it upfield. So
and they're open looks.
Yeah.
They're just a little too far.
Yeah.
Now that's a nice little cut from Cumberland. Oh, and another deep throw from Cumberland. Cape this time gets the D, and we have a
foul called on the thrower, and it did look like there was some sort of tip on that throw. I don't know if it was clean or not, but
yeah, as soon as the throw went up, I kind of turned my head, but Chris is indicating that he kind of hacked him, so
yeah. I think that's a good call by the Cumberland player.
So we're tapping the disc in now, and Cape going back to their forced middle. Cumberland working the disc. Oh, nice job there by Cumberland. Again, we're going for a deep throw. Almost a dangerous throw there. Cumberland working. Near side of the field. Oh, very nice cut by the Cumberland handler there. Oh, and a wide throw
by Sully.
Very nice job. Front of the end zone for the point
On
to go
the
up
money.
11-8 in favor of Cumberland.
That was a fantastic throw by Sully.
And that might be game.
Yep.
Yep. That is game.
Sully McFarland to Ben Wall for the last throw of the game, ending it here.
A really nice throw, too.
Yeah.
So now the handshake. Nice job by both parties, but Cumberland, really aggressive defense made the difference in that game. Last thoughts, Bodie?
Good game overall. Like to see the intensity, and just ended up being a good game. Cape came back. It was a fantastic comeback, but Cumberland ended up taking the dub.
What I liked about that is Cumberland, kind of after losing focus, regained their focus. That's hard to do for a young team sometimes.
Absolutely.
So I think that's really good. So this is Mike in Maine Ultimate with Bodie and our esteemed videographer Maxime signing off. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you next time.